Imagine that you are a hero in another reality. The sky is covered with leaden clouds. The earth is shrouded in thick fog, and only the teeth of the towers challenge the world with their height. The place is called the Garden of Floating, and one desperate hero runs through the drizzly grass looking for shelter, but he is already in the crosshairs. The crack of lightning shakes the ground where it just was, and the air is filled with an ion trail. But, straining his lungs, the shooter continues to run away, escaping his retribution. However, a new storm is already brewing ahead, and in the light of the flashes, a shadow can be seen hovering on wings. The guardian of the garden, Senbakurium, sits majestically in a cloud as if on a throne, and sneers haughtily at the hero's futile efforts. As soon as she lifts a finger, the ground begins to foam again from lightning discharges, and only by a miracle does the shooter manage to escape them. The blood boiling in his veins, his lungs already bursting out. He opens fire to somehow entertain the keeper. The dry click of a shot and the whistle of bullets can be heard. But the bullets are stopped by an electromagnetic barrier, and Senbi simply brushes them off like annoying gnats. Her answer does not take long to come, and the long-suffering earth again boils under the blows of the lightning tree. But the shooter is already behind her, and at such a distance it will be much more difficult for her to defend herself. He does a complex somersault and unloads 2 revolvers at her. Before the shooter can land after this maneuver, the entire field of grass is covered with magic circles. The keeper is tired of playing tag and decides to catch the mole by hitting the entire area. The earth is seething with hundreds of geysers, and there is such a roar that your ears are completely blocked, as if someone took a steel train car filled with iron and shook it hard. The blow hit its target, and a satisfied grin blossomed on the keeper's face, blue as a moonlit night. The arrow appears so suddenly, as if a demon had hidden behind a smokescreen and was at arm's length from Senbi. Adios, he says goodbye and presses the knock of his magic revolver. The air was again filled with the crackling of numerous lightning bolts, and the flashes were so bright that they burned the eyes. Even the body of the guardian can emit lightning. Her electromagnetic field can withstand a blow even at close range. The shooter survived but was forced to retreat to his original position. But then someone picked up his hat from the ground and offered help. A pale face, black coal eyes, a yellow shock of unruly hair on his head, and he is wearing a white sleeveless jacket. The ranger refuses help. No matter what happens, no one should interfere, even if he dies. But the blonde swordsman is already tired of standing idle and not even knowing why. The shooter mysteriously replies that sometimes it's better not to know anything, which only irritates him more. Meanwhile, the evil guardian of the garden is already at the top and has gathered sheaves of discharges in her hands. The black-eyed swordsman offered his help again. He already knows how he will attack Senbi, and the shooter grumpily reminds him of their condition. Senbi giggled nastily, raising her hands to the sky as she collected a ball of discharges above herself. And then 2 thunder dragons burst from her hands, the highest magic of lightning as it takes on a terrifying form. The swordsman shouts to be heard, these discharges need to be dealt with separately. But the shooter is horrified by such a prospect. He repeats again that his ally should not interfere. But hardly anyone listens to him. The black-eyed one chose a black dragon for himself and rushed off. 2 people, 2 dragons, 1 for each. The swordsman ran back, dragging the target with him. However, the ranger did not follow his example. He only cursed desperately and begged his grief-stricken ally to stop. At that very moment, the world seemed to lose its colors. All sounds in the bright, blinding light of lightning disappeared from it. Only his heart pounded loudly. It was as if the recording had been paused, in complete stasis. The fabric of space parted, and the gears of the universe began to creak. The ranger was bound by the very laws of this world and could not even move. He asked not to help. A desperate cry burst from his throat. All because of that fool who attracted the dragon's attention. The ranger began to pitifully beg for mercy, since it was not his fault. She herself should have seen that he did not want this, but the universe did not respond. Time resumed its course. The black-eyed swordsman turned, as he thought, to his comrade, because it was good that they were here together. But all he saw was the destructive effect of magic. The dragon swallowed its target and passed through in a stream of discharges. Then the blond man rushed back to the ranger. Now was not the time to lie around. The shooter could barely lift his eyelids. Everything was swimming before his eyes, and his body was burning with unbearable pain. This is how stupid it all ends, he thought. The ranger cursed angrily, because he came here because of that idiot Jinsen, who had ruined everything. The shooter coughed up blood. The bastard ruined everything, he said. What was the guy on the other side of the screen thinking? He was extremely taken aback by such accusations, and in the end, it wasn't he who couldn't avoid a simple attack. The online action game Dungeon Fighter set in a world called Arad and requiring players and characters to constantly risk their lives, captivated many. Some took risks for greater power, others were hungry for money. There were also players whose intentions were shrouded in darkness, causing everyone to fear for their rear. There were also the craziest of them, who couldn't live without legendary difficulty. And they are implementing their scenario with a challenge to this world and common sense. So the ranger himself turned to the black-eyed one, saying that the world of Arad is in danger. Like all NPCs, this one also pestered me with talk of a super important mission, only for a true hero, saying that it was urgently necessary to subdue the awakened Isis. The ranger, however, only asked to be taken to Isis herself, promising that he would take care of the rest himself since he was born with only one purpose, to fight alone. But this concept appealed to the player who himself loved challenges. Fighting alone was the goal of life, and I didn't want to kill the boss, but rather to subjugate him. This character spoke as if he truly lived in the world of battle. The player himself didn't know what exactly he liked about it. But in moments like these, he was grateful to the developers. Because he himself put his life on the line for the sake of views, he streamed his games all day long. Ego's name was Baek Jin Sung, 29 years old, bad-tempered, unmarried, a streamer and battle expert. He gained his fame by teaching newcomers and helping them develop strategies, so he thought the ranger had turned to him for help. To the approving laughter of the audience, Jinsen agreed to the proposal, which is something he wouldn't do for the sake of creating content. At first, the streamer thought the ranger was simply obscuring the view to get on the stream. But everything turned out to be a complete disaster, with the ranger cursing him and leaving the chat. Jinsen jumped up from his seat, and suddenly his screen went blank. It turned out that he caught the power cord with his fingers and accidentally pulled it out. Why did the shooter say so much? He could have simply resurrected himself for coins. He suffered as if he had truly died, the streamer thought, and launched the game again. But then something unexpected and strange happened. A terrible crack, as if glass had been broken, made his hair stand on end. The computer seemed to explode, and Jinsen fell to the floor and screamed in horror. The bright light blinded his eyes. He had absolutely no idea what was happening to his room. And then he saw her, a phenomenon akin to a meeting with the divine, incomparable to anything else, from which the guy trembled with all his soul. He instantly felt like an insignificant animal in divine hands. He touched the blade, and because of him the blade broke. A majestic voice sounded in his head. Blade. At these words that ranger immediately came to his mind. But who is she? What is going on? Where is his room? He showered the goddess with questions. His guilt, his responsibility, she said indifferently, and poked her divine finger straight into his chest with such force that the space again could not withstand it and crunched with broken glass. Unexpectedly, Jinsen found himself falling, as if someone had abruptly woken him up. A fiery line cut through the night sky of the strange world of Arad. Just another falling star. The endless sea, the green plains, the salty air tickled his nostrils as he admired the world in its endless fall. The meeting with the earth was not welcoming, and he drew a fiery stripe, disturbing the quiet night bliss. His landing left a deep scar on Mother Earth, but somehow he survived. Coal-black hands with long claws, a sword in hand, and complete confusion about what happened. Jinsen didn't understand what had happened to his hands when he saw the light ahead. The bang and the blast wave threw him back faster than he could comprehend anything. The forest was engulfed in flames of fire, and the darkness of the night hid behind the trunks of mighty trees, as if in fear of a horde of ugly monsters. They also had a leader who guarded this forest, which he had just disturbed, which had caused her anger. There was no point in explaining to them that all this happened by accident, and that her actions were only fanning the flames of the forest fire even more. No one listened to Jinsen. The keeper waved her hand with a strange staff, and a flock of mad green creatures rushed at the intruder. He wished he knew why he was being punished for all this, but all he could do was run away in the most shameful manner. Unfortunately, Jinsen tripped and buried his entire face in the ground, his body failing him, which he had not yet had time to get used to. He found a puddle and quickly rinsed his dirty mouth of the sand crunching between his teeth. Only then did he see his face in the disturbed surface of the water. What the hell was going on here? His mind screamed helplessly. The fire grew ever stronger, turning into a real disaster. While Jinsen hid behind the tree, the keeper ordered her minions to comb the forest and find him. Flame Binoche, Knowles and Tao, all these monsters from the game Dungeon Brawler, which he could easily identify. And his appearance exactly matches the Dark Knight, one of the game's classes. This is how Jinsen came to the simple conclusion that he was actually inside the game he had been streaming for so long. They just told him it was a game, They told him it was okay, but he didn't know how to return to the real world. Suddenly, one of the bulls began to grunt and fell on its back. A couple more guests joined in the fun, one man and one woman. From his hiding place, Jinsen heard that the two had come for Binoche, who was not at all happy about the new guests. In the guy, Jinsen recognized the class of the Ghost Knight, who belonged to the same game. But the girl was an NPC, which means non-player character, Kerman series. Right now, the Ghost Knight was going through the initial quest chain. And if so, then the knight is a player, Jinsen realized. He sees a real person. It's hard to imagine how all this is realized, that a person simply moves a mouse and presses buttons. But in Arad's reality, everything looks real. The forest keeper threw 3 fireballs at the player, apparently deciding to burn down her own forest. The Ghost Knight ran and jumped up to avoid the blow and counterattack. His strike was called the Ash Fork, and it added a spark to this crazy dance. Using his sword and skills, the knight confidently made his way towards Binoche, whose specialty was long-range combat. But then he pierced her with his sword, using the skill of a swift cut, and the fight was over. Jinsen was delighted. The player was strong, or rather, effective. The battle looked much more beautiful here than on the monitor screen, but death also looked natural. Now he felt a qualitatively different level of experience, as if he himself was walking on a razor's edge. However, Binoche was still alive. She tried to get up and delivered the line according to the script. Even though she could hardly breathe and was coughing up blood, she still tried to finish her sentence. Here, Jinsen pulled himself together. Since there was a living player in front of him, he could somehow help him, which meant it was not the time to be daydreaming. The former streamer left his hiding place and shouted to the player, hoping that he would help him. But then, beneath his feet, the gears of the laws of the universe began to move. The same ones that bound the shooter. She couldn't tame that flame, Binoche said. She kept delivering line after line, moving the plot forward. But Jinsen couldn't stop this in any way. His hands and feet were securely tied. He couldn't move or even make a sound. The guy was completely confused. Here, Binoche said that she was letting them through, and this line meant that the player was going to the next dungeon. Jinsen wanted to shout stop, but the couple was already leaving the location. As soon as the bonds fell off, he rushed after them. It seemed that these chains were deliberately preventing him from colliding with other players. Then, he burst into a stream of angry curses and insults. No matter who had captured him, the guy swore that he would be able to get out of here and that nothing would work out for them. And then he lost heart, realizing that he had absolutely no idea what to do. Right now, he is in the middle of a dense forest where it is dark, damp, and scary. The dark stormlands were not so scary on the screen. A typical starting dungeon that takes 10 minutes or less to complete. He had to hurry, because another knight could soon clear the level and move on. And then Jinsen would be trapped here with many ferocious predators. And his fears were not in vain, because as soon as the flames of the fire died down, all sorts of monsters crawled out of the forest. The zombies, or ghouls to put it simply, swayed as if they were being pulled by strings while walking, and quickly surrounded the unlucky player. Jinsen screamed in terror for them to go away, but the walking dead did not know how to listen. They just smiled charming smiles with a mouthful of sharp, rotten-smelling teeth. An indescribable experience of total immersion, not at all as fun as it might seem at first glance. So Jinsen decided not to check what would happen to him if they started eating him alive and ran like a hare. But in the game, these are ordinary mobs that you don't really think about until you chop them into a salad. Then, from the other end of the forest, a piercing scream and a bright flash reached them. The voice sounded like Syria, the character who guided Arad, which meant the ghostly knight was somewhere there. When Jinsen burst into the clearing where the battle was taking place, it was completely covered in ice. The ghostly knight stood in front of the ice guard. The series froze in a block of ice. It's good that the ice was magical, otherwise it would have meant death for living flesh. The monster exuded horror and grave cold. With wrinkled, dry skin on his face and icy spikes, Golgish looked absolutely disgusting in real life. Jinsen realized he was stuck in a boss fight, and before the fight started, he decided to talk to the player between the lines of the main scene. But for some reason, the ghostly knight did not respond. The ice wall almost crushed Jinsen and hit the player. The ghost knight also turned into a boulder and stuck out of it like a fish in a lake. Golgish waved his staff and summoned his assistants so that no one would interfere with their fight. Then the loser streamer desperately began to knock on the ice, hoping that the knight would answer him. And then he realized the status was AFK. The player was not at the keyboard, which meant it was useless to contact him. The ghoul's henchman nearly caught the guy and he had to save his life again. But this time, sharp claws reached his body, and his white clothes, which were already quite dirty, turned red. A real wound, real pain. What would happen to a wound if a dead person scratched you? Blood poisoning, sepsis, necrosis, death. That's what Jinsen thought about and screamed in horror. He saw the monster swing at him again to finish what it had started. Instinctively, the boy put his sword under the blow, and his claws scraped against the steel. Surely a cruel death awaits him, he thought, looking into the empty eyes of the dead man. But I didn't want to die in such company at all. 29 years is not the right age for a heroic death. Jinsen waved his hand, and the enemy was reduced to shreds. Then something dawned on him, and the boy grabbed his sword tightly, feeling his body in a new way. The fear left him, and a gambler's excited grin appeared on his face. Mobs are mobs. He mowed them down like grass with a couple of sharp swings. For 10 years, he saw these skills every day. They were literally ingrained in his memory. You just have to think about them. And now his body does everything itself, thanks to muscle memory. Because up until this moment, everything was on arid, just without his direct participation. The skeletons can start praying, they'll soon be heading back to the grave, the guy said and grinned. The ghoul threw ice cubes at him, using the uppercut skill, and the sword shattered them right in the air. Then the ghoul threw even more razor-sharp ice flows, but they were all reflected. A normal attack, a quick cut, another attack. Jinsen used his usual combinations. He just thought about the skills, and his body moved as if on its own. That's how he got within striking distance of the main ghoul. He summoned a huge wall of ice to defend himself, so much so that even the ground shook beneath their feet. The monster laughed, a creaky, nasty laugh, thinking that the fight was already over. But how wrong he was, Jinsen appeared from a blind spot and slashed with his sword. Before the monster could even comprehend or react, it was hit with a devastating series of attacks. He divided the level boss with a red line, and it began to split into two halves. Using skills in sequence interrupts the animation of the previous attack and starts the next one, which allows you to effectively teleport a short distance. A skill combination system, a time gap. That's what Jinsen called it. This was his Dark Knight's primary technique, and he was now enjoying the power it had given him. Despite the wounds he received, the boss was still trying to restore the magic circle, and the guy had to quickly finish him off so that he wouldn't suffer. He poked the ghoul with his sword in disgust, remembering how tenacious these creatures were. Once the boss died, his sealing ice prison disappeared and Syria was freed from captivity. Jinsen remembered that this event was called the Ghoul Gavisi Dungeon Breakthrough, and that's how he accidentally completed the Ghost Knight's quest. The monster left behind a holographic card with a photograph and name. At that very moment, the universe cracked again, and the hero was sucked into a spatial funnel, where he again found himself in the hands of the goddess. Once again, Jinsen thought in horror, feeling infinitely small and pathetic. The goddess praised him for his achievement, but it was only the first step towards mastering the flame. Nimir, the stunned guy suddenly realized, recognizing this goddess. At their first meeting, he had been too excited to take a good look at her, but now he clearly saw that she was the goddess Wisdom Nimir. It would be more accurate to call her enlightened, possessing the ability to move between worlds. She was simply a character, part of a game, and how she could tear him away from normal reality, Jin Sung couldn't understand. Nimir watched him closely. He became a sharp sword capable of fulfilling any mission, the one who dedicated his life to Arad, and the one who will become the true sword of this world. But he shouldn't stop there, the goddess said, completely ignoring the guy's initial question. In this game, the sword was the name of the traveler, or seeker, and the players simply controlled these seekers. And so, for some reason, he was called upon as a user to become a seeker. Nimir wanted to say something again, but the guy sharply protested. He already knew what they would offer him and immediately refused. Why should he help her at all? Let her send him home. This is the purpose, said the goddess, and some kind of fragment began to gather in her hands. Before the guy could curse again, a fragment of unusual magic pierced his head, and he saw everything. The ranger remembered his request not to interfere, his death. He had ruined everything. The realization suddenly came to Jinsen, and he froze in horror. The overwhelming feeling of guilt made him feel sick, and fear dug its tenacious paws into his gut. The sword that was broken is the same summoned player, a man from another dimension. Due to his arrogance, he decided to go against his destiny, and as a result, the Time Lords got rid of him. And it was only thanks to him that they managed to get it? The goddess voiced a terrible conclusion, and hot tears rolled down the hero's cheeks. It was his fault that a man died. A real man. Even though he wasn't the one who dragged that guy to Arad, it was partly his actions that caused the tragedy. A curse is spreading throughout Arad, Nimir said. The curse affected the test and led the swords in the wrong direction. And if this continues, Arad will face a bad future and the death of all the characters. He must become the blacksmith's tongs in the hands of the goddess to guide the swords in the right direction. Namir expressed herself so floridly that the guy could hardly keep up with her train of thought. Jinsun recalled what happened in the forest. Usually, while the player distracts the ghoul, Syria prepares a magic circle, which is how the training should be. However, because the ghost knight didn't move, the character accompanying him couldn't move either. It may be just a coincidence, but if it weren't for Jinsun's intervention, Syria would have died there. The death of a key character would have meant that the training would be impossible to complete. The curse was essentially a bug, and Jin Sung was supposed to take on the role of the one who would eliminate this bug. The goddess confirmed his guess and flapped her wings, raising a storm. Since he understood everything, he must go. Namir ordered him to find the source of the curse and eliminate it, despite all the protests of the player, who had not yet agreed to anything. The goddess promised to return him back to his homeworld once the curse was lifted, and Jin Sung had no idea how he was supposed to do such a job as a low-level character. She could at least give him a cheat skill. But at this point, the conversation with the divine entity ended and she simply disappeared. Instead, red crystals with images of objects appeared, and you could only choose one. And there was plenty to choose from. Rare items of epic level. The sight of them made Jinsun's mouth water. Here, he quickly realized what he wanted and requested the king's contract. This thing allowed him to wear items 10 levels higher. At that very moment, he received a crown that descended from the sky. A golden power enveloped the hero as soon as he touched this object. He watched the fiery crown in his hands with amazement. Of course, his request did not end there. He really wanted immortality, or an endless supply of power. Then, Namir replied that she would free him from this stress and unnecessary worries. They would no longer be able to meet, she warned. He will have to search for her trace in the spatial corridor himself. Finally, the goddess smiled and promised to watch his actions from heaven. And the hero again found himself alone in the dark forest, among charred trees. After standing like that for a minute, he heard a nagging voice behind him. The Phantom Knight couldn't get back into the game due to a long ping, so Syria ran up to him. At least his quest was still going on, thanks to Jinsun's intervention. The time traveler really wanted to understand the cause of the bug, and decided to simply follow the player stealthily. They walked until the morning, until they reached the base of the Seekers. There was a safe zone for the players. Elvin's Guardian Village, that was its name, Jinsun remembered. Even after everything he had seen, he couldn't believe that he was in the game world, which he had previously only seen through the pixel graphics of the old engine. It was hard to believe that he was now an instrument of divine powers and all that. But the guy knew one thing for sure: he wanted to prevent deaths like the one he himself was involved in. Now he was determined to survive here in Arad and fix his curse, so he rushed off to meet adventures. His mission as a blacksmith tong was to help players get rid of the curse, and to do this, you need to go to the village where the quests are given out. At the same time, Jinsun conducted his own investigation. He also learned a few things, like how to open the inventory where his training swords were kept. Last time he threw them away, but it looks like Namir returned them to the player. It was just like her, the guy thought, as he threw the found fruits into the storage. All that was left was to check the information about his own character, and Jinsun requested the status. The auction and minimap weren't working. In his current state, he could only use his inventory and status bar, and even those didn't display his health and mana. The main problem was that he was only level 2. The goddess mentioned something about a spatial corridor. This place belonged to the archmages. It was necessary to find it in order to return home, and to do this it was necessary to raise reputations and get into dungeons, that is, underground places. Entering the corridor required 38,000 reputation points, and he currently had 6,000. It immediately became clear that the journey would be long. The main problem is that Namir is not who she seems. Even if he could get into the spatial corridor, would she really just let him go? This is how his long and grueling journey began, as he could not use fast travel as a player. Fortunately, his body did not require food. There was no feeling of hunger or satiety. Perhaps this is what Namir meant when she said to take care of unnecessary thoughts. If you do not follow the goddess's instructions, according to her own words, the world of Arad will come to an end. However, in the game itself, Namir has a different goal. She wants to resurrect the god of creation and create the world anew. But in that case, it would mean a complete reset of the current world of Arad. These were the disturbing thoughts with which Jinsun fell asleep by the fire. But in the end, it didn't bother him much. It was more important to return home. He simply wanted to survive, And to do that, his first order of business was to get to Hendenmeyer, a beautiful town nestled at the foot of the wooded mountains. The capital of Duchess Bella Meyer's domain, Hendon, is also the first checkpoint, a save point. It took several days of real time to get here. In the game, it would have taken him about 10 seconds, but before the hero could enter the city, the guards crossed their spears in front of him. Two of the men from the chest, identical in face, looked intently and meaningfully at the unknown poor man. After so many days of travel, Jinsen was completely stunned by the refusal and leaned against a tree on the side of the road in a daze. He completely forgot about the entrance fee on his way here. Then, the character Lunas, a seemingly mature craftsman, heard him and asked if the boy wanted to go to the city. Seeing him, Jinsen's eyes lit up and he shouted out the craftsman's name, surprising him. Lunas was the NPC who gave out money for the down payment, so the hero immediately asked him for some. But this time the character behaved strangely. He did not understand why he should give his hard-earned money to a stranger. Of course it was so, because the contribution was paid only if you saved Syria in the first task. Jinsen cranked up his charisma skill to the max and began to whine pitifully. In the blink of an eye, he came up with a pitiful story about how he suffered from ghost hand syndrome like his friend, and even folk remedies didn't help. As a result, his friend lost his mind and was destroyed by Kazan syndrome, which attacks everyone who is nearby. And in this city there lives an alchemist who, according to rumors, can cure all this. The guy completed his speech by falling to his knees and starting to moan that he had forgotten about the contribution. Now his friend would die, and he himself didn't know what to do with himself. There was silence for a few moments, and Jinsen already thought that his special tactic of pressing on emotions had not worked. Suddenly, he saw a stingy male tear on Lunas's face. Before the hero could add anything, the craftsman turned away and justified himself by saying that invisible ninjas were cutting onions there, after which he dropped off food, money for the contribution, and even a sword forged by Yaiba. Jinsen bowed low to the ground in recognition of such a generous gift, and Linus himself left. He just wished the guy to save his friend, but he could have asked for documents first, never transfer money to scammers. And finally, he stood in line again to enter the city. It's lucky he remembered the official purpose of his license. Of course, I felt bad after using someone's real injury for my own benefit, but difficult times called for difficult measures. However, the NPCs from the game weren't real people, so the hero reassured himself that he didn't have to worry too much about them. The gates opened and the guy was able to enter the city after all his misadventures. Picturesque buildings, bustling streets full of characters and players looking for friends, trading. This is what a fantasy world should look like. So the hero was delighted to see everything with his own eyes, and not through the filters of poor graphics. Nearby on the street, some girl was briskly instructing other players. Long chestnut hair, bright ruby eyes, a gorgeous figure, this dazzling beauty was called Chobung. The guy couldn't help but shout out her name, and the girl was surprised he knew her. He asked her if she was really a tournament champion. The beauty was interested, the player looked strong, so she offered to compete in a duel, and he agreed without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to spar with such a cute little thing? The hero heard various surprised exclamations. The other players didn't understand why the hero was just standing there and talking to himself. And then Jinsen realized that everything he said was sent to the general chat, where everyone could see it. It was so humiliating that he ran away, his heels sparkling. Now he remembered that the shooter had done the same thing. He should have thought about it from the very beginning. For a long time, laughter and jokes continued to reach his ears, even after he left the main streets. The guy ran until he had exhausted all his strength and hoped that no one was following him. He really should have stopped talking out loud lest someone else hear. But then the Moonlight Tavern caught his eye. He came here often during the Sky Castle quest, when the level was still very low. There must be quite a few players inside who had also completed this quest, meaning he could have obtained information. As soon as the hero entered the establishment, he was given a stern, appraising look by an elf in a luxurious red dress who was standing behind the bar. All the players and characters at the tables also looked towards the newcomer, as if he were a curiosity. He had so hoped not to attract attention to himself, but now he felt as if his skin was being peeled off. I wanted to leave immediately with my pathetic 2nd level and 6 reputation points. But then he threw away these worthless thoughts. The main thing was to make an impression. Seeing his hesitation, the charming elf asked him how she could help. The guy flinched in surprise, then asked for a glass of milk, and the barmaid stared at him with an uncomprehending look. Then he leaned closer to her and whispered that he wanted to hear rumors, to see if anything suspicious had been happening lately. The elf agreed. Something strange was happening right now. But then she seemed to understand what he meant and opened the chest with its sparkling contents in front of the guy. The thing was good. He asked how much it cost, but then he remembered that this was not what he wanted to know. But then his conversation was interrupted by Syria, who came here with the player Violent Mollusk, and began the dialogue that took place before the Sky Castle quest. Jinsen looked at the player's girlfriend, a fighter class, and praised the character's portrayal in detail. However, another person interrupted their conversation and demanded that the fighter's girlfriend leave. After all, newcomers ask a lot of questions and don't listen to the answers. No one can know everything. The blonde with a short haircut and a beret demanded to listen to her, because this was the captain's order. Things took a strange turn, making Jinsen worried. In a small drinking establishment on the outskirts of the city, 3 people, a blonde captain and her guard, a knight in full plate armor, enter, and another cute face with crimson hair. They all belong to the knightly order of the Iron Wolves, and it is unknown what they were doing here. This order was personally commanded by the ruler of the Delos Empire, which was located in the Heavenly Tower and studied it from the inside. In this way, players completed most of the quests on behalf of this order. But these knights had never appeared here outside the tower before. The burning blonde was named Fiona. The guard knight behind her was Dan. They are characters that the player meets in the doll museum level. The pink-haired cutie, Lenny, is caught in the dark vestibule, and neither of them should be involved in the tavern's plot. Jinsen turned his gaze to the couple at the counter, who were currently engaged in a conversation that would begin after completing 2 dungeons, meaning that the trio at the entrance would no longer appear in the fighter's player history. But the very fact that the trio of Iron Wolves were watching the player suggests that he is a martial arts master. And all of this reminded Jinsen very much of the curse. Having finished speaking, they all headed towards the exit, and Saria thanked the elven barmaid as she left. Then the guy decided to follow a group of girls as they walked along the main street that led to the foot of the tower. The tower was so tall that it looked like a space elevator, and thus hiding, Jinsen walked straight to its base. He must find out at all costs which of the 3 is infected with the bug. He was already thinking about how to stop them when the guards crossed their pikes in front of the player again. To get through here, you needed a pass, which the guy, of course, did not have at hand. Jinsen caused such a commotion that he attracted the attention of an unusual character, tall and stately, wearing a strange coat with a fur trim. Despite the warm weather, he looked like a player leveling up alone. Meanwhile, the hero rushed to Roger Levin, the merchant who issued passes to the tower, or rather, made a deal for them. However, disappointment awaited him here. The secretary informed him that the owner had left on business, and she herself could not issue a pass. The guy immediately despaired, because it seemed like he had just found a bug, and now he was hopelessly behind again. He began to beat his fist on the ground in lamentation, because how was it possible for an important character to simply go on vacation? Jinsen had no idea how to get into the tower, but then someone called out to him. A strange guy in a fur cape talked to the guards and showed them his pass. The constable confirmed Roger Levin's signature with such a serious face, as if it were a Nobel Prize certificate and not a piece of paper. The player's name was Clever. The guard let him in and handed him the pass back. But Jinsen took it. Even if he himself did not receive a pass, he could have passed with the one who had one. So, overjoyed, he thanked the Clever one for his help. It turned out that the player had been watching the hero for some time, and he was very amused by his behavior. He was so carried away by the game, and so immersed in the role. Jinsen didn't even know whether to take it as a compliment or be upset. Overall, he didn't do anything special and acted as usual. Lucky even promised to beat Behemoth for him, and this phrase alarmed the hero. He had been playing for a long time but had never heard anything like it, and then it dawned on him. They were offering him help, the hero thought with horror. As soon as he accepted it, the heavens would open up to scatter him like a bug, so he asked the Clever one to get lost. On the other side of the universe, one player even screamed at the unexpected turn of the game. Such a funny player, but the annoyance went away so quickly. But what's even stranger is that his username was empty. For the future, Jinsen decided to avoid the Clever player and began to climb the endless staircase himself. There was no elevator or fast travel here, and he had no idea how far that trio of Iron Wolves could go. When suddenly they ran past, Fiona was running ahead, screaming and cursing the knight for having so stupidly exposed himself, and Lenny was behind, dragging Dan on his back. Dan tried to reassure them that he would still accompany the searchers, but the girls felt that now was not the time to worry about them. The low-ranking knights abandoned the player and are descending from the tower again. Jinsen was completely confused about what was going on here. At first he thought it was a curse, but what if these three weren't infected with the bug? What if it is the one who commands the knights, Captain Von Walshut? Without thinking twice, the hero rushed to run after her, turning off the stairs straight down the corridor. What happens when Von Walshut and that fighter girl collide? What if the captain leads the knights and infects them with his bug? He needed to hurry, so the hero pressed on, not paying attention to the obstacles and small monsters that he came across. I still had to deal with some particularly annoying and fast ones. Some kind of bat-like creature was circling nearby, threatening to hurt him. The guy put his hand into his inventory and, taking out a sword, instantly dealt with the creature. But in place of one, another 10 flew in. They squealed shrilly and flapped their wings. So the Black Knight began to cut them up again with an ordinary training sword. However, he himself lost his vigilance, got bogged down in battle and ran out of steam too quickly. In the end, he entered the dungeon, and behind the bats appeared lizard-like warriors with heavy weapons, and even a whole crowd. Another mouse split in two, but the number of pursuers did not decrease significantly. The lizard warrior caught up with him and began to poke him with his two-pronged spear like a fork. Only by a miracle was Jinsen able to dodge. He guessed the right moment and grabbed the spear and was even able to kick it. But the blow didn't push the lizard back very far. It started jabbing with its fork again, and then the hero used a submissive defense. He parried the blow and jumped up with a special attack, power gathering in his hands. Attack, swing attack, and with the help of animations, I managed to move instantly. This is how he got behind the two lizards and did not allow himself to be completely surrounded. There was no time left for unnecessary thoughts. He was here alone, with a crowd of enemies. But there were too many of them, so the hero tried to escape again. Another lizard, darker than the previous ones, cut off Misfortune's escape route, and I also had to leave him with a temporary break. But such frequent use had its limitations. As soon as the mana ran out, Jinsen felt himself weakening. He made a big mistake. He should have leveled up first and only then delved into these wilds. Here he saw the real head of the dragon, and even managed to wonder where it came from. The dragon doused the lizards with such heat as if someone had opened the door to hell, and Jinsen himself barely managed to dodge the stream of fire. But the lizards really enjoyed warming themselves by the fire and began to squeak with delight. It was one of the many traps hidden in the tower, and it worked to the hero's advantage. And not far away, after a row of statues, there was a place where you could fully restore your health and mana, something like a checkpoint. Things were getting more fun now. The guy had a plan, and he stuck to it. The mobs were quickly turning into salad. As long as he held onto the recovery point, he was effectively immortal, and covered the floor with a carpet of fallen enemies. This place was perfect for leveling up, and the hero felt encouraged. The noise of the fight brought other lizard-like monsters running, forks in their hands. The dark slash made sashimi out of the brainless lizards. They exploded into red fountains. A flash of skill, a sharp leap, and the Black Knight is already moving towards the next target. A triple strike that turns enemies into mincemeat, his fighting style is ruthless and effective. Another spinning attack takes out the squirmy and annoying flying lizards. It's still a game, except you can smell the foul odor of their guts and the sticky syrup on your skin. But there is also pleasure in this. Jinsen swings his sword and revels in his power, as if he had become the hero of a web novel. After all, he hadn't made a mistake with his choice of reward. The crown allowed him to use equipment that would otherwise have remained dead weight. The battle made him stronger. The experience of killed enemies slowly increased his power. And then the one who should have come long ago after hearing all this noise appeared. But now, Jinsen was no longer a newbie. His level had risen to 14, and he was no longer the weakling who entered the tower. This area belonged to the dragon man Lachius. Unlike his cold-blooded minions, their leader could speak. He also commanded his lizard soldiers and led them into an attack on the invader again. They didn't care about losses or the risk of death. They simply attacked him furiously without thinking about defense. With a swing of his sword and a sharp movement, Jinsen dodged while simultaneously cutting the lizard warrior's tendon on his leg. The lizard lost its balance and fell to its knee, screaming in pain, and the hero jumped again, attacking from behind. The dark slash finished the job with the first henchman. The sword didn't meet any resistance at all. It was like chopping water. The second lizard came to his senses and decided to avenge his fallen comrades, but their attacks were direct and predictable. The jab was simply too slow for the experienced player, who repeated his move by going from behind. Only this time the guy missed a little and crashed into the column behind. All the assembled monsters stared at him in amazement, as if expecting some kind of trick. But no, nothing like that happened, and Jinsen smiled stupidly, after which he received an unpleasant review from cold-blooded critics. The slap invigorated the guy, and he continued practicing high-speed monster slicing. They had little to offer him in opposition. The lizards below attacked in small groups without formation, and the bats entertained him with blows from above if he suddenly got bored. But gradually the monsters became more complex. They no longer climbed onto his sword so much and tried to avoid risky throws. Jinsen cursed the vile mobs that refused to gather together so he could take them down en masse. Unfortunately for him, even his jumping kicks didn't work on the nimble flyers when they didn't want to expose themselves. They even managed to counterattack immediately after his miss. The Dark Knight's combo extends beyond time limits, and you can use skills in any order you want. And it is precisely how well you combine skills that shows your level of play. It seems that he used a couple of skills incorrectly and kept missing. If this were a game, he wouldn't have been so worried about it. But now the guy was fighting for his life, and the battle was becoming more and more desperate. The vile lizard grabbed his legs and pulled, causing Jinsen to suddenly fall to the ground. He was almost pierced with a skewer, so the hero was spinning around as if on a frying pan, and then he turned the enemy's strength into his weakness and pulled the lizard by the tail himself. But at that very moment, the tip of a two-pronged fork burst from his chest and almost hit the hero in the face. A little more, and this unexpected attack could have sent him offline forever. The lizard boss apparently got tired of watching the genocide of his brainless subjects and decided to speed up the process a little. The lizard growled and began to turn the fork. With one monstrous jerk, Lachius freed his spear and stood in front of the boy. But Jinsen did not wait to be attacked, and he himself sought to seize the initiative. He invested in a skill that sent waves of darkness over long distances, but they crashed against the mighty torso of the lizard boss as if against a rock, without causing him any harm. He wouldn't be defeated that easily, Jinsen thought belatedly. He needed a plan. The lizard surpassed him in height, strength, speed, and attack range. He immediately seized the initiative and pushed back the weaker player. Combined and rapid attacks rained down on him in a relentless hail. This lizard has earned his title of chieftain. His stabbing blows fanned out. It was simply impossible to defend against all of them, so Jinsen desperately grabbed the spear with his free hand. But the lizard was not so simple. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning pierced his body. The guy was breathing heavily and coughing. There was a pungent and unpleasant smell of burnt hair, and the deafening crack was still ringing in his ears. With the next blow, the boss threw him against the wall. There was nowhere to run. Jinsen still had a drop of strength left, and he tried to get up. He was breathing heavily and realized that he was in deep trouble. A powerful lizard with a lightning rod spear in his hand, he was surrounded by discharges of static electricity, and it was obvious that it was better not to touch him in close combat, unless you were wearing rubber gloves. But despite this, Jinsen attacked again using the uppercut skill. Then a neat cut, but this movement was also blocked by a spear. The dragon simply made a submissive defense and slid to the side, and the guy fell. Now it was as if they were playing with him, not recognizing him as an opponent. The cold-blooded man raised his spear like a true villain. He did not want to let go of the captured toy so easily, and wanted to drive it to complete despair. But at the last moment, the guy managed to use a combo and teleport back, avoiding a fatal blow. The dragon was very angry that his prey had escaped so easily, and he rushed towards him as fast as he could. But he was met with a decisive onslaught. The guy did not give up and put in all his strength. Having completed the combo with a jump strike, the skill worked as intended, and the damage was dealt even despite the lizard's block. It was as if the little man had suddenly become much stronger, the lizard thought. The thing is that the true meaning of the combo was not dodging, but explosive damage. The hero continued to press, and the dragon's spear cracked. He didn't give the lizard any more chance and hit the combo again. Already the fifth, Jinsen mentally counted the number of blows. The more often you attack, the more damage you do. The final attack's power increase is an impressive 200%. And all this power was concentrated on the blade of his sword for a decisive blow. One swing and the dark power slid off the blade, a liquid, destructive fire. A great wave hit the surf and scared away the birds that loved to nest on the slopes of the tower. The surf broke through all the boundaries of the distorted space, and the flame of the impact was released. This blow cleanly cut through the walls, columns, and the lizard boss, as if they were made of air. Having filled everything around with cherry syrup, the lizard fell to the ground. In the end, they were all just a game simulation. But then the hero himself lost his strength with the final blow and collapsed to the ground right there. This level was completed. A couple of minutes later, the sound of hobnailed boots was heard on the stairs. Several knights from the Order of the Iron Wolves heard the rumble of battle and went down to the level below to check what was happening. The entire floor of the level was covered with the bodies of slain mobs, and the knights called the vice captain to take a look, discovering a man among the bodies. Jinsen could barely breathe. He had given all his strength to pass this level and was even ready to pay someone to carry him out of this place. The lingering smell of cherry blossoms was already making me feel sick when the system screen lit up. Experience was calculated for the killed boss, and the level increased, and with it, health points were restored. The hero felt a surge of strength again. Now all that was left was to take the necessary items and move on. However, upon closer inspection, he did not find any of the desired loot among the pieces of red foam rubber. Nothing had dropped from the monsters. Then the tip of a spear touched his neck, and the captain of the knights asked him sternly if it was true that he had destroyed all the monsters single-handedly. Jinsen recognized his voice, and when he turned around he confirmed his suspicions. Hartz von Kruger was standing in front of him, wanting to know how he got into the tower. Along with him, other novice knights surrounded him, forming a tight ring. Kruger took hold of the hilt of his sword and repeated the question of who he was and how he knew his name. But how could one not know this character? And Jinsen frowned as he was overcome with an anxious premonition. Everyone knew Hartz because he had a simply disgusting character. Because of his behavior, he was the only one to receive a personal limitation of characteristics, because he behaved very rudely with players and constantly bullied them. The captain was about to give the order to take the prisoner, but the boy came to his senses and spoke. Of course he knew Hartz, because he was an outstanding figure in the Order of the Iron Wolves. The hero honestly admitted that he received a pass to the tower from Roger Levin, although there was a grain of deceit in this statement. Hartz ordered the pass to be presented for inspection. Of course, he was not going to take the word of a suspicious person. Jinsen raised his hands up and nonchalantly declared that he didn't have a pass, that his friend had the pass, and that his friend was somewhere below. Hartz did not lag behind and ordered to take him to a friend. He wanted to check the identity of the suspicious seeker, and he warned that if he lied, he would face consequences, so they went, leading the guy under escort. Once again, Jinsen was unlucky. Of all the characters, he came across the most intractable one, but there was no time for that. If Syria and the female fighter went to the Heavenly Tower after going to the tavern, then according to the plot they should have already passed the Vestibule of Darkness. In other words, this player is already heading towards the level with the Tower Master on the top floor, while Jinsung himself is stuck at the beginning of this path. At the very top, other characters join the player and assist them in battle. Among them is Captain von Walshut, who may be cursed, and what should the player do if they encounter him? Jinsen didn't have time to get going, so he slashed at the nearest guard with a dark slash. Hartz was furious because they thought the prisoner was unarmed, but he pulled the sword out of thin air. The captain struck with his spear, but only hit the reflection of the movement animation. For a moment, the hero disappeared, only to appear behind Hartz, which was the second surprise for him. "Pitiful tricks," he blurted out, inviting the hero to a fight, and he accepted the challenge. But just to deceive the captain and run away, there was no point in fighting these opponents. It was lucky that he didn't throw away his training blade, but he didn't want to face the knights anymore. True, Hartz was very upset that he was not respected, and briskly poked the fugitive with a spear. The guy put his hand into his inventory and simply threw what was there at his pursuers. A small grenade with a lit fuse hit the tip of the captain's spear. A thunderous explosion forced them to stop, showering them with a hail of shrapnel. But this only angered the captain even more. He took the spear from the other knight and began waving it furiously, cursing with each blow. But then he noticed a strange, sticky liquid spilled on the floor and stopped. The stubborn captain thought of some other trick. The entire floor was covered in black puddles. In one hand, Jinsen held a bottle of the mixture, in the other, a grenade. The prank was a success. There was an explosion and the entire room was engulfed in flames, which gave the guy a chance to gain time. Besides the noise, there won't be any consequences anyway, just a regular flask of oil and a fire grenade. Who would have thought that items bought from the elf just in case would come in so handy? Looking out of one of the windows on the endless spiral staircase, he saw that the sun was already setting. Jinsen was quite tired while running up the stairs, and then, around the next turn, familiar silhouettes appeared. Syria noticed that they were being followed and decided that there was another seeker there. Eigens also turned around and said that they needed to find shelter and as quickly as possible, no matter who was following them. But von Walshut was much more bloodthirsty, and shouted a warning that if the pursuer wanted to interfere with their plans, he had better think twice. He had finally found his suspect, Jinsen thought, sweating profusely. He was only half a turn of the stairs behind. But then it turned out that he too had been found, which was announced by an angry cry from below, which made the guy shudder. Hearts had gotten a great perm and now had enviable curls, but he wasn't grateful. The captain gritted his teeth in anger and covered the scoundrel with blasphemous curses that the game's censors usually didn't allow. The characters above recognized Hearts, albeit with difficulty, and asked him in amazement what had happened. Hearts replied that the bastard in front of him needed to be caught, and Von Walshut stepped forward. And then, in one moment, everything became not only bad but even worse. Jinsen found himself between a rock and a hard place. There is really nowhere to run, and on both sides there are two knightly captains, one of whom may be cursed, and the other is as evil as a demon. Hearts was simply seething with rage, so there was no hope of a peaceful arrest. Then Jinsen pointed his finger at the sky and told them that someone had just urinated there. It was such a ridiculous lie that both knights couldn't help but look where he was pointing. And while they were distracted, the guy simply jumped out the window, straight towards the gentle embrace of his native land. The captains were extremely disconcerted by such a crazy act and looked down. Using his sword like an ice pick, Jinsen grabbed the wall of the tower and began to slow down, after which he easily slid inside the tower, losing a couple dozen floors, and he landed on his feet, which could only be described as a miraculous rescue, but desperate times called for desperate measures. On the one hand, his target was right in front of him, but on the other, Von Walshut didn't look cursed. True, he still needed to be neutralized before the group reached the next dungeon. Meanwhile, Syria was clearly worried, but Knight Von reassured her, "You never know what kind of crazy people are wandering around here." He suggested that everyone take a rest before going to the top floor and smiled strangely. In his entire life, Jinsen had never climbed so many steps as he did here in the tower. The group should have already reached the next dungeon, and he was worried that he was late. Suddenly, I heard screams from the next room, and when I looked in there, I saw the hustle and bustle of battle. But this was a duel of a completely different kind. One was giving her friend companion a massage with the help of the hilt of a sword. The girls refused this massage, which is not surprising, and Jinsen tried to understand what the hell was going on. So far, nothing has happened, and he decided to observe the group, in the hope that the curse bug will reveal itself. But after a while, the guy suddenly realized that he had missed something important and froze in place. The one who accompanied the player did not try to harm anyone. He did not give any orders to the soldiers and generally behaved as usual. It was completely normal, which made Jinsen feel like a fool. All his efforts were in vain. The character behaved impeccably. There was nothing to even find fault with. Here, the group decided to split up. Vaughn and his partner went one way, the girls the other, in order to speed up the search. One came close to the seeker, and Jinsen sensed a dangerous moment. He saw the captain's hand reaching for the wild clam, and in the end, he simply patted her on the shoulder, wishing the adventurer good luck. Although the target showed no signs of the bug, this only further strengthened Jinsen's suspicions, so he continued to observe. The thing is, if you discount Vaughn, then it's even more impossible to understand why the usual plot got so confused that those girls from the Order of Wolves ended up in the tavern. After thinking for a while about what he saw then, Jinsen remembered that from the outside it was impossible to see what was happening inside the tavern. Perhaps the changes that had occurred were simply a glitch in the game, and not a bug curse. Here the noise of the level's mobs jumping out tore him away from his thoughts. Heavy knights in armor rose from their hiding places. Vaughn just laughed. Again, he was met without any manners, and he ordered the mobs to immediately call the leader. The only thing that could be in charge of the local foam monsters was their boss. The same reservoir of experience as the others, only a little more dangerous. When Jinsen killed the ice ghoul last time, that strange card appeared. But it doesn't matter whether Vaughn is infected or not. If he dies here, it changes the course of the plot. What if the one who is actually infected is the boss monster? The hero suddenly thought, and looked at the ghostly figure dressed in shining armor. Vaughn was fighting off mobs and asked his partner where Hearts had gone, and he suggested that their brother in the Order could still be looking for the strange intruder. They decided to detain that blonde guy if they found him. And upon hearing this, Jinsen became worried that he had greatly influenced the plot. Due to Hearts' actions, the boy was distrusted by the other characters, and he was looking for a way to join their fight against the boss without raising suspicion. Another character appeared on this level, hearing the clanging of metal and loud shouts, a long sword on his belt and several more blades over his shoulder, an unusual tattoo on his arm. This man looked like a dangerous warrior. One swing of the sword and the guard turned into a pile of rubble. The blonde companion admired the old man's skill, but the gray-haired warrior with a blindfold did not appreciate the joke. They had already climbed high, and the girl said that the magic was thickening, which meant their goal was already close. Here the swordsman asked his companion Sharon to step aside, which surprised her. A few swipes cut through the air many meters ahead, but they didn't get anywhere. Then the old man asked for forgiveness for disturbing them because he thought it was a monster. Jinsen barely managed to repel the sudden attack, and stone chips rained down all around. The old man immediately appreciated the stranger's abilities. He was a good fighter, but this guy had yet to master the ghost wave. In the game, such jokes always forced one to be on guard and even made one happy. But now, the hero was clearly not happy with these antics. Sharon asked why he was following them, and the guy addressed them by name and asked for a favor. The blonde woman was a fairy. She wielded dark magic and headed the guild and school of magicians, while the old man was a ghostly master who hid his real name and ran the Hall of Ghostly Swords in a back alley. Besides the basic settings, they were characters fighting on the top floor with their leader, and if they trusted the hero, the knights would not touch him anymore. So the guy asked for the opportunity to rise with them as an ally. Of course, the guy didn't expect that they would agree just like that, 2 seconds after meeting. And there was only one option to gain trust here and now. Pointing to the blindfolded old man, Jinsen told him that he really needed Grandmaster Duncan. Even the fairy was stunned by how much the stranger knew. The guy thought that she would no longer be able to look down on him. But then the old master pretended not to understand at all what was being discussed. The hero raised his finger to the sky and, with a confident face, declared that a person with that name really does exist, but that he is not an old man. That is how he put on a good face when things are going badly. But he himself absolutely did not understand what kind of nonsense had just happened. Because it was this name that was indicated in the description. From a feeling of shame and awkwardness, the guy wanted to fall through the ground. Then something dawned on him. Because this part of the game had recently been edited, and some character settings could have been lost. Their short and unclear conversation was interrupted by the guests. The mobs had already recovered and were again going to annoy the invaders. The guy himself was still tensely trying to figure out why the old man didn't know his name, and then he realized that in front of him was the grandson from the Tower of Despair. This time, Sharon liked the answer better. She smiled and admitted that he was an interesting guy, but now they were in a hurry. True, at that very moment, barely moving his body, the old man caused a shockwave around himself that almost broke through the floor. The fairy raised her hand and shouted to him, but was almost blown away by the oncoming wind. The old man turned around and in a voice as cold as an underground river asked the boy who he was. The name was said at random, so Jinsen himself did not expect that he would find out the password on the first try. And now he was a little nervous. Pulling himself together, he introduced himself with a good-natured smile by his real name. Coming closer, he told the old man that in real life he looked much more powerful. Sharon had never seen the old man so creepy before. The young stranger declared that he wanted to climb to the top of the tower with him as an apprentice, and he even honestly admitted that he only needed the title of student to hide behind the name of teacher. But what was even harder to believe was that the old man so easily agreed to the request of a man he had met for the first time. Then the fairy pressed herself against the young man's hand and said quietly, whispering that his eyes were like gems and were so alluring, and suggested that they discuss important issues over a cup of tea when they went downstairs. But the proud guy knew that his rose was not blooming for such chickens, and he was not going to tell anyone about the Tower of Despair either. The desperate fairy was even ready to buy this information, but Jinsen simply could not admit that he had been surfing the game's fan site. She continued to persuade him with various proposals, and some of them seemed interesting to the guy. Then Jinsen asked if she had any transparent cubes. It was an unusual material that was used to complete quests, use high-level skills, enter into contracts, purchase contradiction crystals, and other things. As soon as the fairy showed him the cubes, the nimble hero pocketed them without a twinge of conscience. Sharon was loudly indignant. But then the old man stopped and said that they were there. The boss's room, Jinsen recognized it. Although outwardly this large hall was no different from many others like it, the fairy muttered something about a loan that he was obliged to pay back later. At the same time, a group of combat class seekers entered the boss hall. Syria greeted the old man and the fairy, and Vaughn began to look for a way up. But then a bright flash blinded everyone so that they went blind. The fight began instantly, without any unnecessary preludes, and Captain Vaughn barely had time to defend himself. His partner covered his back. Now they understood why they had gotten here so easily. The real difficulties had only begun now. Sieghard, the master of the Tower of Light, introduced himself to the uninvited guests, majestic and menacing. He sparkled with discharges of static electricity and demanded to be identified. He looked like a ghost in armor and called for them to retreat. He probably would have said something else. But the seeker named Raging Clam skipped the boring, meaningless chatter. He or she came here for the game, not the atmosphere and immersion. So this time the fighter girl rushed to the boss first, leaving the companion characters behind. The knights took a liking to her fiery nature and hastened to join in. Then another character wanted to take part in the joint raid, and Syria and Hearts turned around. They immediately recognized the boisterous blonde man who had caused such a commotion in the tower. Hearts immediately wanted to deal with the villain, but the master's strong hand stopped him. Jinsen is his student. Even though there was a misunderstanding in the past, they should settle it later, he told the knight. Or they can resort to divine judgment, Duncan threatened, outlining the principled nature of his position. Vaughn noticed that the conversation was going completely wrong right before the boss fight, so he told Hearts to listen. It was high time to forget all the grievances, since in addition to the boss, they had new problems. In an instant, the group of seekers was surrounded by the minions of the Lord of Light. The blind old man struck the first blow and immediately knocked out one of the tin cans. Sharon struck with magic, with virtually no casting delay. The good old battle with the mobs began. Steel thundered, sparks and blows rained down. It wasn't easy for Jinsen because of his low level. At first, he thought he would just watch everyone from the sidelines, but there were a lot of enemies. In the game, they fought the boss one-on-one. Redstones limited the battle area with him, and now they were fighting in the next room, and the player did not see what horror was happening here. Mollusk unleashed a devastating combo and dealt a heavy blow to the boss. At that moment, Seacard's minions froze like broken dolls. But when they already thought that the fight was over, the boss rose from the light, safe and sound. Anyone who stands in his way will be turned to ashes, he said. Hearts angrily cursed Vaughn, ruining everything with his hopes. And I already thought about frying all the mobs because there were really a lot of them in this room. The first stage was simple, but then the player learns that the source of the boss's power lies in the floating palace, and that the monsters guarding the magic circle there must be destroyed, and only then can one return for the second round with Seacard. While everything was going according to plan, Sharon suggested retreating, and Jinsen joined her. For a player to move to the floating palace, it only takes a couple of clicks. So by the time Jinsen got there, the first monsters had already been destroyed. All further stages also proceeded without problems and did not require any intervention. And here they are again in the boss room, completing the last part of a long quest. The violent mollusk holds herself confidently and is not afraid to engage in close combat, which was her specialty. The drum of war thunders and the tower explodes again, unable to withstand the force of the blows. Then it was time to watch the story cutscene again. There shouldn't be any problems with the magic barrier, but Jinsen was still wary. He himself stopped to look at the mangled remains of Zikgrad, and then he noticed that the map had not appeared. A wave of anxiety completely engulfed him. A magic circle appeared above the tower, which scared away the pigeons living on the eaves. If the bird touched the circle, it died, and Sharon was puzzled by what was happening. It is obvious that they could not rise higher, although they fulfilled all the conditions and destroyed the boss. And this despite the fact that they never found any traces of the curse. The sky tower was cleared, but the boss card still didn't appear, and Jinsen thought he must have missed a bug somewhere. When he went down the stairs, he saw familiar faces. In surprise, he poked the girl with crimson hair and screamed, which was quite rude of him. So Lenny turned around with a displeased face. The guy yelled at her and asked why she stood up again. The girl answered with pride that, as the captain's right hand, she should be in the same place as him. Even if she was not recognized yet, one day she would receive recognition. Lenny wanted to get up from the very beginning, but that idiot Dan ruined everything, so the hero realized that the girl had carried the wounded and returned. Then they heard Vaughn's voice, still complaining about the circle not working, and Lenny was glad to hear his voice. However, when she wanted to run towards him, Jinsen stopped her. The thing is that there was a conversation going on right now, and her appearance could have triggered a curse and a new batch of bugs. Now the boy realized that he must not let Lenny in and interrupt the conversation. Under his intense gaze, the young girl became flustered and even reached for her weapon, unable to understand why the strange man was blocking her. The hero had already realized that she was the cause of the bug. He told her that the captain had an important conversation and suggested that she wait downstairs. Now if she were removed, the boss's card would finally fall out. He approached the old master and said that they could leave. He had a lot to report. But then they felt a wave of air. A huge whale flew past, and an airship of an incomprehensible design, engulfed in flames, flew past. He was moving straight towards them at high speed, and the characters became alarmed. This is how the last event of the scenario begins. Jinsen was the only one who wasn't very surprised. Or more accurately, this mission was called a rescue by boat, The character Ophelia makes an emergency landing right in front of a group of searchers and will become the impetus for the next development of the plot. So far, everything was going as it should. The airship was burning like the famous Hindenburg, but it was heading towards the tower. Lenny didn't like it. She wanted to go upstairs quickly because this was happening. Jin-sung tried to calm her down, saying that everything was as it should be. But his words sounded like the thoughts of a madman. The ship was falling. She screamed that she needed to warn the captain, but the guy grabbed the girl's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. She can't get up, especially since the airship wasn't falling directly on them, he said. And then he immediately regretted his words when something huge rushed past. For some reason, Hindenburg did not want to ram the tower, but stubbornly sought a meeting with the ground. This time, the damage was confined to the tower itself. Lenny realized he needed to prevent it from happening, not to delay him. It was too late to run, which meant he had to blow up the ship. Only then did he immediately remember that the airship had to land to start a new chain of quests. At that moment, the correct course of events flashed through Jinsen's mind. Lenny should not die here, and the emergency landing should be made before the adventurers. The airship was rapidly approaching, and now the pilot's face could be seen in its windshield. The viewers watching him on the stream suggested the guy surrender, but there was no such word in his vocabulary. If he needed to retreat, he simply attacked in the opposite direction. To make him give up right there, Jinsen laughed and confidently declared that he would sort everything out. Lenny still didn't understand what was happening. Before her eyes, the airship either froze or bounced, and she asked the guy who he was. The fruit of the heavenly tree, a strange fruit that exploded and forced you to move away without causing any damage, it also affected allies. That's what the guy used. For only a moment the Hindenburg hung in the air, and then the inexorable gravity pulled it down. "They're afraid to stand," the guy shouted and threw the fruit at the ship again. By hitting the object, he reversed the vector of movement, and before their eyes the airship began to fly upward. The search characters from the top floor looked down in surprise when they heard an unusual noise. But what was their amazement when they saw what was happening there? An unidentified flying object was rapidly approaching them after a rapid fall. Jinsen ran up the stairs and threw heavenly apples at the damaged ship, and Lenny couldn't believe her eyes. Sleight of hand and no cheating, hundreds of hours of gaming life paid off in full. However, on the last saving throw, there was a misfire and Jinsen was perplexed. Then he looked into his inventory and discovered to his horror that he was out of fruit. Gravity was taking over again, and Lenny watched in horror as the disaster unfolded. But then, before her eyes, the hero jumped out the window straight onto the falling ship. He clenched a transparent cube in his teeth and in a few jumps reached the ship. Then he pressed his feet against it and used the dark explosion skill, hoping to give the ship the necessary acceleration. The explosion nearly destroyed the ship itself, and it launched like a rocket towards the top of the tower. Along the way, knocking down protruding architectural excesses with its wings. Hearing the roar, he ran away from the windows and shouted to everyone to run away. There was noise, explosions, flames, dust, and debris all around. But then the airship made an emergency landing. Its shell was completely burned and only a skeleton remained. And then a card appeared with a picture of the ill-fated ship. The bug was fixed, and Jin-sung congratulated himself, since there was no one else to appreciate his greatness when he caught the card. But physics has not yet been cancelled, and gravity has once again presented him with an unpaid debt. The guy tried flapping his arms like wings, but it didn't help. And in the end, the charming Lenny saved him by grabbing his hand at the last moment. "Now he's in her debt," she said, winking playfully, causing the player's heart to skip a beat. Already below, Jinsen discovered that his training sword couldn't withstand the dark detonator skill. But the weapon had already done more than it should have. The sword that Lunas gave him was taken by Hearts, and the equipment and gold he got from the tavern were already running out. "It's good that I managed to reach level 23 and get the dark detonator skill, but using powerful skills required transparent cubes. To learn more cool skills, you had to get more of the mysterious resource of cubes. In that case, there wasn't much choice, so Jinsen headed to the Magician's Guild in the city of Meyer. A day ago, he came down from the top of the tower, completely exhausted. Lenny was saying something nearby, but the hero was so tired that he couldn't make out her words. Even though he prevented the airship from falling, it was she who saved him from death, the girl said. And so she demanded repayment of the debt. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, bold as a thief, she looked charming. Jinsen threatened her by telling Captain Wan about her unauthorized ascent to the tower, and Lenny immediately flared up with indignation. She made a cute, offended face, because the stupid hero still didn't understand anything. after which she ran away, telling him to show up on Saturday at 6 o'clock in the evening at the entrance to the port on the west coast, and if he repaid her with something unpalatable, she would regret it. The discouraged guy stood there stunned, not understanding the woman's hints, for which he earned a couple of chuckles. The love line immediately after the trip to the tower, one chuckled, and asked the master's disciple if he was busy. The guy tensed up a little since they came for him, but the captain of the Iron Wolves quickly reassured him that they just wanted to say goodbye. Hearts was particularly friendly, and said he really wanted to rip his head off, but would do it another time. With that, they wished him luck and left, and Jinsen looked after them thoughtfully. Von Walshut wasn't infected with the curse, but in some ways he could be more dangerous than the bug. It's good that the knight didn't notice. Someone coughed behind him, and when Jinsen turned around, he almost opened a brick factory. His stomach clenched so hard. The old man praised him for his good work in the Sky Tower, and the boy's heart almost jumped out of his chest. The boy thanked the old man for his help in the tower. Without that stupid request, it would have been harder to fix everything. But now they had something to discuss, said the old master with such an intonation that did not tolerate objections. The guy promised to keep his mouth shut and not tell anyone about the Tower of Despair, even after death in hell. He sighed with relief when the master left, and Sharon realized that the promise was made so that she could hear it too. But the fairy was no longer interested in this truth. She had already guessed that it was Jinsen who had raised the airship to their floor. He could have simply blown it up and run away, but instead he performed such a complex trick. Everything was done as if they were supposed to meet the man inside the airship, the fairy said. The sorceress threw back her long silver hair and smiled seductively at him. She did not wait for an answer, but suggested that if he wanted to make a deal, he should come see her at the Magician's Guild. The next day he did just that, and now he wandered the corridors of the guild with his mouth open. At first the guy thought that this place was like an ordinary shop, but it was huge inside. Sharon wanted information, and Jinsen wondered if making a deal would hurt him. There was no point in mentioning the bugs and Namir, but what information could be sold? In any case, the gold and weapons had run out, and this was the only place where one could get help. Sharon recognized him and said hello. The guy arrived earlier than she thought, and she asked him what he wanted to talk about, but Jinsen hesitated with his answer. Then Sharon introduced her friend. Her name was Iris. She was a singer of fortune, and when the fairy wanted to introduce the guy, the singer said that she already knew about him. Iris was a local fortune teller, so it's no wonder the hero was wary. There could be terrible forces behind her, and the guy saw an ominous shadow. He quickly took a step towards the singer to test his suspicions. Sharon watched the two in surprise, not quite understanding what was going on. Iris had already seen the future since she knew it. And then Jinsen asked what his role was in this future. Such a hint could help him where to go next. A man full of questions, Iris called him. But nothing goes according to plan, she said, strumming the strings with her fingers. But Jinsen was pleased with her remark. It was exactly like a script from the game. He sighed with relief, deciding that he was really winding himself up. Sharon thoughtfully sipped from her glass and remembered that she had only mentioned the singer's name. So how could a simple guy know that she sees the future? The fairy asked. And this made the hero shudder, because he realized that he had said too much. First their strange meeting, then the airship. Now this. Who is he? Sharon asked. All this looked very suspicious, the hero realized and tensed up, not knowing what to answer and how to explain such a chain of events without revealing the whole truth. Jinsen took several decisive steps towards the fairy and stood very close to her. It's time to reveal your identity, he said with mock importance. In fact, he sees the future, the hero declared, having come up with an excellent legend on the fly to sell information. A few days later, the Mages Guild once again became the center of important events. Some girl burst into Sharon's hall shouting, "Master!" "Trouble!" the girl cried, and the fairy told her to calm down and explain everything. Lorien, the girl whose portrait with her pet hung on the wall, has disappeared. Sharon was worried. That naughty girl Lorena had disappeared again. The light from the magic stone she left behind has disappeared, the assistant said, showing the decoration with the faded stone. No matter how many times they called Lorien, there was no answer since yesterday. Sharon told us to start searching and showed us the area to start with. But she didn't yet know that someone else had also heard this alarming message. Lorien Cornero was an 18-year-old genius mage, though she was remembered more for her princess-like personality than her abilities. Jinsen entered and said he had a vision of the girl's disappearance, but also declared that she would soon be safely found. Sharon, who was standing by the window and had already become sad, turned to him. At first she didn't believe the guy, but he spoke so confidently. Unlike the information about the old master, Lorien was a completely different story. But then Sharon remembered the rescue of the airship and thought that maybe the guy really could see the future. Jinsen was jubilant as long as everything went according to plan. He remembered the quest line and knew that Lorian's disappearance happened right after the episode of the Heavenly Tower. She was the perfect opportunity to use her abilities. Although the disappearance itself was predetermined, there was no need to worry. From the expression on Fairy's face, the guy saw that she still didn't fully believe him, so he decided to leave her for now. All because he planned to meet Kagan, a stern, dark elf warrior. A dark shadow passed over the city, so wide and dense it seemed as if night had fallen. At night, the city was illuminated by magical circles in the sky. The sight was beautiful. Sharon was already on her way when some incident occurred. She was obliged to ensure the safety of the city. Although most of the events were resolved thanks to the active role of the Seekers. In exchange for help, Jinsen received important items, although payment in gold or potions could be requested. He felt a little awkward in the role of a swindler, although there was no direct deception in his actions. Then someone crashed into him at full speed, and Jinsen recognized that strange chatterbox, the clever one, who had helped him get into the tower. The player was outraged that someone had bumped into her, but then she saw that it was the Dark Knight. The quick-witted one also recognized the hero and said that they had met in the tower. Jinsen immediately ran away before this madman could curse him, but the clever one did not lag behind and became downright interested in the funny newcomer, wanting to help him. But then, a voice called out to him right in his head, and Jinsen grabbed his head with a scream. The player laughed. She just sent a private message, but it turned out so great. She was amused by the hero's reaction, and she began to laugh heartily seeing how indignant he was. But then Jinsen realized that Clever knew his name and asked how this was possible. This was met with a new round of laughter, asking who signs with their real name, and looking up the guy saw his signature. Before the Heavenly Tower, nothing like this had happened, and he didn't understand when this had happened. And then he remembered that he had introduced himself to the old master exactly like that. Previously, there was no name, which meant that he could, with his actions, fill in the empty fields of game elements that were not initially provided. The savvy man smiled again and offered to join the Purity Guild. The hero immediately saw the scroll with the contract. According to the player, by joining the guild, he would receive unlimited access to equipment, gear, and potions, and could also travel through all the dungeons using a trailer. But the hero listened with half an ear. The savvy one was still talking about the advantages of his guild when the boy heard familiar voices. The player was still so carried away by talking about his awesomeness that he didn't pay attention to anything else. The Wanderer. Ophelia declared so that everyone could hear that she would still return there and take revenge. She held a knife in her hands, and with each word her long hair rose in a stormy stream. This girl got off the airship that the hero saved, so he looked around the corner to watch the character of the story. Captain Vaughn knocked the weapon out of her hands with a flick of the wrist. Although he shared her feelings, he still believed that the girl shouldn't exert herself if she couldn't. All these lines were the beginning of the story of Behemoth. They were joined by a nearby player, Muse, who was on a quest for the archer class. Here the clever one discovered that all this time no one had been listening to him. The Temple of Behemoth, her home, declared Ophelia, not wanting to just give up. The temple followers were her family, so the girl could not forget their kindness. Lotus made them attack and kill each other. How could she just leave this? Ophelia screamed, hot tears rolling down her cheeks. Behemoth was the name of a flying whale the size of an island, on whose back were many ruins, and the followers of the school that protected the whale. Ophelia boarded an airship and escaped because her home was currently under attack by an apostle named Lotus. The apostles are representatives of the demon world. There are 12 of them, and they are the main enemies of the Seekers in the world of Arid. Lotus uses his abilities to turn people into puppets. He is not an ordinary opponent. Jinsen sighed with relief. It was good that he wouldn't have to deal with him, since his job was to fix bugs, but the player, Musa, had chosen a profession that was too difficult for a beginner. Here the knight captain noticed that the Seeker wasn't listening at all. He shouted to Muse that Magath's pier was in a completely different direction, but she continued on. Now Jinsen understood what skipping a dialogue looked like in reality. He looked closely just in case, but saw no signs of contamination. Most likely, the two knights would go to Behemoth. The conversation was over and he was also thinking of going, when suddenly he heard desperate screams. Someone was running down the street and calling for the captain. Although the plot event had just ended, who could have interfered, the hero thought, and an anxious premonition overwhelmed him. Lenny desperately ran away from the Heart's llamas to go with the captain. Her persistent intervention puzzled the boy. After talking with Ophelia, the player seeker, leading a group of characters, went to the temple on the outskirts, the dungeon on Behemoth, to destroy the Lotus. There are three people who have to investigate the case: Vaughn, an adventurer, and Agans. In other words, Lenny can't go. But the girl persistently demanded that the captain give her a chance to prove herself, at least once, and go with him. Hartz, his deputy, apologized for not being able to stop his restless subordinate. He kept shouting at her to finally calm down, and Vaughn was thinking about what to do. But in the end, he agreed. She was still as stubborn as a donkey, so there was no talking her out of it. And then the hero realized that the scenario was not going according to plan. If Lenny goes with them on the quest, she will be infected. If she leaves things as they are, the girl herself will die, just like in the Sky Tower. The knight was overjoyed that she had been given permission. The template could have been torn right before sending. With its giant tail flapping, the enormous whale soared lazily through the night sky. It was quiet at the pier. Only the waves beat rhythmically against the shore and climbed onto the breakwater with a quiet rustle. Kagan greeted Miss Sharon and complimented her on her good appearance. But her joy at the fairy's visit was greatly dampened by the rustling noises coming from the storeroom, emanating from a strange man with a shock of hair. Sharon introduced him and said he was simply a temporary guest living in the guild. Meanwhile, Jinsen was looking for suitable items, but there was nothing he needed. Kagan was the captain of the galley and agreed to give Lady Sharon a ride at any time, completely free of charge. But this service was not required by her. The fairy's head began to hurt when she remembered what had happened. This crazy guy burst into her room early in the morning and declared that they had a problem. The future was coming faster than planned. And something terrible is going to happen on Behemoth soon, he said. The guy didn't go into details, promising to tell me everything upon his return, and asked me to prepare for departure to Behemoth. He needed potions, colorless cubes, and now he also had to buy weapons and armor. Although all of this was pennies compared to the information he provided. Kagan insistently offered to have a cup of tea, but then they heard a nasty sound. It was as if someone had knocked over an entire shelf of weapons, and they had all crashed onto the stone floor. The elf was horrified by what was happening and turned pale. Jinsen put on an expression of innocence and said that he only touched it. But this did not save him from a slap from the dark-skinned warrior, and they began to argue about the cost of things. But Jinsen pointed to his creditor and asked that all questions be addressed to her. The fairy was very surprised, not understanding when she had managed to become someone's wallet. Then the doors opened, and another warrior entered the captain's room. Her name was Lobato. She had once been a knight of the duchy, and now she wanted to charter a ship. The guests were confronted with a strange sight, so they froze in place, not knowing what to say. But eventually the ship began to be prepared for departure, and the sun had already risen high. It was a great day for Kagan, with plenty of clients. The Iron Wolves' vice-captain was surprised to find a man who had appeared alongside them so many times before, and now also connected to the Mages Guild. Jinsen modestly declared him a mere freeloader. Even so, it was obvious that Mistress Sharon had high hopes for him, and looking at the long bill the fairy was holding in her hands, the guy swallowed nervously. While they were talking with the vice-captain, they were noticed by Vaughn, who came with Lenny. Vaughn recognized the old master's disciple, and the hero informed him that he would accompany him as a follower of the Mages Guild. And at the same time, he asked for one person to be assigned to him as a guard, since due to the rush, there was no one in the guild. And Captain Vaughn immediately declared that they had just the right candidate. He was even glad to get rid of the walking problem. So, thanks to his multi-move, Jinsen was able to stay close to Lenny and keep an eye on her without any problems. The girl was extremely excited that she would have to carry out a task together with a mysterious guy, and asked him what kind of intrigues he was weaving. But then Kagan called everyone on board. It was time to leave. Just in time, the Seeker Muse arrived. The ship rocked on the waves and gently lifted off the surface. Kagan grabbed the steering wheel and adjusted her glasses, ordering everyone to fasten their seatbelts. After which, driven by magical winds, the galley gained speed and soared upward. Heading for Behemoth, they whistled through the cool ocean of sky. Those who didn't buckle up felt like sardines in a can. But what surprised Jinsen was that the Seeker stood as if she were glued to the deck. The fighter who climbed the tower was the same. While the characters were moving, there was a loading screen, and their avatars froze in place, while the player simply skipped the cutscene. As they approached Behemoth, they were met by a dense layer of clouds which they passed right through. And so, having broken through the curtain, their small vessel found itself before the eyes of the whale, each of which was the size of a lake, and against its background they looked like a splinter. The Behemoth, The floating island paid no more attention to them than to the clouds it dispersed with its appearance. But the spectacle fascinated the travelers. But no one met them at the behemoth pier. It looked abandoned. Kagan immediately said that she could not stay there. The atmosphere was oppressive, even more so than in the Sky Tower. The situation was even worse than they thought. The main event was just beginning, meaning Muse's loading should have already been completed. Jinsen decided to keep following her so as not to lose sight of her. According to Ophelia, Lotus should have been somewhere here, and then they saw one surviving temple servant asking for help. A mask with 3 eyes, in the image and likeness of Behemoth, was a characteristic distinguishing feature. But then it cracked, and disgusting tentacles crawled out from under it, so it became clear that the temple servant had been converted. Other vile spawns of chaos appeared nearby, with clearly unfriendly intentions. All who oppose the Lotus must be killed, the monster croaked, and the monsters rushed forward. A typical meeting committee of mobs, but these looked disgusting and creepy. Vaughn destroyed the first one by cutting it down with a lightning-fast sword strike. The captain boldly went on the attack, ordering that no one be spared. The converted were already dead anyway, and it was better to ease their suffering. While everything was going smoothly, Muse was firing her bow, the knights were fighting, and the guy with Lenny could stand in the third line and watch. The main thing was that she didn't leave his side. The girl patted him on the shoulder, agreeing that the guy didn't even have a weapon, so he had to be careful. Jinsen was surprised because he had just bought a new thing and wanted to show it, but he couldn't. They stood and argued among the bodies of their slain henchmen, thinking they were completely safe. But then one of them stopped pretending and rushed at Lenny from behind. "Big deal," she said. "It's nothing but a hilt." And then the hero moved the girl to the side and pierced the monster with an energy blade, thus saving her again. The energy from his sword cut through the mask and infected flesh without any problem, as if he were a Jedi Knight. A few swings, and the monster, chopped into a salad, stopped functioning. The guy smiled sweetly and winked at her, wiping the cherry syrup from his face. At that moment, her heart fluttered from such attention. Meanwhile, the team was making good progress, with Musa quickly shooting at the monsters, punching holes in their foam bodies. They dealt with them all. But this was only the first wave of many to come. The vice captain asked the Seeker if she had felt the same. They've been watched since they landed, but they chose the wrong ones to watch. Someone was indeed hiding behind the trees on the edge of the ruins and watching the adventurers. The travelers decided to pretend they didn't notice for now, and then a view of the main temple opened up to them, which was stunning in its scope. The vice captain suggested going into the jungle first and taking refuge there. The cheerful couple followed the main group, and then they discovered traces of magic use. And Lenny remembered that, according to the guy, the apostle used brainwashing, but not spells. After examining the traces of the battle and the crystal in his hand, Jinsen realized that these were her traces. A temple follower who managed to escape, Isadora. This woman watches the adventurers in order to kill them in the event that the Lotus manages to convert the Seekers. But in the forest of dendroids, they fought with her and took her prisoner. That's where all these traces of a magical battle come from. There were no bodies, meaning no one died. After the battle, Isadora becomes an ally and shows the way to the Lotus. The fact that the battle with her is over means that the group is already on its way to the next dungeon, and because of Lenny, the guy was moving too slowly. He was so deep in thought that the girl had to flick him on the forehead to bring him to his senses. If history continues as usual, Lenny will soon die here, thought Jinsen, and the thought stabbed him painfully in the ribs. It is impossible to prevent this, and the hero clenched his fists. After all, everything has already been decided, he thought, looking at the traces red from the cherry syrup. The guy pushed these thoughts aside and called the girl, saying that they needed to go together, otherwise someone would attack her again. And this provoked another storm of indignation. So what if she let her guard down once, she screamed. Jinsen couldn't change anything, but he at least tried to make her smile. That was the only thing left for him to do. Here, cutie Lenny decided to change the subject and hesitantly asked him if he was dating anyone, and her face blushed. What a turn of events, the guy thought, and almost dropped his jaw on the way. This question completely confused him, especially since it was asked so directly. But then his thoughts were interrupted by evil tentacles that burst out of the ground. They scattered in different directions to avoid the unexpected attack. True, the hero was not so lucky. The long vine managed to wrap itself around his hand. And then the dendrodid, a forest dweller, appeared. And they were still too happy, thinking that the Seekers had cleared the way for them. Jinsen reached for his inventory. He would have to deal with the monsters himself. But then he was immediately attacked by another one from behind. 2 monsters in one place was too much. Luckily, Lenny managed to repel this attack, and they evened the score of saved lives. She moved so quickly that she cut through the wooden vines and struck the dendroid itself. More monsters appeared, and the girl cursed, "This jungle was very strange." Jinsen immediately told her that the pumped-up monster was a converted follower of Behemoth. Just like the dendroid, he became like that after a forbidden spell. The girl snorted and replied that he'd been caught out like a fool, and that he'd be better off slaying monsters instead of lecturing, and pressed herself against his back. Jin Sung smiled and claimed he'd simply let his guard down a bit. The trinity of freaks rushed at them simultaneously, their disgusting jaws wide open. But thanks to their coordinated work, the pair skillfully fought back, even though there were more enemies. Lenny was excellent at cutting up her opponents. After all, she was a knight, albeit a low-ranking one. So, having worked with his hands, he quickly figured everything out, complementing each other perfectly. True, the girl suddenly fell to the ground, no longer able to stand on her feet. Although she had scared him so much, it turned out that Lenny was simply tired and had twisted her ankle, so she asked him to help her up, feeling very embarrassed. But the hero mercilessly replied that, to tell the truth, he was dating someone, and she knew her. She immediately became upset. Although she tried not to show it, the hero extended his hand to the girl to help her stand up. Her palm was warm. They had agreed to meet her on the weekend. Had she forgotten? Jinsen said, and smiled tenderly at her. And then her heart began to flutter again, and the heat in her chest made it difficult to breathe. Some might have said it was just cheap sympathy, but the guy didn't think so. When cutie Lenny realized she was being teased, she pouted. Jinsen didn't care if his words could help the girl leave with pleasant memories, but she hit hard. After which she began to chase the guy to give him more, forgetting about her twisted leg. Thus the vastness of the ancient temple resounded with their ringing, cheerful voices. Towards evening they reached the main temple. Lenny continued to confidently break through the ranks of monsters, and Jinsen covered her. They walked along the only road to Lotus, where Captain One and his companions were supposed to pass. The Seeker's first destination is the White Knight, which appears after passing the goddess's temple, where they also receive weapons to fight the Lotus. Finally, the couple came across traces of Muse's skill, pierced by the body's magic bow. Lenny noticed some light and asked what was there. Jinsen enthusiastically grabbed the rare equipment. It was a beautiful magical armor, a trophy that Musa did not want to pick up. However, it immediately became clear that the object was sealed with magic and had a restrictive chain on it. The thing is that starting from a rare class, equipment has a magical seal, and if you press the button, it should open. But when the guy did this did not happen. Lenny was also surprised because she thought that only a magician could solve this problem. Sharon could help solve this problem, so the hero decided to leave it for later. But then they saw a lot of such objects. The equipment was simply scattered on the ground, and this sight horrified Jinsen. And then he realized that Muse had simply thrown her away as unnecessary. The guy himself had somehow wanted to complete the game with such a class, and after all, it was a difficult character. This meant he could take all the loot for himself, which is what he set about doing. The boss monster in the goddess's temple, Aldsor, was quickly destroyed and lay on the floor. The former servant, now turned into a monster, asked Isadora why they couldn't save the others who were their family. He looked at the monster with regret. If they were also turned, they would not be able to return to their families. Aldsor always sought the right path, the sorceress said. Just at this point in the timing, we managed to catch up with the main group. Lenny immediately wanted to intervene and call the captain, but the guy didn't allow her to do this. The area behind the pillar was in the player's field of view, so she had to be careful. Isadora told everyone to move on when the scene was completed. According to the guy's observations, there was no contamination so far. It was time for the final stage. The group went into the passage that opened after the boss room. As soon as he let go of Lenny, she rushed towards the captain with screams and then stumbled awkwardly. The girl frowned sweetly, and the guy regretted having witnessed such shameful clumsiness. However, then he came across the book that Lenny had tripped over, the Chronicles of Creation. The book predicted the fate of the apostles, but also of all of Arid. It was a very important subject in history. Before the guy had time to think about it, Lenny completely destroyed the object, taking out all her resentment on it for standing in her way. He called for her to stop, realizing with horror what she had done. The girl didn't even understand how important this book was. And then the voices of the group reached them. They heard rustling in the boss's room. Captain Vaughn returned to check everything, but found no one. He walked around everything several times and thought that he must have misheard. To keep Lenny from making a sound, the guy covered her mouth with his hand until the night captain left. But because the girl destroyed the Chronicles of Creation, Vaughn did not find them. and now the last part of the quest is not completed. If left as is, it would turn into pollution, a stupid bug, the guy thought, completely forgetting the situation they were in. But in Lenny's eyes, this was no ordinary scene at all, but a real rom-com. His face was so close that she could feel his breath on her skin. And when the guy removed his hand, she almost screamed again. The girl tried to break free, but the hero again asked her to be quiet. "Freeze," he whispered. So close that his lips almost touched her face, and the resistance suddenly weakened. But the guy tried to remember that important phrase that he had read several times in the torn book. The scene with the unexpected kiss dragged on, and the girl hurried the guy, but he told her to be patient because he was busy. One of them began to cry, or he became sad, the hero said, as he finished writing the first chapter of the Chronicles of the Creation of the World. He might not have been a genius, but he knew the book by heart, so he was glad he'd resolved the crisis so quickly, though he didn't even realize he'd created another. Lenny was already considering various ways to destroy someone who didn't understand the importance of the moment. Here Captain Vaughn walked down the corridor again and came across a strange book. So the delivery worked perfectly, and Jinsen was delighted. The captain read the first part of the creation legend and was delighted. He had never heard such a story. The story was not finished, and he decided to take it with him, and that was how it was from the beginning. It was strange to see Captain Vaughn so cheerful, and he was shouting so loudly as if he wanted to let people know that he had found this item. Lenny had also seen him like this for the first time. Even when they made a cutlet out of her in the dungeon, even when she argued with the vice captain, the girl whispered in a trembling voice. The commander had never been so angry before, and Jinsen asked her anxiously what she meant. The guy didn't know if the original captain was angry after reading this document. It was hard to tell because in the game he always had the same facial expression on the icon. But for now, it was clear that the line he was saying was exactly the same. But the map never appeared, meaning the bug and curse weren't over yet. Lenny cringed in fear. It would have been good to follow the group further, but instincts whispered the opposite, that it was dangerous to follow the captain. Jinsen wanted to say something to her, but then the ground shook under their feet. The searchers also became alarmed, not understanding what had suddenly started. The hippopotamus opened its huge mouth and roared deafeningly, causing a hurricane with one breath. The whale was in pain, and this was Lotus's doing, the hero realized. The lake's eyes became clouded with green ripples as the mind control gradually took hold of Behemoth. Jinsen also felt this pressure, as if someone wanted to get into his head. Suddenly, both the earthquake and the headache subsided. Experiencing them firsthand is no joke, and it was impossible to move on without a plan. Lenny felt the same feeling, and the guy told her that she needed to go back. The girl protested because the captain was there, but the hero objected that they should report to the Magician's Guild what he found out, although in truth he already knew everything. He pulled out the equivalent of a telephone in the magical world from his inventory, and the crystal on Sharon's table vibrated. This signal meant that a galley should be sent for them, and it would arrive soon. He recognized the Lotus's purpose, the boy said, trying to somehow explain his behavior, and in the meantime the whale began to move. Lenny was not allowed inside, and she stood at the door, although she heard everything perfectly well. "Mid-ocean," came Sharon's cry from inside the room. "There is a special sea above the sky." While Lotus usually lived in the water, now in the temple he could not use his full power. "And if you control the hippopotamus and direct it into the Middle Ocean, everything will work out," said Jinsen. During the investigation, he saw that Lotus's plan would succeed. "When the apostle regains all his power, he will destroy Arad," the boy said in the dark voice of a fortune-teller. It was a future that could not be changed, he declared, despite the fairy's protests. "There must be some way to defeat Lotus," the sorceress declared, grabbing him by the shoulders. "There really was one. She had to give him 100,000 gold," the guy said without a twinge of conscience, giving his face a pathetic look. When he left, Lenny wanted to get back to Behemoth as soon as possible. But the hero told her that first they needed to go somewhere. She didn't expect this at all. They were just walking along the embankment and eating ice cream. "We also wandered around the Hendon market where there was a ton of stuff." The girl thought he was just making fun of her, since they were just hanging around here while their friends were in danger. Luckily for the hero, there were no characters here who would want to talk to Lenny, since she usually never shows up in this part of the village. He reminded her that she herself had seen the power of the Lotus. They needed to prepare for the battle with the demon. The girl still didn't understand why they needed ice cream, and the guy replied that it was simply delicious. Then they came to the stall of Hannah, a cute little girl who sold everything. Lenny immediately liked her for her cuteness, and the hero asked the girl to find everything on the list. The little girl was surprised when she read it, but some of it was familiar to her. It would take all day to collect everything, so she suggested that they come back in the evening. Of course, they couldn't wait that long, Lenny exclaimed immediately. But the guy didn't argue with the little girl, he said. There was nothing he could do. We'll have to stay at the market until dinner, the guy added, and smiled softly. As he promised, he would treat her to dinner today, and the girl was forced to run after him. In fact, the note was a request to say those words, and not a shopping list. So they continued to spend the short time that remained to them carefree. At first, Lenny was embarrassed, but then she quickly forgot. His stupid laugh was too infectious to think about anything else at the moment. It's true that all the foolishness had to be paid for dearly. Afterwards, they just went out to have fun, doing all sorts of things. Lenny even won herself a pop toy 3 times in a marble game. It looked like she was really having fun and enjoying life at that moment. And Jinsen was glad that he helped do this, watching the girl with a smile on her face. Towards evening, they sat down on a bench to rest a little and have a snack. Lenny happily devoured the snack and even wanted to bring one to her youngest, but then the hero remembered that she also had a family. Her mother and younger sister lived in poverty, and it was out of a sense of responsibility for them that Lenny tried so hard to impress the captain and earn a promotion. The girl herself already understood that all this time the guy was just stalling for time. Captain Wan was a master of the sword. He did not need any help, and even if so, then certainly not from a newbie like her. She'd be lucky if she didn't die again when they returned to Behemoth. But whenever she thought about her family, she became terribly impatient without even realizing it. On this day, for the first time in a long time, Lenny was able to have fun without thinking about anything. She smiled charmingly and promised to remember this day forever. And the next time they could meet in the Delos Empire. These words made his heart clench. If we come back, let's go, the guy agreed. Lenny ran her hand through his unruly hair and pulled out a piece of paper. All she does is follow orders because the Iron Wolves don't retreat. At those moments, her face sparkled with happiness and warmth. The hero wanted to add that even death wouldn't stop them, but he buried those words deep inside. Night fell on Behemoth after a long, hard battle. The group came to the Temple of the White Knight, where, according to Isadora, there was a weapon that could defeat the Lotus. But the horror they saw didn't look like a weapon at all. The vice captain asked them what these strange eggs were. Inside each of them sat a disgusting abomination, a mutant. On closer inspection, they recognized this form, but it was too late. The monsters seemed to sense them and emerged from their cocoons, swiftly attacking with sharp claws and tentacles. The next day, a crowd of people gathered at the pier. The knights arrived with Ophelia and waited for news from the seeker on whom all hopes lay. Dan was the first to notice the ship returning and reported it. The first to descend the gangway was Muse next door, but she came alone. So naturally, Hearts had questions about where the others were and what had happened. The seeker silently showed him a sign, and Hearts' face darkened. Iron Wolf, a sign of the order that allowed one to summon a squad. Since this was Vaughn's order, everyone obeyed and raised their standards to the sky. At the same time, Jinsen was trying on new clothes after Sharon had removed the magic seal from him. His reputation had increased tenfold thanks to these things, and he himself had already reached level 27. This was great news, and the guy was delighted with his success. Suddenly, he noticed that all his equipment had disappeared, although his reputation remained the same. And then he realized that things had become invisible, although he didn't even feel their weight, deciding that it was because of Namir's blessing. Then, from outside, the familiar voices of the seeker and the singer were heard. It will take a couple of minutes and could save all of Arad, Iris said, and went inside. In her hands, she held a strange object similar to a bracelet and asked to trust her. This item was called a hyperjammer. This thing prevented the Lotus from taking control of the owner's mind. But it wasn't something that could be obtained so easily, and Jinsen remembered the ominous shadow that emanated from the singer. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this character was now under control, like someone's puppet. After some thought, the guy decided to leave everything as is. His task is to fix bugs, and not to change the part of the story that he doesn't like. It's just a game. Hearts was already waiting for the player at the pier so that he could go to Behemoth when ready. On this expedition, another warrior of the Order joined the squad. Her name was Lobato, and she fought with a heavy claymore. Finally, the story began. Thought the guy who had been watching everything from the side. After returning to Behemoth, they had 2 targets. The first was the central ruins where the Lotus itself was hiding, and the second, the ruins where the surviving temple disciples are hiding. Therefore, the expedition was divided into 2 groups. Muse and her companions will lead the survivors out of the shelter, and Jinsen will go with a squad of knights to the center to clear the way to the Lotus. The first wave of monsters was just a test of their strength. They quickly scattered from simple spells, but even against such opponents one had to expend stamina. Basically, they tried to destroy the converted at the approaches, so as not to have to fight in close combat. But the battle was still fierce. The mutant fanatics knew no fear. Jinsen also participated, breaking through the line of monsters with his skills. An opportunity to level up was never to be missed. He quickly pulled ahead but then turned around, realizing that no one was following him. Knight Dan was grabbed by a converted monster, and he cried out pitifully to be saved. After all, he was an ordinary novice of the Order. He probably would have died there, but the hero performed a blade dance and quickly destroyed the monster as if it were made of jelly. Fiona, watching him, was amazed by his abilities. Lenny told her about this guy. Dan thanked him for saving him, and the hero warned him that mental attacks would await them closer to the center. To endure them, you need to gather all your will into a fist. And he had prepared something for this, the hero said, but his eyes were covered with a veil. The world around disappeared, its outlines blurred as if in fog. Dan called him several times, but the guy didn't answer and stood there as if possessed. When Jinsen turned around, he saw a monster with many ugly tentacles in front of him. With a guttural voice, it ordered him to obey orders, become a servant, and give his life. As soon as he was mentioned, he immediately appeared, the eighth apostle, the long-legged lotus. He forced himself to calm down. On his home planet, Solaris Lotus controlled all life forms, but here he was weakened by the lack of water. Solaris, the demon heard in his thoughts, and in a creepy voice asked how he knew about this place. The demon didn't tell anyone about his homeland. The hero realized that things were bad, since Lotus was reading his thoughts. My head was splitting with pain, and the demon grabbed something that wasn't worth it. Jinsen, read Lotus, came from another world, a hero who considers everything that happens to be a setup. With all his might, the boy tried to move away from the demon's terrifying gaze so that he wouldn't learn anything unnecessary. But Lotus did not let him go, and pressed harder. He demanded answers to his questions. Its ugly mouth, full of sharp teeth, emitted a disgusting stench, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to resist the pressure. The demon saw everything, his world, and learned about the pollution, much more than he should have known. If he's so interested, then let him read, the guy decided and opened his mind, directing the demon to his memories. And the telepath couldn't stand the chaotic flow of memories of the many playthroughs of this game. It helped. The pressure on his mind eased, as if someone had released a vice. The flow passed to him, and this was his chance. The hero took out his sword and it glowed green, like that of a good Jedi. Like the demon, he came from another world, and could even pull him out of here, the guy said, but promised to kill himself if they tried to take possession of him again. Such arrogance from a lower life form greatly outraged the one who was used to commanding everyone. But the boy was not afraid of his menacing appearance. He knew that he would die anyway if he gave in. Then the hero asked the demon if he was the source of pollution. Lotus thought about his words. He had already seen it in the guy's head and understood the question. Among the apostles, there were those who spread the virus. One was called Delezi. The hero explained that it was not about biological contamination. The demon snorted contemptuously and declared that whatever it was, it had nothing to do with him. So the apostles don't know about this, the hero concluded, and the demon suddenly laughed, a sickening laugh. Lotus was amused by one point. Since Namir, a goddess and a transcendental being, cannot resolve the issue of pollution herself, it means that the being that spreads it can evade her gaze. And if such a one exists among the apostles, the demon chuckled again. Jinsen quickly remembered that one man was indeed capable of such a trick. Her name was Hilda, and her image was lost in the shadows of memories. To think that such a problematic person could be the cause of the pollution, the guy was indignant, but that wasn't certain yet. The demon was amused by how the boy was avoiding reality, and Jinsen thought that his thoughts were being read again, but Lotus had already seen everything on his face. Hilda, Shiroko, and Cassius, three of the apostles who could read minds, and the hero asked the demon if they were stronger than him. To which the formidable and arrogant demon simply exploded with anger, as soon as the pathetic man dared to compare him with others. The best Hilda can do is play with puppets, and Cassius is just a warrior with a sixth sense, Lotus shouted, and the boy was amazed at his reaction. Sirocco could still do something, but his abilities were incomplete and also couldn't be compared to his. Lotus was indignant and shook 1,000,000 of his tentacles. He is the great Lotus, the ruler of the seas. As soon as he returns to the sea, he will instantly snatch away even forgotten memories. The demon growled gutturally. Hilda couldn't read minds. She could weave intrigues and control others. If she could read minds directly, there would be no need for intrigue. At least with Iris, there was no need to worry about his thoughts being read. Jinsen wanted to ask something else, but the demon told him to be silent. Now it was his turn to ask, and he wanted to know what kind of strange box lived in his world. The demon couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he was locked in this box and not alone, but that many lower life forms were doing all sorts of things to him. The guy sighed heavily. Since the demon himself did not see the obvious, he needed to be told. In the near future, he will die at the hands of adventurers. 1,000,000, maybe even 1,000,000,000 times. Little men cannot decide his fate. Lotus exploded with anger. He wanted to tear the guy apart, trample him like a small bug. But suddenly, Lotus moderated his anger and said that now was not the time for games. Today he was lucky, but next time it won't be like that. The demon advised the pathetic little man to get out of this place. The guy didn't expect his opponent to give up so easily. Maybe because now was not the time for games, because the player started to act. Then he finally came to his senses and asked Fiona, who was standing nearby, how long he had been unconscious. Before she could answer, Dan rushed up to them and reported the problems. The adventurer has disappeared somewhere, and Lenny is now looking for her. An anxious feeling struck the guy with an electric shock from these words. Before Fiona could give the order, a white shadow flashed nearby. Now the hero understood why Lotus left his mind so quickly. At the moment, Muse's hyperjammer is not working, which means that Lotus himself is controlling her. And if she runs into Lenny, then there will be trouble, the hero thought with horror. He ran as fast as he could until his lungs burned out, but then he stopped, his thoughts weighing heavily on the earth. Should he save it? After all, his role was to eliminate pollution, so why would he create a deviation in history? Come to your senses, you should have been prepared for this. All this was done to let her go without regrets, the hero told himself when the space behind him cracked. With the sound of breaking glass, a deep crack appeared in the world, and light poured out from it. Muse was next door, and Iris came out of the gaming subspace, which was a very unexpected phenomenon for him. It's strange that the player wasn't under the influence of the Lotus. The hero didn't understand how it happened. Another character emerged from the space, a half-naked man with a sword and covered in scars. This made the whole scene even more strange. This was the first time Jin Sung had seen this character. But then he remembered the oriental clothes, the strange speech, the blade on the belt, one of the 4 masters of weapons, and the time traveler Sharon. It was a story from the future. At level 70, this character takes the Seeker and Iris with him to look back at the events of the past. In the game, Jinsen had been in similar dungeons with this concept, but he never thought he would see time travelers with his own eyes. Then a voice came from the direction of the main ruins, ordering the Seeker to stop. The guy recognized Lenny's voice without any difficulty, and Sharon told him to go there. He strictly ordered them not to touch anything in the past, because if the Time Lords found out about it, there would be trouble. But that doesn't concern Lenny, he said, and ominously reached for his sword. The hero became even more alarmed. These 3 weren't supposed to change anything. They just came to look. This must be a bug, the guy realized, remembering the normal course of history. Although I wasn't 100% sure, it seemed like the trio was planning to do something to Lenny. There was a way to deal with this. But first the Time Lord had to appear before Muse. Flashes from gunshots fell on the walls, leaving deep wounds in them. Lenny barely managed to dodge the high-speed charges that were aimed at her. But the demon-possessed Seeker pursued her with fanatical devotion. Sharon led his future group to the right place and told them to start when a shadow flashed over him. The swordsman reacted with lightning speed and repelled the sudden attack that left a green trail. A man wearing a mask of a disciple from the Temple of Behemoth attacked them, and Sharon thought that he was a servant of the apostle. At least they didn't recognize him. Jinsen realized that he was hiding under the mask. He had no idea what the trio from the future had planned, but it was dangerous to let them interfere with the process. Suddenly, his equipment also began to disappear just like last time, although he had put it on not through his inventory but as a disguise. Sharon didn't give the unknown enemy time to recover and attacked first, so the hero barely had time to parry the blow. If he gets caught, things will be bad, because the Time Lord might find out about him. But the swordsman didn't give the guy a chance to think properly. They crossed blades again. Here he noticed that the Muse was also aiming at him. He needed to react. He moved quickly past her, interrupting the shot. Sharon was very upset that he was forgotten right during the battle. But the hero used his close-range teleportation skill again. Then the guy prepared his powerful skill to at least somehow entertain the time travelers. This blow almost swept away his opponents like a hurricane. But then, completely unexpectedly for himself, he received a lute blow to the head from the singer Iris. She pinned him down with her hands and called to the Seeker and Sharon to move on. It was a window of opportunity. They didn't kill the guy, but moved further towards Lenny. And then Iris screamed that they had to save Lenny. This scream deeply stunned the hero. Seeker and Shiran ran to where Musa and Lenny were fighting to save her. But then Iris was pierced by a dagger. A blow to the back and her head was thrown back. Fiona and Night Dan finally caught up with Jinsen and just eliminated Iris. This confused everything even more. And the hero didn't know what to do about it now. They attacked Shiran and Musa from the future so quickly that the guy didn't even have time to say anything. The situation was strange. They should not have fought at all, much less taken the travelers for fanatics. Dan shouted at the hero not to stand still and to run to save Lenny. Somehow the whole story came back to him. Turning around, Jinsen saw how the shot broke Lenny's sword, and she began to fall. And the possessed Seeker was already loading her bow for the finishing shot. The future was about to change. The muse's pupils became clouded over, and her eyes became diamond-shaped like lotuses. Whether he had to save her or not, the hero was completely confused. And at that moment, another merciless shot whistled. She was lying on the ground, covered in cherry syrup. It was all part of the game scenario, but her frozen doll-like eyes looked too realistic and creepy, as if she wanted to say something but didn't have time. Fiona understood everything, and tears began to flow from her eyes. Even the knight's shoulders trembled with silent sobs. His heart was squeezed in a vice, no. Rather, it was torn from his chest with red-hot pincers, that's how he felt. Just a game. The words that everyone constantly told him sounded. Lenny's tragic death is an important part of the story. It is written into the script. At that moment, the veil of obsession fell from Muse's eyes. Because this episode includes the Seeker's hatred for the Apostles and for Lotus personally, this is the correct development of the story that came from the pen of the ruthless author. Pain was inevitable, and he allowed it to pass through him and reach the very depths to remain there forever. Cold rage boiled over him. He cursed those who forced him to kill Lenny with his own hands. Shiran and Muse lay side by side on the ground, lifeless, but then their image began to blur. And instead of them, he saw the masks of fanatics who had been turned by the demon. If they were fanatics, and their image was an illusion, but from what moment? Because he clearly saw how they came out of the rift. It turns out that everything that was in his memory, everything that he knew, was fake. Lotus dug into it thoroughly. Until now, this vile apostle was digging around in his head, the hero realized. The travelers from the future who supposedly wanted to save Lenny. It was all a game of the demon from the very beginning. Rage overwhelmed him. The guy no longer resisted this feeling. He entered the temple and summoned his enemy. The lotus was pollution, the hero realized. Too strong. Too vile. But it doesn't matter if he is torn to pieces. His eyes flashed with real malice. The battle was also raging in the main temple. The echo of the blows carried far and wide. Captain Vaughn had a hard time escaping from the multi-tentacled monster. This one was especially tough. Before this, they had only fought mutant puppets. But the main body of the lotus was holed up in the main temple, and 2 knights were not enough to hold it back. But despite this, they were masters of weapons, so they pressed hard on the demon. Everything could change at any moment. Vaughn saw a tentacle reaching out to him, and he couldn't do anything about it. But like all real heroes, the Muse came at the last moment. With a well-aimed shot, Muse saved his life, cutting off the slippery tentacle. Although she was late, she eventually arrived on time, and the knights were inspired. The demon realized that his trap had failed, since the adventurer was already here. And in horror, he remembered the scenario that had been written for him. To die at the hands of the Seeker. A stream of endless tentacles reached out towards her, and the Seeker had to quickly dodge. He felt that the demon began to move nervously, as if he was afraid of something. The Muse shot a volley of magic arrows at him at once. There were explosions, but then one of the tendrils grabbed her completely. The Lotus released a poison gas to get rid of the Seeker in one fell swoop. But she used her hot debut skill and freed herself from the capture, moving to the next cell. Vaughn liked this teleport trick and praised her. Then the battle raged with even greater ferocity. Musa jumped and attacked the demon with a powerful flash of another skill. This one had already caused the roof of the temple to collapse and crush the huge but soft carcass inside. The knights stopped and sighed in relief as the tentacles fell limply to the ground. The vice captain was glad that the Seeker had arrived on time, and Vaughn smugly declared that they would have managed anyway. No one noticed how something evil flashed under the rubble. And then everyone felt a blow of such force as had never been experienced before. His mental echo spread beyond the main temple, and even beyond the behemoth that soared peacefully in the night sky. The knights and the Seeker fell to the ground in pain. Vaughn bit his hand to keep from giving in to the voice inside him, but it didn't help. They were all turned under his control, and their eyes were clouded with blue. The lotus rejoiced and laughed maliciously. Now he was in control of his own destiny. Was it fun? The hero asked, looking straight into the demon's disgusting saucer-like eyes. It's time to die, he said with such composure that even the monster felt terrified. For a time, he lost control of his new puppets. The saucer-like eyes, each the size of a house, stared in shock at the pathetic man who could not be controlled. He continued to move, and the demon did not understand why. One tentacle moved, and he again tried to regain control of the hero. But this time, too, nothing worked, as if the guy was protected by some kind of barrier. Here, the hero threw some kind of vial and smashed it on the demon's ugly head. "Try to read my mind if you can," Jensen suggested to him. The demon began to rummage through the guy's memories, which he had received earlier, and saw how he bought something before the mission. A resistance potion, Lotus guessed, his voice shaking. This potion was prepared to order at Hannah's shop, and it was made on the principle of a hyper-seeker jammer, preventing hallucinations, brainwashing, but did not block mind reading. In the depths of the temple, Lotus began to angrily shake its tentacles again. All these were stupid tricks, he shouted. He smugly stated that even without brainwashing, he had many ways to cause harm. Jensen angrily shouted at the demon to shut up already. He was too tired with his screams. It was time to die. And then the mighty apostle, one of the 12 terrible demons, fled from the temple. The guy chased him and chopped at the damned tentacles with a green sword. Using his movement technique, the hero easily dodged the tentacles and was able to get close to the mollusk's fat head. But the overly nimble shoot still managed to get him and press him firmly to the ground. "It's no use," Lotus growled. He had already read all the guy's moves in his mind and knew that the fifth combo was the strongest, but it no longer worked on him. How to fight someone who can read all thoughts? And then the hero unleashed a very powerful attack with dark power, and he himself immediately moved in space. Another skill combined 2 cross-shaped slashes which he brought down from above. The demon desperately thought about what else the man would do, because the pathetic enemy attacked even knowing that he would be read. Since Lotus read his thoughts, he needed to attack so quickly that he simply didn't have time to react. Lotus was so used to relying on his telepathic abilities that he simply waited for hints, completely handing over the initiative to the guy. The next attack will be from behind, the demon read, and was already anticipating his success. He turned around and swung his tentacle at the guy, trying to kill him. But it only cut through the cold night sky. A sharp, bright blade pierced the demon from the front. Lotus again read the direction of attack in the guy's thoughts and struck ahead. But this time he also miscalculated. The attack came from a completely different direction. So the guy attacks in the opposite direction he's thinking about, the monster realized. He looked into the hero's thoughts again, but saw only strange symbols there that could not be deciphered. Now his main ability was completely useless. On the contrary, it even prevented him from thinking. The guy confidently took advantage of this confusion to cut off a couple more tentacles. But there were too many of them, and as soon as he moved again, a whip as heavy as a tree trunk flew straight into his face. He felt his bones crack from the impact and a wave of pain spread through his body. The demon already understood that these signs meant commands, and now he knew them. Something like skill-linked spells. The skill is activated not by its name, but by remembering the combination. The direction of the commands and the actual action were different. And this misled Lotus. But now he had learned everything. While the pathetic life form was running around, the demon had studied all the memories. Just as the hero wanted to get to his feet, he received another slap in the face, as if from a giant whip. Here Lotus remembered all his boasting. Where was the death that the pathetic man had spoken of? Jensen was barely breathing. "Why be angry about that girl when you yourself left her to die?" said the demon and laughed. His mockery made the hero forget about pain and fear. Hatred displaced them. He tore from his place and jumped straight into the mouth of the ugly monster. And then the sharp claw at the end of the tentacle pierced his chest. "What a fool," said Lotus, admiring his work. Suddenly, as if possessed, his toy broke free from the hook and rushed towards him. The demon didn't understand anything because he clearly felt how he pierced the man. Again tricks. All the tentacles on his body began to move. Lotus was tearing and throwing. But the enemy kept getting closer, completely ignoring his attacks and remaining alive. The demon felt threatened. It was necessary to find out what was going on as quickly as possible. Somewhere deep inside his memory there must be a memory of this plan. The demon was still rummaging among the images when he saw the light. And then he began to read the properties of the hero skills. The uppercut, which was defined as armor piercing, and the jump, in the description of which it was stated as invincible. It was complete nonsense, absurd. The monster couldn't understand how someone could be so strong. Meanwhile, the hero quickly reduced the number of tentacles. Lotus shuddered with his whole ugly and fat body. "It was impossible," he screamed. "What kind of armor-piercing and invincible thing is this?" He was indignant when the guy jumped again. He jumped and appeared right in front of the demon's big-eyed head. What a surprise. "Stop," whispered the ugly head, frozen in horror before the light of the green sword. He still didn't know if he had done the right thing, but now there was no turning back. All he could do was atone for his guilt so that her death would not be in vain. And to destroy all the apostles, darkness enveloped the hero. Everything that was in his soul he poured out into this blow. The sword in his hand transformed, stretching in length and taking on the shape and texture of burnt charcoal. It was like a tectonic shift or a comet falling. The full force of the destructive darkness fell upon the monster, grinding it into mincemeat. A dark slit of unprecedented length divided the world into before and after. It bit into the ground and tore through the veil of rainy low clouds, leaving behind a deep canyon. Jinsen looked at the sky, clear as her eyes. He did everything he could and even more, all to say goodbye to Lenny. The clouds closed in again, raining down upon them all the tears of the world, as if the sky knew of their bitterness. Even after such a blow, the monster was still moving its appendages. Streams of cherry syrup, mixed with entrails, were flowing from under it. It was dying. The system, the setting, the plot, all this time he was a puppet of the script, Lotus belatedly realized. But shouldn't the Seeker kill him for the story to continue? He asked the hero. He is no different from him. He is also a puppet that chases pollution. The demon laughed with a broken mouth. But the sword is already raised above him. One swing and it's all over. As soon as the spell wore off, the Seeker and the other characters woke up. Vaughn found the Seeker next to him. She was still in standby mode. The knights thought that perhaps the girl had woken up earlier and was fighting Lotus alone. Then they saw a tectonic fault and were even more amazed. And while they praised her for her good work and admired her, the real hero licked his wounds, exposing his body to the cold streams of rain. Unfortunately, not all wounds could be healed. Later the knights returned to the forward camp. The galley should arrive soon. The Lotus was indeed defeated, and everyone felt relieved after the hard battle. Everyone was happy that the Seeker appeared in time and saved the mission. But the general joy of victory was diluted by an oppressive sense of loss. Not all the knights emerged from this battle alive. Dan wrapped the girl's body in a shroud. Jinsen did not come out of hiding, but simply observed everything from the side. Lenny and the other fallen were laid out side by side so that each could be honored. The young novice of the order was knighted, as she wished, posthumously. Captain Vaughn ordered everyone to celebrate the victory, and they would mourn the fallen later. Not everyone could so easily cast aside grief for their fallen comrades. Lobato asked Vaughn if he didn't feel sorry for them. The captain responded harshly. To pity those who fell means to insult those who were able to survive and defend their honor as iron wolves. Jinsen had heard this phrase many times, even though the captain said it to his knights. At that moment, the hero felt like they were talking to him. He grabbed his head and grumbled in the gloomy atmosphere because they killed an entire apostle. To ease his anxiety a little, the captain decided to examine the body of the dead demon again, in case he had somehow miraculously survived and was trying to escape. Only Jinsen knew that this was a lie. The captain's real goal was to absorb the power of the Lotus and take the ring with him, with its help to create a terrifying weapon. This is the correct course of history that he, as a hero, must protect. So there was no point in interfering further. Whatever this led to, he had his own path, neither good nor evil. He was the guardian of order, and he had to be impartial. But for now, they drifted slowly in the air, together with Behemoth. This is where the Behemoth arc came to an end. The servants' masks were truly terrifying, but they had terrible visibility. You couldn't see anything even through 3 pairs of eyes, Sharon said. Jinsen didn't think that she would look at the various equipment that he took with him with such enthusiasm. Some items used to exist, but then ceased to be equipment available to players. Thanks to them, the guy learned 2 facts. Firstly, he could get things that were no longer in production, and secondly, in order to use this item, it must be personally snatched from the clutches of a dead monster. He could not get other trophies. Sharon assessed the items and asked if he had brought anything else, slamming her mask on the table. A strange noise echoed throughout the guild. Jinsen crouched down next to her and asked the fairy not to make any more noise. The potions had helped him recover, but he still felt pain. It was all because of the armor-piercing effect, so there were complications after using it. The guy couldn't tell the truth to the sorceress that he himself was fighting the Lotus, and not the Seeker. In any case, it was officially believed that the apostle had been conquered by the muse. Of course, the guy had concerns about the guardians of time, but in the end, the card fell out of the monster, which means the bug was fixed. He also told Sharon not to worry about him, but the fairy didn't miss the changes in the guy's soul. Before, he seemed like an ordinary swindler who could only talk, but now he began to look more important. Then the fairy summoned a scroll that looked like a contract. Since the hero had performed so well, Sharon decided to officially hire him into the Mages Guild. The hero signed his name and wanted payment in advance, and Sharon placed a heavy purse of coins on the table. At this, the guy immediately stood up from his seat, and the surprised fairy asked him where he was going. The hero replied that he had to check something and would return in a couple of days. The fairy was surprised that he was not planning to run away with the money, but the hero smiled and replied that there was nothing to worry about. He had a good reason to work hard, and so he set off on a long journey to new lands. But unfortunately, the road to Elvin's guardian village was destroyed by the rains, so he immediately returned to the guild. The guy told Sharon that he wasn't going into the forest itself, but that he had business with Lunas. She was already thinking about chartering a ship to get there. Then Sharon handed him a bottle containing a strange, cloudy-colored potion. But the hero didn't know what this unusual liquid was. Just as the fairy wanted to explain its principle to him, the guy had already poured the contents into himself. The thing turned out to be strong, so it immediately hit him in the head, and he immediately fell to the ground. However, as soon as he looked around, he realized that he was right in the village of Elvin's guardians. It's amazing that a teleportation potion existed. Usually these things have a level limit and are yellow in color, the guy thought when he saw the master blacksmith at work. Lunas was glad to see him. Everything was fine with him. Although now since Syria left, he patted the guy on the shoulder and asked how his friend was. Although we were talking about the little lie that the guy made up to get into the first city, Lenny came to mind. "There's no need to worry about that," he answered the master in a cracked voice. Lunas immediately realized that the guy clearly didn't come to chat, and was surprised that he wanted to get the sword. The blacksmith had already given him a good blade, and the hero again had to lie that the sword had been stolen. To make the sword, raw materials were needed, and Jinsen took the material out of his inventory and threw it in the master's face. The guy didn't mean for it to happen, but the material had shrunk a lot in the inventory and was still falling out of it. When Lunas saw something bubbling in front of him, he immediately cursed and asked what the hell it was. "The severed tentacles of the lotus," the boy explained cheerfully, but the blacksmith still couldn't understand why the hell they brought them here. The hero wanted to make a blade out of these tentacles, which Lotus used as a weapon, although the master still protested and said that this was complete nonsense. Then the guy pretended to resign himself. What could he do? He understood everything. "Perhaps a better blacksmith is needed," he said with emphasis, causing Lunas to shrink. He immediately began to crush the slippery squid with his hammer and declared that he would not refuse the job. This is how, thanks to a little provocation, we managed to attract an experienced master to the case. Be it an octopus or a squid, Lunas promised to finish it in a week, and the guy decided to buy potions at the market with his remaining funds. And only then did it dawn on him that he had gotten here with the help of a teleportation potion. He was very lucky when an indignant Sharon appeared nearby and began grumbling that he needed to listen to the explanation until the end. "Before drinking this potion, you need to think about where you want to go." He was lucky that he thought about the right place before that. She thought that he would immediately return to the guild, but the hero asked why the potion was not yellow, as he thought. This question greatly offended the sorceress, who was proud of her skills. Her personally made potions were no match for the crafts sold at the market, and she threatened to send him running on foot for disrespect. Luckily, we managed to calm her anger upon returning to the guild. She showed the guy the room. Now it was his quarters, with a bed and a window. Even though, according to Sharon, the place was a bit empty because it had been prepared in a hurry, the guy really liked this home. Then one of the guild servants brought an item packed in a tight package. The guy thought it was a gift for him and became completely embarrassed. But inside the package there was a large sign with an inscription. The guy asked what it was, and the fairy said that it was the name of his position. "The Emergency Response Committee." The guy read and was horrified by her old womanish taste for long, meaningless abbreviations. Everything was decided, so the hero had no choice but to accept it. From that moment on, he was the head of a new department in the guild. He was obliged to follow the terms of the contract, report upcoming threats, and Sharon, for her part, would provide him with comfort and everything he needed. There were many upcoming threats. According to the plot, the transfer of the second apostle awaited them. Transference, a phenomenon where things or beings disappear from one dimension and appear in another, has been the root cause of many troubles, and its nature has never been fully understood. No one knew whether it was a natural force or someone's malicious intent. Although nothing was known about the reasons for the apostles' transfer, Hilda was definitely behind it all. Her power allowed her to transfer even demons to their world. And Hilda has one goal: to bring the chronicles of the creation of the world into reality. According to the prophecy, she forces the Seekers to kill the apostles one by one, and will even sacrifice all of Arad to resurrect the demon world. This character believed in the prophecy like a crazy fanatic, but she had more than enough strength. If Hilda was the cause of the pollution, the guy, at level 31, was no match for her. So now he had to focus on the classic plot development, to become stronger. Then the guy asked Sharon to prepare some healing potions for him too. He needed a potion that could cure the rotten energy that increases the chance of dying from something terrible called the plague. As soon as Sharon heard about this, she immediately jumped up from her seat and asked when this disaster would begin, and where. Alproira? The kingdom of Fennis? The guy answered. As soon as she heard this name, she became even more alarmed. It was in that city, built underground, where her fellow dark elves and representatives of other races could take refuge. And everything has already begun, said the hero, and asked for forgiveness. An ominous force has already penetrated this city. The dark elf warriors asked the elder to take cover quickly. Many had already fallen to the plague, and the infection continued to spread, turning people into mutants. The elder blamed the vile people for deciding to attack their kingdom in this way, and promised to take revenge. He ordered the concentration of troops on the city's border. This meant readiness for war, and raising the banners, the army of dark elves stood in formation. Jinsen returned to Lunice's village and watched him hammer day and night, and so he forged until he created a truly monstrous blade, which could hardly even be called a blade. Tentacle Thorn. An artifact discontinued, exactly what he wanted. In addition, Lunice made a template, a mask for pouring, although he did not know what it was for. This funny form was able to change the weapon, its appearance to an imitation, and the blacksmith asked the guy how he would use it. He grinned and replied that he would earn a little money. Meanwhile, the players lived their idle lives as ordinary users. So the player, Clever, was walking around bored. He had already completed all the daily quests, all the raids, and now he didn't know what to do. When suddenly I heard an announcement in the general chat about the sale of a unique skin, a level 35 tentacle spike, a unique form from the boss. Suddenly the guy himself heard a voice in his head that addressed him through a personal connection, which made him shudder. He still couldn't get used to the fact that he felt communication as telepathy. The smart one asked him how he was doing. The guy twitched and told the player not to do that, but to say it to his face if he had something to say. From the outside, it seemed like a ghost had possessed him, the way he was talking to himself. The quick-witted one asked where the tentacle came from, since it was worth 8 million gold. And Jinsen replied that he was from the village of Elven's Guardians. But then the connection was cut off, and when the guy turned around, a dog's head stood above him, taller than him. It turned out that it was the clever one himself who put on a different skin. More precisely, it was a completely different avatar. In the game, it's normal to have several characters on one account with different classes. The clever one's weapon had a pink aura, indicating that it had been upgraded, adding 13 ranks of power, the player said. This was a lot, because usually the enhancement ended at 12 points, which meant the price of this weapon was simply exorbitant. For the main character, such investments were understandable, but the player stated that this was not the main character. He was just interested in taking this class, and he bought the weapon because it was pretty pink. Realizing that his interlocutor was a crazy gamer, the guy decided to quickly sell the tentacle skin. He received a handful of gold coins from the dog's paws as payment, after which the paw in the player's hand turned into a pink tentacle. The tentacle sword was to the savvy's liking, especially with the pink sharpening. As a token of gratitude, the guy even received a small gift right in his face. He immediately realized that it was the egg of creation, whose polished surface was mirror clear. Creations are companion creatures similar to beasts from the dungeon, from simply cute ones to those who possessed powerful abilities. The variety is countless. From the very beginning, the hero wanted to get the egg of creation, and for this he decided to earn money. Even though the clever one was an eccentric, he made an excellent gift. This is a special one, it will suit him just right, said the player. And when the egg opened, a baby lotus fell out. As soon as Jinsen read the description, he threw the unfortunate pet away with all his anger. The poor mollusk was spread out around a nearby tree. The quick-witted man smiled like a puppy. He immediately realized his friend liked the gift. Where did all this concern come from? The hero asked. Of course, the pet was not guilty of anything. It just looked like a terrible demon. Maybe the hero should eat it. The quick-witted one was amused that the guy was talking to his pet, and he again invited him to join the guild. But the hero couldn't afford this. It increased the risk of revealing his identity. The player still didn't understand why, and said that the guild was closed and everything else was just rumors. Here the guy thought about what kind of guild they were offering him. After all, he was aware of their rating. But in the end, he still refused and simply returned to the Magician's Guild. When he went inside, Mrs. Sharon was not there. She left a note in the office. The dark elf did not want to believe his words, but they turned out to be true. She received a message that a deadly infection was spreading in her homeland of Fennis, a plague that was causing the dead to come back to life and become terrible monsters. What is even more terrifying is that the elves took this infection for the machinations of people against them. In this regard, dark clouds are looming on the border between the two countries in the Alprera Mountains, and if things continue as they are, war will break out. Before the crisis occurred, the queen asked the seekers to investigate the matter, and fortunately, a cure for the plague was found quite quickly. That's why Sharon and the alchemist Lawton went to the Alprera Mountains to quickly create the medicine according to the recipe, and that's why the elf left him a letter, since he had been absent from the guild for a long time. The seeker had already started the quest, which meant the guy also needed to get to these mountains as soon as possible. But when he opened the office doors, a cute girl with ash-blonde hair appeared before him. Ceres, after the quest in the Heavenly Tower, she also lived in the Magician's Guild, the hero remembered. The girl remembered him, and the hero decided to pretend that they were meeting for the first time, simply introduced himself and said that he also lived here. Someone passed by. They were discussing the latest events in the coming war. The mages did not understand why the investigation was entrusted to an adventurer seeker, about whom nothing was known. How could one trust a simple vagabond? Syria immediately intervened in their conversation. She believed the seeker, because he saved her in the village of Elvin's guardians. Of course they had heard about it, but killing a couple of goblins was one thing, and war was something else entirely. Syria still believed in the seeker, while others mocked her, considering her a simpleton. The guy wanted to stand up for her, but she managed on her own, rejecting all the laughter. The girl could only protect everyone by giving a blessing to everyone, and she smiled so sweetly and charmingly. This made everyone feel completely unarmed by her light. It was as if a saint or a real goddess was in front of them. The acolyte mages immediately began to treat the girl more respectfully, and the hero decided that this was a good opportunity to escape. We had to walk across a scorched wasteland where only charred tree trunks stuck out, leaving traces in a thick layer of ash. And so the hero reached the border between the two countries, Mount Alprera. Lawton Maximog moved his short arms briskly and called out to Sharon, saying he had solved the problem. They were so lucky that they were able to find the cure, and Sharon brought enough raw materials, so now they could do everything. Then the alchemist asked the elf in surprise how she had managed to prepare so quickly, and a shadow loomed behind her. When she turned around, she almost said goodbye to her life from fear. But the hero simply said that he also came to help. Sharon screamed, "What nonsense is this?" And the guy admitted that he hadn't yet come up with a name for the pet. But they decided to leave these disputes for later. The elf said that they had a lot of their own problems, but the seeker was nowhere to be seen. All because the road to the kingdom of the elves was blocked by the walking dead, so the seeker went there first to clear the way. As the hero thought, the story had already begun to develop, and the first dungeon had already been cleared. This means that the seeker is now already in the underground tomb of the ancient hero, the place where the elven warrior Rungle sleeps. Under the influence of the plague, he will also rise from his grave, and until the infection stops, he will become an important assistant. If there is a bug at this stage of the quest, it will affect Rungle. Then the hero asked Sharon for medicine and said that he would join the investigation. She was surprised that he was ready to go alone. Even if he was a seer, it was difficult to find a way out of the labyrinth. But she gave him the bottle of medicine. The guy smiled and, taking the test tube in his teeth, said not to worry about him because he knew the way. The dungeon was filled with a stench and deadly plague spores. There were countless monsters of different types and shapes here. A real dance of bones. Jinsen fought his way through their endless hordes alone as best he could. His tentacle sword proved itself to be excellent in action. It could extend and pierce strong enemies. Besides, these ghouls were no match for him after the attack power increased to 400. So for the first time, he had fun heartily cutting up monsters into cabbage. I was especially pleased with the flexibility of the new weapon and its impressive range. It was part of a special ability to summon a lotus tentacle, though the chances weren't great, 1 hit out of 50. And so on the battlefield there remained only the remains of the enemy, and deep ruts in the ground. There were two reasons why the plague was spreading in the mountains. The first was the apostles' energy, which turned people into monsters, and the second was the black dragon's energy, which raised the dead. The dark elves were unlucky to encounter an apostle and a black dragon, the boy thought, when he saw his lucky pet cleaning his weapon. Here the hero noticed that he had reached the pillars marking the boss's room. This means that without any doubt this is Rungel's tomb. But when the hero went inside, he discovered that the coffin was broken and its occupant had gone somewhere. The speed of the clearing was very high. The guy realized with alarm that he would not have time. But on the other hand, there was no penalty from the Time Lord either, meaning there were no bugs here. Since Rungel wasn't a bug, we need to go somewhere else. Alprera's monster boss, the black dragon that resurrects the dead, Spiradzi, was the next candidate. What also surprised the hero was that the great elven warrior lay in a rather modest grave, and there wasn't even anything valuable in it. Some rotten stuff and a couple of coins, the guy thought, while the mollusk helped him collect everything in his inventory. Meanwhile, the Seeker, accompanied by his companion, reached the entrance to the foothills, the capital of the elves. They are completely surrounded. We need to be careful, Rungel warned the Seeker named Alt 6453 with the Blade class. They were met by Elder Saffron, the chief representative of the entire Elven Kingdom, and he was not very happy with the uninvited guests. Since they had made a road through the infected area, it meant that the Elven army could now use it, the Elder declared, and he thanked them for saving him from difficulties. Hundreds of archers took aim at the Seeker, drawing their bows. Then Rungel stepped forward and said that it was not time for war with people. He asked to at least listen to the Seeker. After all, this is what the one who killed the Dragon of Horror, Hydragar, and the one who completed the 7 tasks of the Goddess of Vengeance asks for, said the ancient Voni. His name was Rungel. He introduced himself, showing everyone his majestic appearance. The Elder indignantly declared that this could not be, but he was ordered to stop. Queen Maya herself came here and recognized the appearance of the ancient hero described in legends. Saffron still saw the tricks of people in everything, but the queen objected that people could not control either the plague or the fallen hero. Here, their thoughts and arguments were interrupted by a messenger who immediately reported the problems. He apparently completely forgot what happens to bearers of bad news, but it's all out of fear. Before he could name the problem itself, it had already appeared before them, and everyone felt an earthquake. The black dragon broke the seal and broke free, destroying everything in its path. While Jinsen was running through the elf cemetery, he also felt tremors underground, and immediately realized that Spiradzi had been resurrected. This means that the Seeker Rungel and the Dark Elves will go to fight him in the last dungeon of these mountains. But then the hero's path was blocked by new hordes of insane monsters. He had no time for them at all, the guy said irritably. Meanwhile, the dragon had already emerged and came face to face with the Seeker Alt. She was quite skilled, being able to dodge his heavy paw strikes, and she even struck several times with a backhand while retreating, but only touched the steel chains. Then the dragon, enraged by such meanness, burped green flame. But the Seeker quickly closed in on him and struck him with her skill. The elves had already rejoiced that the dragon was defeated so easily. But before Alt had time to come to her senses, a huge clawed paw reached out towards her. She missed this blow and went like a bullet straight into the rock. The dragon gnashed its ugly mouth with glee. Its body was immortal and could repair damage. Seeing this, the Dark Elves immediately lost heart. Their moral stability and discipline were poor. Alt had barely gotten to her feet when she was attacked by the dragon's paw again. But she was lucky. Rungel protected her from the blow and said that he was glad to be there. Thanks to her, he was able to see his relatives after so many years, and this was the last thing he could do for them. At this time, Jinsen had just reached the boss room with the dragon tomb. As soon as he approached her, a bright light poured out of the door. A beam of light struck the giant monster's chest, causing it to recoil. Rungel's power tore a hole through the dragon, but the elf himself turned to ashes. "This is her chance," he said at last, and the Seeker looked thoughtfully at his fiery trail. Before the dragon could recover, Alt hit it with a huge explosion skill. "No, buddies," said the monster, whose body was left with bright furrows. But then he fell to the ground, cut into many pieces, frozen in an epic pose so that everyone could admire the awesomeness of this character. The elves were amazed that she was able to defeat the dragon, which never revived. Then they, who had not made the slightest contribution to the battle, began to rejoice louder than the others. Jinsen only managed to run up to it before everything ended again without him, and he even began to doubt whether he was the main character in this story. On this map, you can see the path of the hero and other characters. The foothills were the capital of the Dark Elves' kingdom. After the fight with the dragon, they arrived there. The undead disappeared, but the plague continued to spread, Saffron reported. Nothing could convince the elder that this was not a human plan. He continued to repeat the same thing. The queen was getting quite fed up with all this and told him to stop grumbling already. It was people who were able to call upon Rungle and stop the plague, she said. Then the elder showed her the antidote that the people gave. Was it all a coincidence? He asked. Saffron offered a simpler path, but the queen did not agree, realizing that even 9 centuries of life would not help him stand on her side. The innocence of the people made everything more difficult, the queen said, because it meant that an unknown enemy was behind their misfortune. It would have been strange to tell the seeker that he'd risked his life to save them from the dragon, and even brought an antidote, but they wouldn't drink it because they didn't trust her. Instead, they sent her to Neuerfur, the city where the plague began. She still has to return from there alive, because who knows what this city hides. The 6th apostle of the plague Deleuze, ancient damned evil in its purest form. He was the cause of the plague in the land of the elves, but now Jinsen was worried about something else. He passed through the region of Ophelia, and the corruption still did not appear. This was the first time that corruption did not appear, and after all, the arc of the disease was not yet over. It was strange to talk about this world and the concept of the script, and the guy felt a little uneasy about what was happening. So he passed through the cave and finally reached open ground. The first thing he saw was a grinning dead man. Judging by his appearance, he had been lying there for a short time. Many gnomes lay next to the broken altar, so the hero realized that he had arrived where he needed to. This dungeon was called the Altar of the Tyrant King. On the way to the city of the elves, there lived dwarves. They didn't look very good-natured. According to the story, the elves really wanted to capture their hometown, but the dwarves refused to leave it, even despite their illness. Although the dwarves were intelligent, they were not inclined to communicate. They perceived all strangers as enemies and attacked without hesitation. That's why they are considered monsters of this dungeon. Usually this place is full of gnomes, but it seems that the Seeker dealt with them all. In order to catch up with her, Jinsen used the quick step skill and sped up. Along the way, I decided to give my pet a name. Since he reminded me of Takoyaki, I decided to call him Taki now. When the hero entered another cave, he froze in amazement and blinding light. Before him was the dwarves' treasury, the reason they had not left their city, a veritable tunnel of gold. Jinsen forgot that there was such a place here and stared with all his might. Once he could touch the gold, he immediately began to place it in bars into the inventory. Now he and Tako are rich, the guy shouted, rejoicing at his luck. And he began to throw everything into the box at double speed. Gold, jewelry, stones. And so he lay on a pile of gold and was so happy that he even forgot why he needed to go somewhere. It would have been possible to simply live here carefree, the hero thought. And then in the depths of his soul a dark octopus of memories stirred, which once and for all deprived him of this serene feeling. Lenny left her mark. Tired of lying down, he jumped up from his place as if wound up. Suddenly, I heard a scream behind me and turned around. Seeker Alt was having a great time with the dwarves, tearing them apart because they didn't want to part with their gold. Minette, an elf who maintained neutrality between the light and dark sides, walked with her. Seeing the pile of gold, she realized the dwarves had been mining it in secret. It was incredible, but now was not the time to be surprised, said Minette, and led the seeker further. The guy knew that Elder Saffron had assigned Meyer to watch over the adventurers, so she was just a character. He realized that the girls came by a different route and went after them. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet opened up as if its mouth had been ripped open, and the guy fell into the abyss along with a rain of gold coins. Meanwhile, a terrible beast shrouded in darkness walked through the city. He tried to remember where he was and who he was, but an unknown force seemed to be pulling his strings. And then he remembered that he had been taken under control, and the apostle growled angrily. "This planet will rot anyway, Hilda," the demon growled. In the meantime, he dissolved into a black shadow on the streets of the infected city. "He is but an illusion of disease," the demon whispered, "an entity of destruction," when the seeker appeared beside him. "The lands that are shrouded in his spirit are doomed to death," the apostle of the plague Deleuze whispered angrily, after which he dissolved into an elusive shadow in the air and disappeared. Having achieved nothing, the seeker returned to the elf queen and told her how it all happened. Now Saffron understood the reason for the recent events, and the queen thoughtfully repeated the apostle's name. Everything was as the fortune-teller said. Then the singer Iris came out on stage in front of them. She was here to resolve all the conflicts between elves and humans, so they could trust her. What they saw was only a fraction of the apostle's power. Deleuze destroyed everything he touched. They must destroy him for the good of Arad. After all misunderstandings were cleared up, humans and elves formed an alliance. The Seeker left the kingdom and went in search of the Plague Apostle in the northern region of the Principality of Hendenmeyer. Hendenmeyer was a formidable green city protected by a vast magical dome. People fought on its border to keep the plague monsters out of the city, but their forces melted away like snow because there were too many enemies. Then, a sorceress named Michelle came to the rescue. She fired a volley of some kind of magical bugs at the monsters. Other residents who built this city also joined her and were therefore ready to fight to the death for it. Because they were born special, they were cast out and nicknamed ciphers. And this city became the only place where they could live. So if the exiles lost it, they would become nothing. They became victims of a terrible disease that turned people into monsters and drove them mad. Now the defenders were doing everything possible to resist the infection, but they didn't know how much longer they could hold out. Then Michelle felt that someone had broken through their curtain and rushed there. She found the breakthrough site, but didn't see any monsters there. And then, to her surprise, she discovered the man who had dealt with the enemies. Jinsen almost died falling into the golden tunnel. But fortunately, he was saved by a giant tentacle. But when he emerged from the mine, the storyline in this city had already ended. With the help of the teleportation potion, he managed to buy himself some time. Unlike the Foot Seeker, the guy still had a couple of days left. Green City was the first part of the quest. It looks like this time the hero started at the perfect moment. He was glad that this time he wouldn't have to run after anyone. When he heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw a green-haired girl and recognized her as Michelle Monaghan from the Ciphers. She warned him of the danger, saying that a disease was circulating there, and the guy admitted that he was looking for a cure for it. But having said this, he thought that it was unlikely that Michelle would believe him, because she didn't trust strangers. Usually she even drove the Seeker away. But then she unexpectedly accepted his help and thanked him for being there. To say that Jinsen was discouraged would be an understatement. The girl asked him to tell her the right way, since he was able to get here in one piece. And then the guy pointed a tentacle sword at her and asked her why she needed it. Then the hero made a creepy face and declared that he had come here to hunt ciphers. In fact, he had already sensed the bug and rushed past the defender girl. Michelle can't ask a stranger for help, and if a seeker comes here, the plot won't move forward. So he cursed dirty at the innocent, sweet girl to get her in the right mood. All this sickness is their fault. Since they've gathered together, he can kill all the ciphers, the hero said angrily. He hoped to convince Michelle that the aliens were evil. The guy achieved his goal and thoroughly angered the girl, so she began furiously throwing spells in all directions. True, at that very moment he realized that he had brought trouble upon himself. Before they collided, powerful blows were heard from the other side of the barrier. Seeker Alt, using her signature blade skills, tore through the monsters. Michelle became even more angry because the city had become like a public thoroughfare, where whoever wanted to could come and whoever wanted to go. Jinsen feigned disappointment and said that the Seekers are very strong and come to the aid of everyone, be it a cipher or an elf. Taking advantage of the moment, he said that he was leaving and wished the girl to keep watch. Then the Seeker and her guide, the poisonous Queen Louise, a very extravagant person, approached Michelle. They wanted to get help from the girl, but Michelle refused them. She was not in the mood to chat with strangers right now. The hero sighed with relief, but the Karada Baga never appeared, which meant it wasn't the end yet. This is not a real corruption, but only small prerequisites for it, just like when the knights went down to the tavern, or when Vaughn did not find the book of the creation of the world. So, Hilda started to act, before she behaved quietly throughout the entire chapter of the Dark Elves. So why did she make a move now, the guy wondered. The fight between the Seeker and Michelle ended quickly, and the cipher lost. They tried to explain to the girl that they hadn't come to fight, and the hero realized that he could leave them for now. He didn't have time for this nonsense. He had to continue searching for traces of bugs. So he followed them straight to the last dungeon where the Seeker must meet the Apostle of Corruption, Reshpon, the Village of Pain. And here you can see a map of the area where the hero and other characters are located. As they got closer to the boss, the darkness grew thicker around them. Thanks to Michelle's barrier, they managed to get here. If it weren't for that, they would have been infected with the plague. Michelle only agreed to help because they promised to protect the ciphers. Jinsen, who had been following them all this time, suddenly raised his hands and asked Azalea Lot to listen to him first. A formidable sorceress stood before him, pointing her staff at him. Hilda's plan was to force the Seekers to kill all the Apostles. But there was an organization that wanted to protect the Apostles and prevent Hilda from carrying out her plan to destroy the world. The Dark Hunters. Azalea was their leader, and now she demanded answers from the guy about why he was pursuing her and what he wanted. Azalea followed the seeker as she was supposed to. Even now, as they approached the corruption demon, the disease was getting worse, and the usual means against it were not enough. They needed Michelle's shield, but they couldn't count on it, the guy thought. So he decided to ask this character for help, and first introduced himself. First of all, he said that in order to thwart Hilda's plan, she didn't need to save the apostles, and besides, she herself should understand that it was wrong to set the demon on this place. The guy knew everything that was bothering Azalea, which surprised her greatly. She was even more astonished when she learned that he knew about the Dark Hunters, whose goal was to prevent the end of the world. Protecting the apostles wasn't the goal, only the means. Jinsen didn't ask you to believe him, but his goal was to stop Hilda. Even though their methods are different, the final goal is the same. And these words touched the sorceress. Someone had already said these exact words to her. That's why Azalea lowered her weapon and decided not to question this guy anymore, accepting everything as it was. Delisi was in the city of Repshan, and the guy sent Azalea there to help the seeker. Before he left, the sorceress gave him a charm that would help him survive the plague. The guy thanked her for her help and ran away, and Azalea thought that maybe he was the one. Suddenly, the level increased even though Jinsen didn't even fight. He didn't know that the level could be increased simply by participating in events. Then he again fell in behind the seeker and began to pursue them. And so they reached the plague apostle. His entire body was diseased. Normal attacks don't work on him, Azalea warned. The bug hadn't appeared yet, so the hero simply watched and stayed alert. Hilda will soon open the interdimensional rift. This crack will open a subspace where an eternal storm rages. Undead, like the demon Delisi, will simply be pulled in there, and the body will split and regenerate until it is sealed forever. However, using the last bits of power, the Apostle of Corruption will open the rift again and disappear along with the Seeker. The battle was in full swing. The Azalea's volleys pierced the demon's body, but he didn't care. With a blow of his tail, he launched Azalea into a rock face and nearly killed her. It was only because she lost consciousness that the barrier containing the plague around the hero weakened. It was a complete surprise, and he climbed into the storage room to get the antidote. But Delisi's real body had not yet been sealed. The demon growled angrily, and many sharp thorns burst from the ground, forcing the Seeker to jump high. But Jinsen didn't have time, and the plague pierced him right through. The sensation of penetration was not pleasant. Then the whole world around him disappeared, and he became himself again in a deep void. The guy saw his past in fragments of time, and then his whole recent life full of adventures flashed before his eyes. He dies. But then a voice nearby told him not to accept such a fate, and with a sharp blow cut through the darkness around him. After all, only he can decide what his purpose is, the Dark Knight told him. Jinsen opened his eyes. The infection had subsided. He was still alive, by some miracle. Taki poured all the potions into the guy to save him, and the hero tried for a long time to come to his senses and understand what was happening. The smoke cleared, breathing became easier, which meant Delesi was already sealed. The Queen of Poisons, holding Azalea's arm, informed the Seeker that the demon of corruption had disappeared. But this was not going according to plan. The demon was supposed to take the Seeker into the rift. This was a bug, the hero realized, and rose to his feet. He had a simple plan: to open the portal again, even if only for a short time. And he wasn't sure if the plan would work, but there was a feeling that he would be able to open the space. Taki was worried about him. But the hero replied that this was the last chance to end the plague. There were no more potions, and he couldn't ask for a barrier. If he left things as they were, he would get another fine, and he needed to think about that. The guy felt it, a small gap between the worlds. His eyes filled with darkness like the Dark Knight in the vision. Louise suggested going back, but Michelle stopped them, sensing something. When they turned around, they saw the space behind the Seeker cracking. Jinsen strained with all his might to open it, and from there, the Apostle's paw burst forth to seize the Seeker. Alt looked at the danger with complete indifference. It was as if she was waiting to be surprised by something, and then the monster grabbed the player. When the hero had done everything, he fell to his knees without strength. He himself did not believe that it would work. Taki was also a good guy for helping him and curing him in time with potions. At this point, the guy thought about returning to the guild, but then he discovered that the crack had opened again. And while Louise was dragging Azalea on her back, not understanding what to do with the Seeker, the sorceress noticed something. Turning around, she saw Taki's pet, that strange guy jumping around in place. The hole in space pulled the hero inside, contrary to the normal development of the plot. He screamed, resisted, kicked, but all was in vain. It's like getting caught in a whirlpool in a river. There's no point in trying to swim out. It's easier to dive to the bottom of the funnel and get out that way. But there was no bottom here. An eternal storm raged in this space. The storm that was tearing his body apart when the hero saw the bright light at the end. For a second, everything was silent, and he saw the Seeker standing in the void among the flying debris. She was somewhere high above him, with a pathetic expression on her face. Gradually, a barrier formed, a huge shining sphere. With a quick step, the hero rushed to the scene of events. The boss fight area was closing right in front of him, and he really needed to get there in time. So the guy took out his sword, Thorn, and swung it, filling it with dark power. Having broken the dome, he managed to break through into the space. And he sighed with relief. All these trials had taken a toll on the hero. Alt was already fighting with all her might against the demon of corruption, cutting everything with her sword. Those damned Imperial soldiers are still doing their experiments with the Phantom Hand? How dare they? The Seeker said. Some figures appeared ahead and Alt began to fight with them. While everything was going according to the storyline of Blade's Awakening, this place was a temporary level for the player. Awakening was a hidden system that allowed players to increase the level of sealed powers. A Seeker who fell into the rift overcomes the traumas of the past and receives the first of them. Alt saw an illusion of her past when she was still a test subject. Fortunately, the player did not see the hero. The barrier stopped the storm that was raging in this space. Thanks to this, he was still alive. A couple more seconds there and he would have been ground into dust. Here, the hero felt an ominous shadow behind him. And when he turned around, to his horror, he saw Delisi. The demon of corruption was feeling great despite the previous battle. The storm destroyed his body, but at the same time, due to the fact that he was undead, he was recovering, although he experienced unbearable pain. It was much more important for the hero not to lose sight of the Seeker, who was in the barrier. Sooner or later, with the help of her newfound powers, she will open the door back for herself. And if he leaves her, she will be stuck in this place forever. All he had to do was quietly pursue the Seeker, the hero thought, when he saw strange drops of black rain. It was as if someone had spilled thick ink into the crack and it was slowly seeping through. But it was just a small crack through which the hero came. And then it became bigger, and the vile substance seeped into the safe zone. The demon immediately took shape and grinned with an ugly, toothy mouth. "Should I really work again?" thought the hero, and something inside him seemed to snap. The demon saw a man. His entire field of vision was covered by a veil of red malice. He wanted to return to his home dimension, but the hero took out his tentacle sword to prevent this. Meanwhile, the Seeker did not even notice the presence of something terrible. Here, Delisi quickly switched to a new target, realizing that in front of him was Hilda's puppet. But the hero did not allow this to happen by using a dark skill, with which he captured the demon. True, in response to this, the monster quickly changed shape and pierced the guy with many claws. And then he turned into a spiky ball of pain and suffering. Jinsen dodged in a hurry using his movement skills. So far, the plague hasn't affected him, even after contact with the Apostle. Maybe its effect was weakened in this place, or the guy was just lucky. Anyway, it was his chance and he used the big wave skill. However, although his blow cut the Apostle of Corruption, it did not cause any damage to the enemy. The demon kept repeating that Hilda had interfered with him. And while they fought desperately, the Seeker carried out her quest. The fight reached a dizzying speed, Jinsen constantly moving, and the corruption stretched its body like a snake to reach him. The demon's attacks were completely unpredictable, and it was useless to damage him due to his eternal regeneration. To somehow stop the demon's attack, he used its Dark Sphere skill and tore it apart, after which he used a 200% blow, turning Delesi into a dirty blot. But this could hardly help. With the help of his regeneration, he restored any damage. Moreover, this creature could grow from any of its scraps. This time he appeared behind the hero and wounded him with a sudden attack. But the guy couldn't do anything else. The demon pierced his legs with long, twisted claws, and he pulled her towards him, though at that moment the transparent dome above them began to crack. The thing is that the Seeker had already completed her quest for awakening, and the barrier was being destroyed. Seeing this, Jinsen cursed, because he should have been with her now. The demon also saw a way out and decided to leave, but the hero wouldn't let him go. Delisi snorted and wished the boy could at least once experience the sensation of being torn to pieces, while he would continue to shred his pathetic little world. But the guy wasn't going to give up so easily. This wasn't some kind of game. "Thousands of people have already died because of the demon," the hero shouted at him. His words amused the Apostle. Everyone tried to destroy him in order to continue to exist. But who does he think he is to decide who is right and who is wrong? Then the boy shouted again that if he jumped into the world of Arad now, He would never return home and would remain Hilda's puppet. Of course, the black blot did not listen to him and flowed towards the exit. The hero shouted after him and rushed after the demon, despite his leg wound. The dome was slowly collapsing and a storm would soon arrive. Delisi ran towards the exit as quickly as a rat, ignoring the call to stop. However, as soon as he slipped into the rift, it closed right in front of his nose. The demon turned around and saw the hero, immediately realizing that it was his doing. Closing was easier than opening, the guy said, and grinned, his eyes covered with a black veil of the dark night. Then the monster roared and demanded that the interdimensional gate be opened. Jinsen fought back as best he could, but the apostle's rage was too great. At that moment, the lotus tentacle helped him, throwing away the black blot. But the guy himself hit the wall painfully. Wounded and tired, he had neither the time nor the strength to continue this fight. I wish I could have at least thanked him. The hero was indignant, because he had saved the damned demon. But something didn't add up in the overall story, because it cost Deleuze nothing to wander around Arad and sow death. However, he only went to one place and destroyed only one city. Then the demon grabbed the guy, silencing him, and tightly wrapped his appendages around him. But the guy grinned. He knew that the enemy didn't care about the lives of simple insects. He really wanted to return home. When his weakness was red, the demon froze one step away from devouring the hero. Only one person in the whole world could understand what this creature felt. The demon rushed towards him to silence him forever. The oppression of his anger was too unbearable. But he still restrained himself. Jinsen knew perfectly well what this creature was feeling. He was no longer afraid of his claws and teeth and offered to unite. After all, he was not a seeker, nor was he a resident of Arad, so they were not enemies in reality. Only together could they return home, the boy said. But the demon didn't like this arrogance, and he hit the hero. What could this insect know about life in a world where every dog wants to kill him? Every day, the demon was torn to pieces. But the guy replied that he knew what it was and knew what it was like. It was an ordinary day when he woke up in an unfamiliar place, and he had to fight and solve a lot of problems. And every time he looked at the foreign sky, he thought about how to return. Deleuze could not have imagined that he would have anything in common with the pathetic little man. Jinsen turned towards the crack in space. He felt that it was not yet completely closed, and Delesi impatiently demanded that it be opened already. But the guy replied that there was no point in the demon leaving now, because then he would immediately fall into Hilda's hands. Moreover, it is pointless to even try to defeat her in his current state. The demon won't even be able to keep up with her shadow. After all, this witch is one of Arad's greatest enemies. She easily handles the apostles, and she is smart enough to outsmart Delisi. Going ahead means acting according to her scenario. But there is something she cannot foresee. The actor who has already left the stage, said Jinsen, and pointed at the demon. The witch thinks that he is dead. He must hide here, and at the moment of climax he will reappear from behind the scenes. And he will end the performance in his favorite style by staging a bloody massacre. Jinsen did not order or try to manipulate. He only offered an equal exchange. And then they can fight side by side as allies, the guy said, and opened a portal. The demon realized that the hero wanted to leave, and leave him here. The guy replied that he could have done that a long time ago. There was no point in lying. There was little time. His strength was not enough to maintain the rift for long. Deleuze was indignant. He couldn't even laugh at it all. The choice was limited. You could hang around here forever with your huge ego. Then the barrier outside collapsed, and the storm rushed in to close the guy in. Delesi himself turned into a cocoon. He immediately explained that he was not going to dance to his tune. He just liked the plan to outsmart Hilda. On this, they managed to agree. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and it worked here too. Delisi pointed to the rift and told the guy to prove that he was not lying. To keep the prophet from worrying, the hero grabbed a piece of his immortal flesh and pressed it to his chest. If he broke his promise, the demon clone could kill him. The apostle of the plague liked this plan, and he burst out laughing and they headed towards the rift. Delisi asked him how he was going to squeeze through that narrow gap. The plague-ridden flesh protected him from the eternal storm, and the hero confidently declared that there was nothing to worry about. All they needed was a good push. Before he left, Deleuze asked the man's name. Jinsen smiled and rushed forward at full throttle. He used the teleporter to quickly reach the rift, and then he gathered all his dark powers into the sword. And like a rocket, he flew towards the only exit from this nightmarish place. He managed to stop only on the other side. His run left a deep furrow on the ground, and the guy himself looked as if he had been in hell. This is how he managed to escape from the other world and eternal prison. At that very moment, his own pet almost finished him off, hugging him in joy. In the deep darkness, Delisi was left completely alone and said that he would wait for Jinsen. Sharon's days as the guild's leader continued to be busy. dealing with the aftermath of the plague, sending support to various locations, and caring for refugees affected by the war. After the events in Ophelia, she had not had a single day of rest, and only a sense of duty forced the elf to continue working. She would also really like to know where the employee from the new department disappeared to. Suddenly, he appeared like a demon from the underworld, right behind him and looked the part, after which he asked for a couple of potions urgently. At this point, the protagonist's strength ran out, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Night fell on the city of Mayer, and in the moonlight the guild building looked especially mysterious. Jinsen dozed in bed. Taki curled up in a ball of tentacles at his feet like a cat. As soon as he woke up, he immediately got out of bed, trying to figure out where he was, and the gentle voice of the elf greeted him. She corrected himself about his health and reported that she had healed all the wounds that she could find. After everything he had been through, it was no wonder that the boy felt as if he had become wooden. He had been in intensive care for a whole week, and this news made him cry out in horror because it meant that he was far behind in the race with the Seeker, so he immediately demanded weapons and armor. Sharon reassured the patient and said that she had taken care of his equipment, but she had no intention of returning it, she stated sternly. The elf showed him a bubble of dense, liquid-like magic. Inside it was a fragment of Deleuze, sealed under many locks in an airtight prison. So there were some questions for the hero. She was obliged to report his every word to the principality because the situation was very dangerous. The guy had no excuses. He understood that from the elf's perspective, he could look like a terrorist who brought a fragment of the eternal plague into a densely populated city. Then she told her that Delisi had been deliberately placed in a specific city and forced to infect that area, taking advantage of his lack of self-control. In this situation, the demon was simply defending himself. Sharon couldn't believe her sharp ears. The man was defending the plague apostle as if he had forgotten how many people had died from it. But the guy objected that when a crime is committed, the blame lies with the one who fired the shot. And with the weapon, this is their deal with the demon. Together, they will take revenge. And the demon fragment, something like an observer, so that the deal is not broken. It was difficult for Sharon to accept that the guy made a deal with the demon. But the hero stood his ground and asked her to help him use the power of Delisi. But the elf couldn't agree to drag this dangerous pathogen into the city, although the guy immediately said that he had a plan, and there was armor that could help him. So he asked to trust him this time, as in all the previous ones. Of course, Jinsen also didn't want the disease to spread in the city. But he had no idea what Sharon and everyone else had to go through. She said she would pretend she hadn't heard anything, and it had nothing to do with it. And then she reached out to him with her hand, activating the magic. In other words, all responsibility is on him, said Sharon, and destroyed the demon's seal. The elf found it hard to believe the guy's words, but even despite this, she felt that she had to. This was her way of paying back for saving her homeland from the plague. It took time to separate the apostle's strength from the illness. Then the boy remembered his weapon, and the elf pointed her finger at him hesitantly. But there was little left of the sword of the thorn. It looked as if it had been thrown from orbit. Since both the sword and the armor were sealed together with the Delisi fragment, they were subject to the force of corrosion all this time. Without a good sword, the guy understood, it would be difficult for him. And going to Lunas without new material was also pointless. It was sad to part with a cool ship, but the hero had already leveled up well, and there was money to buy something. After all, he received 100 million in gold at once. The guy rejoiced as he looked into his inventory. His mood improved, and he went to the market to see what useful things he could find there. Then he heard the voices of other players and turned around. One user made a splash with his strange outfit, and Jinsen decided to wash his eyes with soap after such a sight. He didn't even think that there was anything more disgusting than the Delesian plague. Thanks to the avatar system, the user could change the appearance of their character. Unlike regular costume skins, this one took up a slot in your inventory. Furthermore, avatars increase skills or basic stats, and were generally an important part of leveling up. The guy decided to check if he could use the avatar's features and dropped into Hill's boutique, where he was met by a maid and some fashionista. But the hero liked the store's selection. His eyes immediately ran across all the shelves. There was everything here, from the classics to the latest fashion trends. Hills rubbed his hands with satisfaction. This character really loved shaking money out of such simpletons. And his maid, Dalvi, who was also a speculator to the core, helped him. Even though the guy couldn't access the auction in the system, at least the avatar store was working, and he was glad about that. Here he was drastically transformed, wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shoulder-length hair extensions. Dalvi took out a gurney and began praising the various new products of the week. She immediately offered him something more tender, and his appearance began to resemble that of a character from a shoujo manga. At least the avatars worked on him, the hero found out. But suddenly he felt that his clothes were too tight. And then, in one fell swoop, huge, colorful, parrot-like wings grew on his back. Something a true hero couldn't do without, Dalvi said. But the guy quickly told her that he didn't come for jewelry. He needed a rare avatar clone. The wings immediately disappeared, and instead Dalvi gave him the catalog itself, which replaced the search function. Then the hero asked for a full body kit, but there weren't any in the catalog, and Dalvi said she would bring it. But the characteristics of those that were shown to him were so-so, and the guy began to study everything meticulously. Dalvi was just running back and forth, and Jinsen was acting like an extremely picky girl in a boutique. In the end, he worked the maid to death, so that she was no longer able to bear any trace of her face. With her last breath, she finally found what he wanted, and the guy tried on the avatar. The name Stilyaga, or disco dancer, suited him, but the look added many characteristics. This was already a pure avatar clone. It looked unremarkable, and at the same time it provided all the necessary characteristics. Then it was time to ask for the bill, and Dalvi grinned maliciously. 200 million gold, she said, after which the hero turned to stone. I'll come back another time, the guy said nervously and dropped his avatar. But no one would let him go that easily. And here is where our hero is now, traveling around the world. All this time, Sharon was busy taming and containing the Deleuze fragment. But the stubborn patch of the demon did not give in. The elf could not cleanse it. Moreover, the demon devoured her mana and increasingly took on the form of armor. Since he was so hungry, she decided to feed him to the full and increase the flow, and so on until I gave away everything I had, and then the bubble-like seal fell away. There was a flash and the seal inside shattered into pieces. The fragments flew straight at Sharon and she froze in horror, realizing that she would not be able to dodge. But at the last moment, Jinsen managed to save her and pulled her out of the room. It was close and he sighed with relief, and Sharon mentally cursed him again. But in the end, the elf succeeded. She created the Black Plague Wolf armor, a unique artifact, and it looked stylish. It was a little different from what Jinsen saw in the game, but its characteristics were the same. He'd completely forgotten about the level restriction, however, and decided the armor could wait. Sharon asked him how he'd managed to see the future again, able to come to her aid so timely. But then Dalvi appeared on the threshold and asked to pay her bill for 100 million gold. Under the elf's watchful gaze, the boy instantly broke out in a sweat. He smiled sweetly and asked to borrow some money, but instead of an answer, he received a hard and resounding slap. That's how his debt grew to 150 million gold. With that, he should have immediately gone to the golden tunnel of the dwarves. Lucky that he still managed to buy an avatar. The armor issue was also resolved. The guy took another of Artie Marpus's breastplates for this. Armor crafted from dead Ophelia spiders, all because there was some useful loot lying around in the backpack. Now we needed a weapon, preferably one of a unique level, but the maximum we could get from the characters was a rare one. Somehow, Jinsen wanted to get to the auction but apparently decided to leave the money issue for later. Then he approached a regular player and asked him to buy him something at auction, promising to pay, since his own access was blocked due to a bug. But each time he was refused. Everyone took him for a strange swindler and did not trust the stranger. The guy was completely desperate, but he still had one friend who could help. And so, using the loudspeaker, the equivalent of a general chat, in this world he began to call the clever one. And so he made an appointment at Hendon Meyer, attracting a lot of attention to himself. But the first attempt was unsuccessful. The message was not sent, which meant he had to go to another zone, the hero thought. And somewhere far away in the snowy mountains, on a stormy pass, cold winds blew. Deep beneath the mountain, the boss of the pass, the ice dragon Skasa, slumbered. There were 3 of them, Skasa Hismar, Spirazzi, 3 brothers with strange names. In their early childhood, they were used for battle as servants, and they attacked Arid. That was their mission. But the outcome was tragic for the dragons. After a fierce battle, they fell at the hands of the inhabitants of Arad. Only Skasa remained. He saw his dead brothers and roared with anger. And then the dragon saw his master, and he asked him why he was sleeping. The dragon roared and said that he had a second pair, and the echo of his roar spread throughout the cave. He swore to Lord Bakal to destroy all humans and broke free. But this also turned out to be a dream. The dragon continued to snore in the cave and only occasionally turned over onto his other side once every 100 years. It so happened that the hero's path also lay in these mountains, And now he was watching the local Bantu inhabitants, who were not very smart in appearance. But that wasn't the problem. The main question was why these people were still here. The hero didn't understand. A week had passed since that event in Myanmar. The plot should have moved on, he thought, when someone called out to him. A couple of Bantu warriors were sitting in a tree and told him that outsiders had no place there, one of them holding a bolo trap. The guy recognized them and asked, completely perplexed, why they were there, and the warriors looked at him as if he were crazy. The hero immediately corrected himself, saying that they should not run away, and everything became even more confusing. As soon as he mentioned the dragon Skasu, he was immediately captured along with Tako. The hunters were still thinking about dealing with the stranger in a good way, but the way he was talking nonsense, he was clearly tired of living, and they rushed at him. And here you can see a map of the area through which the hero wanders. And so he had to quickly escape from the annoying and vigilant Bantu hunters. But they persistently pursued him, constantly throwing bone knives. Here, Jinsen clenched his teeth on some artifact, and a stream of green light burst out of it. His hands were still tied with a strong bolo. The sword, the hunters realized, and became nervous at the sight of it. But then there was an explosion they weren't expecting, and the guy was enveloped in a cloud of green smoke. The strange artifact exploded, nearly ripping off the hero's head. And just when he thought that he was lucky enough to spit it out in time, he fell into the abyss from a steep slope. However, instead of crashing into the rocks, he instead touched something soft, as if he had fallen onto a fluffy feather bed. Below, the monsters of the snowy valley, the Yeti, were indeed dozing, and it was thanks to their thick fur skins that he survived. Jinsen saw the monster growl with displeasure in his sleep and asked him to continue sleeping. But communication didn't go well right away. The monsters only understood strength. Without thinking twice, the guy started running again, when suddenly he heard in his head the voice of a player with the nickname Clever. He heard that they were looking for him. At that very moment, the hero drank the vial of teleportation and was gone. He jumped out of the teleport and immediately called out to the Clever One who had been walking around with the dog's avatar. The hero asked to leave the details for later. First, he needed help, he said, after catching his breath a little. The savvy one looked into the auction. Items with unique rarity were easier to get from monsters, he said. Jinsen really hoped that he would be able to find something, but he had a nagging feeling of foreboding. In his mind, he returned to the storm pass where the formidable dragon Skasa and the local Bantu people lived. The plot of this location began with the awakening of the dragon. In order to escape from it, the tribe descends to the foot of the mountains, which provokes a conflict as they wander into the territory of the kingdom. Because of their pride, the tribe refuses to tell the reason for their flight, and so the seeker goes into the mountains to solve everything himself. But this plot had not yet begun, and now the boy was wondering whether he should wake the dragon himself. Here, the Clever One said that he had found something, but it was an expensive thing, worth 10 million. The price was acceptable, and Jinsen agreed, surprising the player, as newcomers usually didn't have that much money. She asked him why he needed this item. There weren't many of them at the auction, but the guy wanted 100 of them. 100 useless items, the player thought. Sounded like nonsense. On the other hand, this guy used Artie Marpus's armor, which no one had used for 100 years. And before that, he used a tentacle, and now he even assembled an avatar piece by piece. Either he had an ace up his sleeve, or he was just collecting expensive things, the smart one decided. On the other hand, a cunning cheater could be hiding behind the player's mask. The suspicions only grew, and the player looked at the guy for a long time, wondering whether to believe him or not. But in the end, she decided not to think about it too much. Just think about it. The guy's enjoying the game, and said goodbye to him. That's how Jinsen got hold of a couple of useful things and was very happy about it. There was only one way to get through the Bantu villages to the sleeping dragon's lair, a teleportation potion that would teleport to an area the player had already been to, because the galley would attract too much attention. Here, in the process of preparation, he looked into the tavern where his adventure in the tower began. The glow of the moon. Here, the guy expected to get a hint on what to do next. Taverns were a good place to look for information, when suddenly a couple of cheerful guys tumbled out of one. More precisely, someone helped them, and that someone also headed towards the exit. The grieving Caracas, that was the name of this man, already in his years, and he asked the local drunks who was spreading false rumors. But the local gentlemen were outraged. How could one believe the words of a man who claims that he defeated an evil magician with a piece of pie and flew on a flea underground? Who could believe this nonsense? Caracas hit his fist with his palm and asked who else wanted to check the veracity of his words, but the gentleman from the highway had already left. Jinsen asked the character if this was true, and Caracas offered to test it with his teeth. But the guy asked to tell him more about the products of fruit fermentation and distillation. Caracas took a liking to the Dark Elves' products, and the evening ceased to be languid. It turns out, however, that this destroyer of evil drinks can chat for 3 hours straight without stopping, simply spinning tales. Then, the hero directed the conversation towards the earth fleas. Caracas understood that it was difficult to believe his words, but he declared that he never deceived the seekers. The guy smiled and said that he really believed it, but he just wanted to ride one of them. And so, late at night, in the light of the bright moon, they set off to fly on underground fleas, which could have gone wrong. Caracas grumbled a little, but agreed to interrupt the feast. He was a pretty kind person at heart, despite his character, and asked the guy where he needed to fly. Then the hero said that he wanted to climb the storm pass. This surprised Caracas because it was easier to go through the Bantu. But the point was that the locals wouldn't find out, the hero explained, and then Caracas announced that they were there. Jinsen himself didn't know that there was such a wasteland in the vicinity of Hendenmeyer. But instead of telling him about the fleas, Caracas suddenly kicked him in the head, and it didn't look like a normal slap. There was nothing here, just a normal place where no one would look for someone who decided to harm a Bantu, Caracas said menacingly, and he declared that the leader of this tribe was his good friend. The guy immediately stated that he didn't want to do any harm and couldn't have. But of course, Caracas didn't believe the words of a man he had known for a couple of hours, even despite the blood alcohol level. But this showdown with fists did not please the just hero at all, because he had listened to the drunkard for 3 hours, and now it was his turn to listen to an explanation. The guy put some object under Caracas's blow, and he roared no worse than a dragon. In the blink of an eye, the entire wasteland was completely destroyed by a huge explosion. From this bang and flash, both were stunned for a long time, and it seemed as if the ground was shaking under their feet. It's all about the artifact that Jinsen used. It was the cry of the berserker dragon Hismar, and he had quite a few of these things. A simply amazing thing, similar in properties to a flashbang grenade. Every time Carax wanted to strike, the guy threw a jammer at him, after which he himself could attack the stunned enemy. And when Jinsen already thought that he had caught the tramp, a strange shadow appeared before him, forcing him to retreat. Sharp claws more than a meter long and large paws surrounded Caracas, and he grumbled that his friend had come out too early. Above him stood a huge creature that looked like a giant sloth, and certainly not like a flea. Now the balance of power seemed to have changed, and the tramp was ready to continue, but the guy wanted to talk, because this was all a misunderstanding. He understood that there was no trust in him, and he also remembered that Caracas was the head of one of the guilds. Then the guy introduced himself again and said that he had a secret mission, and he showed the main document that Sharon had given him, which stated that he was the chairman of the Association of Magicians for Extreme Anomalies. Since the document was not a forgery, Caracas immediately felt the mana emanating from it. The guy said that he had no reason to harm the Bantu tribe. He was here to help them. And again, he hid behind Sharon's name, saying that it was her order. Luckily, everything worked out. Caracas believed him and asked Mora to give the guy a lift to the top of the mountain. The tramp also added that since this was a matter between guilds, he couldn't give the guy a ride for free and would write Sharon a bill. But for the hero, it was like death. Caracas said that he would write everything down on him, and completely forgot about the elven drinks that they drank together. Before the guy could answer, they rushed forward. Flea, as Caracas called this mole, traveled through the underground passages at the speed of a train. The tramp watched them as they disappeared into the bottom of the deep shaft, and he thoughtfully repeated the name of the funny guy who had some tasty booze with him. The mole ran along the winding passages at a dizzying speed so that the boy quickly became seasick. Suddenly the mole stopped and felt a strange force seeping through the ground. As soon as he sniffed, the aura turned into a huge dragon. The boy climbed forward, clinging to the mole's fur, trying to understand what was ahead and why they had stopped. But at that very moment, the mole made a circle and crawled in the opposite direction, after which he dropped the hero in some cave that was illuminated by ice crystals. The mole ran away, leaving him in a cold cave. It didn't look like the top of a mountain, which meant the boy had to get to the dragon's nest on his own. But then he saw a tent and a small field camp. In general appearance, they belonged to the Bantu tribe, which was surprising. From the signal horn and the supply of dry grass for the fire, he realized that this was some kind of guard post, in case the dragon suddenly woke up. Jinsen considered this a stroke of luck, but the Bantu themselves were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, 2 razor-sharp fragments flew past, and if Taki hadn't slapped the owner, he would have been pierced right through. The Bantu hunters asked him who he was, and Jinsen felt a sense of déjà vu. Only these creatures whose eyes sparkled with malice and ice stuck out of their heads did not look like people. The guy immediately recognized these characteristic features. There was nothing to talk about with these comrades, so the hero decided to go running. The creatures scared him to the point of madness, so much so that he was afraid to even look back. These people were afflicted with the curse of the dark nightmare, which caused them to attack anyone they saw. And so these people were struck by the curse and now turned into monsters. The guy ran away from them as best he could, but the persistent bastards did not leave him alone. The damned laughed terribly and shouted various obscene things after him. Suddenly they became flat as a pancake, and a vibration from the impact rolled through the ground. But now Jinsen didn't know whether to rejoice or cry because this enemy was even more terrible. Luckily, there was still one cursed Bantu hunter left who fearlessly attacked the Yeti. It was a great opportunity to slip away without any problems. Suddenly, a creepy voice told the guy to open his eyes and look up. He barely managed to dodge before he was attacked by another Yeti. The fool almost fell for such a simple attack. Hilda will simply smear his ego, the voice said, and Jinsen was surprised to find a clone of the corruption demon in it. As promised, the clone of corruption kept a close eye on him, although he came with an explanation at the wrong time. The fragment of corruption kept asking where they were, what kind of cave it was, and where Hilda was. The guy said that they could talk about this later, and released the sword, leaving bright red marks in the air like a bloom. 1, 2, and the Yeti's foam body, spilling cherry syrup, fell in pieces to the ground. The fragment of corruption was indignant and ordered not to touch it, but now it has become part of the equipment. So there is nothing to be done, the guy replied. The cursed Yetis came running to the noise to quickly give the hero valuable experience points. There were quite a lot of them running from all sides, and DeLacy asked how he would cope with them all. The hero grinned and promised to leave a couple of monsters for the Seekers while he showed off his new gun. Having sorted this out, they moved on. DeLacy showed interest in the monster curse, but the guy explained that this was not the bug they were looking for. This curse is part of the plot and was supposed to spread throughout the entire location. Then Taco appeared and the hero asked if he had found what he was looking for. The apostle of corruption grinned smugly upon seeing Lotus. He couldn't take over the world and is now a pathetic pet, he gloated. And so, having passed through all the caves, they found the cozy nest of Skasa, who was peacefully dozing and not bothering anyone. DeLacy had heard of this creation of Bakal and was surprised to see it here. Then, instead of 1,000 words, Jinsen took out the box with the dragon's roar and closed his eyes. The dragon woke up from this alarm clock and was so upset that even the mountains shook. He told me to go to the second one, the dragon roared, not yet fully awake. Even DeLacy didn't appreciate the joke. You need to warn about something like this, said the demon. But something was wrong here, the hero noticed. The dragon did not succumb to the curse of the dark nightmare. But the demon objected that he felt the same energy that emanated from the monkeys. But it seemed that something was suppressing the nightmare from within. But this was already a trace of the bug that allows the dragon to maintain sanity despite the curse. So, all that needs to be done is to drive the dragon crazy, the hero stated easily. The task couldn't be simpler. Make an evil dragon even more evil and just get out alive. But the implementation turned out to be chaotic. The enraged dragon began to chase the guy. The demon in the pocket screamed in fear, and Jinsen tried to calm him down. To avoid being crushed, I had to use jumps. The dragon wasn't exactly enjoying playing tag right after waking up, and kept swearing. Suddenly, the guy stopped in place and thrust his sword into the ground, and a huge magic circle formed under him. The explosion could barely even scratch the dragon's thick armor, and then the hero threw 2 more jammers. Despite the power of the huge lizard, it still had sensory organs that were not covered by armor. But even with such an alarm clock, the dragon still did not wake up completely. He was half asleep, but the guy chose the right tactics. He didn't just use jammers with the dragon's roar for nothing. Sealed within his artifacts were nothing less than the dying cries of his brothers. They must have been filled with pain and suffering. Despite this, the dragon still did not believe that his brothers could lose to the humans. And the guy continued jumping around and making fun of me, constantly adding fuel to the fire. In one fell swoop, he struck with 3 destructive skills at once, but the words hit harder. His brothers in hell were disappointed in him. Now the dragon's rage and strength became even more sincere, as if he had truly awakened. Jinsen barely managed to dodge the long-range attack. The proud dragon did not tolerate insults directed at his brothers and master, and chased the boy like a cat after a mouse. But even these words were not enough for the dragon to fall into a mad rage and succumb to the curse of the nightmare. Suddenly the boy's eyes darkened, and a sharp blow from the tail sent him to study the strength of the stone cliffs. At this point, the dragon decided to leave him to finish him off later, but he decided to treat the people on the mountain less kindly. But despite the heavy blow, the guy still got up, leaning on his sword. And then all the space between them was filled with transparent cubes. Even the ancient dragon did not understand what this little man was planning. Bakala and his dragons were killed 100 years ago, so that wasn't enough to provoke Skos. And then he decided to use all the mana, all the cubes that were in his hands, at once, to create a spatial rift, even to rip time itself. Such a demonstration was supposed to convince him of the truth of the words. Jinsen spread his arms out to the sides. It wasn't illusion magic or witchcraft. He tore apart space and time. And then the dragon saw with his own eyes what had happened and what he had managed to forget. Everything that he considered his nightmares, tormenting his sleep, which he simply drove away, turned out to be a forgotten reality. While his brothers were fighting with all their might, he was sleeping soundly, Jinsen quipped, adding fuel to the fire. And he asked the dragon whether he considered all this to be an ordinary dream even now. The dragon roared in anger and pain, veins and tendons bulging under its skin. The world was slowly covered in a red haze as he realized that the death of his brothers was his fault. And then Skasa began to call for Mr. Bakal and violently shake his head in all directions. At the same moment when the dragon went mad, the guy received his card, proof that the bug had been fixed. It was high time to leave this place, but the dragon did not want to let him go so easily and breathed ice at him. As soon as this breath touched the guy, his body stopped obeying him and became covered with a crust of ice. "They won't take a step from here," the dragon shouted at them, and flashed his red eyes. He began to gather magic into a tight ball in front of him again, and the hero froze in place. He needed to dodge, but he didn't have the strength. His feet were frozen to the ground, and the sharp thorns had almost pierced his body. Suddenly, everything froze. The fragment stopped a millimeter from his face. The dragon also froze, as if someone had paused a movie. The guy felt like he was being pulled somewhere and became alarmed. And then the Earth's crust opened up beneath his feet, and he saw the gears on which this universe moves. Unfortunately, not the program code. When the hero opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange space where huge mechanisms were rotating. There were hourglasses all around, measuring time. He had never seen such a place before, so he didn't know where he was. He just looked in all directions. "It turns out he managed to create a gap," said the creature that had just appeared in front of him. This character's name was Cliff. He threatened the hero with his finger and said that he would judge him. And this weirdo looked like a big steel space hare. The hero recognized him and shuddered, feeling that he was in trouble. Nearby flew the head of a lion and the hands of a giant, objects belonging to the Keeper of Time, who live outside of it and protect timelines from interference. The guy knew something from Nimir's memories. It was this creature that executed the shooter, the ranger, and this is where the fun adventure began. The ruler of time stated that he had been watching him from the moment the boy was dragged into this world. The space cat knew a lot, and therefore avoided saying Nimir's name, obviously not wanting her interference. "The whole point is that he finally crossed the line," said the keeper, and showed the guy's crime. "Time rupture is a very dangerous undertaking. Matches are not toys for children," the keeper declared. The guy immediately indignantly reminded that he was saving the world from a bug and trying for everyone. Lev was surprised by this statement, and the guy reminded him that Skasa was susceptible to a bug. But the keeper declared that the hero himself infected the dragon with the curse. Then Jinsen showed him the map, saying that the phenomenon could change the future and the entire plot. Then the bug-eyed weirdo called his friends, Neymar and Buster, to ask what they thought about it. "Nothing to do with the future, nothing to do with the past," declared the two space lions. "There are only the gaps that this guy will create," Neymar said, looking to the future. "And the gaps that he created in the past," Buster added. Jinsen was amazed that they were unable to see the bug, despite being the guardians of time. The Chief Keeper's eyes flashed menacingly. He saw a problem that would continue to cause ruptures in order to eliminate the bug. And then the guy was caught in the clutches of the gears of the universe. "As a man who interferes with the course of time, he is sentenced to 1,000 years of re-education," said the lion. Even though it wasn't his fault and he simply fixed a bug, he was still thrown into a transparent cell. He protested but eventually agreed to follow the rules, but no one ever let him out. Jinsen tried to summon dark forces to cause a rupture, but it was impossible outside of time. Then the guy tried to break the glass of the prison cell. Delesi shared his anger. He didn't want to sit there for 1,000 years in such boring company. But then he drew the hero's attention to the abyss beneath their feet. "The guardians are fools," he said. A strange energy was felt below, and the demon offered to open the rift with its help. 1,000 years is not so long," said the lion, and even promised to reduce the sentence for good behavior. But Jinsen no longer listened to him. With the help of his sword, he broke the bottom and rapidly fell into the void. All he had to do was reach the strange thing that the demon had noticed. But then Neymar tried to stop him and told him to return while it was still possible. But the boy did not listen and deftly escaped from the lion's clutches. Then a space hare went chasing after him, who had no plans to let go of the problem. But the guy simply walked through it, breaking the lion's body with the skill. He asked for forgiveness, but he couldn't stay there a second longer, and then his hand reached out to the mysterious object. A blinding flash hit the timekeeper in the eyes. The guy grabbed the device and began to use it as a source of energy for the rupture. "He has crossed his Rubicon," the lion declared, shielding himself from the blow, and a devilish grin appeared on the hero's face. He laughed one last time, right in the faces of the timekeepers. When Neymar clapped his hands as if he had caught an annoying bug, time stopped. If the target could not be caught in the usual way, the Guardians resorted to tricks. And then Jinsen began to move as if someone had turned on reverse recording. The film reeled back, and the fugitive slowly and surely returned to his prison. For the first couple of moments, the guy didn't even understand what had happened, because for him, it all happened in a second. The guards grumbled with displeasure. They could not believe that he would decide to make such an escape. Lev explained that he had rewound time and showed the magic watch. "Now he is doomed to eternal repentance," said the keeper, and the boy was seized by the strong fetters of the universe. He thrashed furiously against the walls of his glass prison, but it was all in vain. Since his hands were tied, he had to do it with his head. Even the demon didn't expect that they would be caught back so easily. But the hero did not want to simply rot in this place and could not waste time. Since he couldn't break his prison, he broke the space right underneath it, and the entire chamber fell into the crack with a bright flash, surprising the guards. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to turn on the time rewind. Once again, he looked at his black clawed hands, just like on the first day on a rod. But now the creaky voice of the Plague Apostle could be heard nearby. He was glad that they had managed to escape. The guy himself was puzzled by the fact that they got out, because it was not he who opened the rift. Moreover, they had no idea where they were. The world around them resembled the Earth at the time when volcanoes were still raging on it. The Guardian was also puzzled. The boy didn't have the strength to perform such a rift, and unfortunately, they couldn't rewind time anymore, since the impudent boy had escaped from their dimension. But the place where the guy was sent did not inspire any rosy feelings. Freedom smelled of sulfur, ash, and rotten eggs. Flames raged all around, and it was as hot as an oven. One of the volcanoes began to erupt right when Jinsen looked at it. The sight was breathtaking and at the same time frightening. The place was more like hell, the demon of corruption declared, and for some reason the Guardians didn't catch them. While they stood and thought about what to do next, magic circles appeared under the guy's feet. Before he could even scream, a powerful explosion thundered, as if he himself had fallen into the mouth of a volcano. But at the last moment, the hero managed to slide to the side and save himself. However, the unknown enemy seemed to have been expecting this and suddenly attacked him from behind. A strong blow landed on the crossed block and almost hit the hero's forearm. "How interesting," laughed the monster that attacked him. It was a strange-looking warrior with large hands and a thin body, and instead of a head, he had some kind of torch. In appearance, he resembled a gas stove on legs. Then the hero did what he knew how to do best, run away, which he did at high speed. Space demons, monsters that inhabited different dimensions, pursued such rare guests. Jinsen realized that he couldn't escape, so he entered the fight with a jumping kick. He knew something about his opponent. These monsters lived in interdimensional holes. Traveling through these rifts, they search for worthy opponents. Their only goal is to find stronger ones and defeat them. Perhaps it was they who opened the rift from the Time Guardian's room. They had the ability to do so. The demon in his pocket grumbled that at this rate he definitely wouldn't be returning home anytime soon, but the guy could say one thing with certainty. If there were monsters here, then this whole place was a dungeon, a level that could be cleared. And since there was a boss of the level here, then Jinsen saw him, the monster boss of the fire planet, Carlarol, who looked like a huge armored space knight with slightly archaic horns. "All we have to do is knock this monster down," the guy said, looking up at the giant. Meanwhile, in the Mages Guild, Sharon was dealing with the issues that had befallen her after the dragon's awakening and the Bantu tribe's flight to their lands. And the reason for this was Jinsen, who went to the pass. Moreover, all the responsibility fell on the shoulders of the elf, because Caracas came to her and told her everything. There were suspicions that this scoundrel had awakened the dragon and then disappeared. There had been no news from him for a week, so Sharon was quite nervous. But she couldn't even imagine what the guy was going through at the moment. The hero unleashed a series of powerful slashing blows on the massive knight, and in the end he won. The boss's strong armor couldn't withstand it, and he fell. The truth is, the guy himself almost suffocated from all the surrounding fire and ash. It was like fighting in a bathhouse. Now it was possible to return to the village. The hero rejoiced after his victory. He was indeed transported to another place. It was damp, it smelled of mold, and the ground looked like a honeycomb. The guy was very surprised to realize that the dungeon was still not cleared. Then the demon of corruption's practiced gaze slid to the side, and he immediately recognized his brethren who grew here like swamp plants. A little girl, the boss monster of the storm planet, the conqueror of Sam, slept among the beautiful flowers, the system reported. Seeing the second boss and the cages under his feet, the hero immediately realized that this was an epic path. A dungeon from the past, although it looked different than he remembered. There were 4 demon bosses in total, 1 for each element. And this meant that all 4 had to be eliminated, they realized. Jinsen attacked first and interrupted the peacefully sleeping girl, but she was protected by a thick stem that burst from the ground. She looked at the stranger in surprise and asked embarrassedly who he was. The impudent hero immediately apologized for waking her up. The tentacle of the stalk threw him back, and the boy landed on his feet. But he immediately had to dodge the predatory stem. It became clear from everything that this battle would not be simple and quick. He cut the stem with his sword and rushed toward Sam again. So, with all his ruthlessness, the hero rushed toward such a cutie, even though she was far from Lenny. It was a complicated story, but it all looked the same, Delisi thought, as if he could only watch what was happening. Basically, they just needed to destroy everything that appeared in front of them, he said, as Jinsen entered the third boss's room. Frost Fredor was the boss monster of the third stage. The first thing the guy did was deal with his henchmen, but the boss himself turned out to be a tough nut to crack and hit well with his right hand. Before the hero could react, he was knocked down and sprawled across the ring. This boss summoned some strange pillars that burst out of the ground in the place where the guy stood. These things could also be thrown as if they were spears. Unlike the previous ones, it caused the guy trouble. Jinsen stopped the spear with his sword as best he could, piercing it into the core, after which he used his ultimate attack and simply divided the boss's body into 2 equal parts. Almost immediately, without any rest, he was thrown into the room of the fourth boss who looked more like a robot. Thunderous Juice, the king of the planet Transcendence, met the boy personally, pointing his stun gun at him. By this point, the boy felt as if he had experienced a world of pain. He was completely exhausted. But now this boss was finished, and the path to the portal was open. Everything was as he thought. But even for an experienced player, 4 battles in a row was too much. He was hungry and needed healing potions. But when he emerged from the portal, instead of the smell of meat from the fast food chain, a nauseating smell of sulfur dioxide hit his nose. What the hell is going on here? The stunned hero asked himself mentally. Once again, he was in the land of fire, where it was hot even to stand, and the enemies did not allow him to rest. Leaving behind a pile of broken enemies, he stood again at the portal of the last level. But everything repeated itself, and a fiery, lifeless planet awaited him at the exit. He seems to have lost his luck, DeLacy grumbled nervously, and the guy told him to shut up. This time had to be the last. The hero was already blurring before his eyes, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold out. They went through 261 dungeons, 4 rooms over and over again, 1 endless battle. This honed his instincts, and now the guy moved with a minimum expenditure of energy. For a long time, he couldn't understand what was happening. All the bosses were reviving, as if he was going back in time. Perhaps the rulers of the time were involved, but he couldn't verify it. All that was left was to desperately fight for one's life again and again. Then the guy tried to run away. Suddenly, he would be able to find a way out of this place. But there were no tricks to deceive the player. He simply fell into the wall. Sam's tentacles immediately gave him an encouraging slap. They reached across the entire level, meaning there were no quiet spots here. The spanks became more frequent, and the hero really felt invigorated, as if from a good massage. Sam got tired of waiting for him to return to the center of the ring and moved closer. But the hero, quite angry, resolved all the issues with sharp swings of his sword. He was caught in a loop from which there was no escape, and even the fact that he was winning now had no meaning. The teleportation potion didn't work, and the locations were surrounded by an invisible barrier. The only way out is the gate through which he got here. Moreover, the guy could not open the rift again, and DeLisi suggested looking for a hidden exit. There really was a hidden location here that appeared with a certain chance. The demon immediately grumbled. How could he forget about such an important thing? But the guy simply wasn't interested in this place, because it was for beginners. The hero grinned. If there was a way out, it had to be looked for here. Now the situation didn't seem so hopeless. It was just necessary to continue clearing until the hidden dungeon appeared. This is how he continued his ascent until he had killed every boss hundreds of times. All movements were honed and optimized. Everything was calculated. Of course, at times I still had to endure pain and counterblows. Any person would go crazy doing the same thing, and the guy himself began to lose hope. All this went on for so long that he began to forget himself. But he still continued walking, just like a zombie or a machine. This is how he began to think about himself until despair took over. In this cycle, he had no other way but to continue or give up. 317 dungeons. The mind left all thoughts except one, to keep going. But even his iron will had its limits, and the hero threw down his sword, unable to take it up again. Endless dungeons. One exit through which he came, there must definitely be a hidden location. Each time he expected to see something different. And each time he saw the same volcano, this must be what hell looks like, the hero thought. His strength left him and he simply fell to the ground, tired from countless battles. Is he really giving up? Asked the plague demon from his pocket. He held out longer than he should have, but there's no point in scraping the floor, or he might already be digging his own grave, Delisi said. Hearing this, the boy began to dig the ground of the level, digging with his sword, and the demon asked to let him out first. After 300 cleanups, the guy was truly desperate. He had done everything, checked everything, and now he was taking out his anger on bare stone. But then he grinned. It was worth looking at his feet earlier. The floor cracked and began to collapse, as if there was a void underneath it. This place should be here if he guessed everything correctly, and so he managed to punch a real hole into another world. He was lucky that he only had to cross a couple of meters of concrete. Finally found it. The hero smiled. He didn't even regret that he hadn't tried it earlier. It was good that he had just managed to get out. This level looked exactly like a virtual space. That very hidden level. But where is the exit from the dimension? The demon asked when they went inside and looked around. How suddenly he was attacked by an unknown force and barely dodged. The claws flashed. The blow came out lightning fast and finally got the guy. Meow, said the cosmically ugly cat. The boss of the hidden level, Mao. It was hard to follow the logic of the design of this level, where a cat was considered more dangerous than a knight in armor. But that's what games are for. It is clear that this opponent is their return ticket, Delisi stated. And the boy agreed with him, gripping his crimson blade more tightly. The cat turned out to be a little crazy, too fast, too agile, and very dangerous. Not a single blow from the hero could reach him. He always perfectly dodged the target. The cat was so fast that it even managed to get behind the guy and scratch him painfully with its claws. Jinsen swatted him away with his sword, but he deftly dodged it again. The crazy cat was just playing with him, as if he anticipated every attack. To his credit, he was much stronger than the other bosses. But the hero didn't have that much time. He had already stayed too long as a guest. Suddenly, even after a sharp jump, his opponent simply disappeared from sight. He circled like an elusive ghost, always a split second faster than the boy's blow. And then he accelerated even more, jumping between the blocks hanging in the sky. The guy couldn't keep up with such a wild speed even with his reflexes, which were accelerated by the game. The cat hit him with its paw, and the momentum alone was enough to throw the guy back. Sharp claws dug into his chest as the cat landed on top of him. The boy's back was pressed against the barrier, but the cat struck again. The annoying animal shattered one of the flying blocks with its blow, and the guy was showered with a hail of fragments. Jinsen was lying on the ground completely broken, and then the demon said that there was a reason why the cat was playing with him. After all the dungeons, the guy definitely became stronger. He gained 10 levels during the time they came here. But this was still not enough to get to the wildcat. The hero frowned. He was already quite fed up with this annoying animal, and he seemed to be deliberately making crazy faces, so much so that I wanted to call a vet and put the poor animal to sleep. As soon as the hero jerked towards the boss, the game became more dangerous. A tail with a sickle-like tip reached towards his neck. It was amazing that they had such a difference in strength compared to the other bosses in the room. It's all over, said the demon, and even little Taki burst into tears. Sharp claws slashed him all over, from head to toe, but the cat hesitated with the final blow. He liked the toy and extended the time he played with it as much as possible, until Jinsen collapsed to the ground, exhausted, too tired, too desperate, and too worn out. The cat was about to bite off a piece of the hero as a souvenir, but then he heard a squeak around the corner. And then he saw another toy, and little Lotus squealed in fear. But then, the guy stood up on his feet, leaning on his sword to keep from falling. The guy managed to pierce the cat's tail with the sharp end and pin it to the ground. Now the hero could take revenge for everything that this beast did to him. Next came the procedure of domesticating a wild animal. Thus, with one overwhelming effort, the guy turned the tide of the entire battle. Boss Meow didn't like this treatment, but the hero was already tired of the game, especially in such a place. Before his eyes was all that endless hell that he had to go through. He didn't say goodbye to Lenny just to die here like this. The cutie will forever remain in our hearts. Rage and righteous anger gave him new strength. The hero almost pierced the cat. His sword pierced the wall. This blow was more serious than all the previous ones, and after the blow, a whole hole remained. The cat tried to counterattack, but the hero managed to use the movement skill. And then he struck with a quick cut of darkness. The beast became really ill. For some reason, he suddenly stopped being so nimble. Jinsen was tired. His whole body was aching with pain. Even just breathing was painful. He even thought it would be easier to die. However, his eyes were full of determination to see the matter through to the end. He would never give up again like he did when he lost her. The sword turned dark for the ultimate blow. This blow was supposed to cut the entire level apart. It was worth saying thank you to the cat, because thanks to him he became stronger. Ahead appeared the exit. The bright beach of Arad and the fluttering whale behemoth in the sky. The deep blue sea. The tall spire of the tower reaching into the sky like a space elevator. This world has become like home to him. We are returning, the guy told the pocket demon. But as soon as he stepped towards this path, a huge paw closed the crack. And then, before his eyes, the light of Arad faded before his eyes. Was this really all that was left? A terrible thought flashed through his head. The hero looked up. His head had to be lifted very high. Long horns, thick armor, and dimensions befitting a deity who dared to disturb the order of this space. His voice rumbled. Sharon walked in a good mood, with 2 bottles of grape juice and smiling at everyone. In her hands, she held a fresh newspaper that told about recent events. The Skasa dragon was defeated, thanks to the Seeker and the Bantu tribe. So the newspaper said, according to the tribe's hunters themselves, some blonde man warned them of the threat. Now all suspicions had fallen from Sharon, since to the public her subordinate looked like a kind person. Her problems resolved themselves, and she even received a gift from Caracas as an apology. It was very expensive, long-aged grape juice. She was so happy about it, when suddenly something flew past like a meteor, and the precious gift disappeared from her hands. Something rolled across her room, raising a column of dust, but Sharon was already used to such appearances. It wasn't the first time he showed up in front of her like that, as if he had just come out of hell. As soon as the guy came to his senses, the elf demanded answers and slammed her hand menacingly on the table. Where had he been all this time? What was he doing at the pass? And why did he break down the door? But the hero stubbornly played the silent game, remembering the Bill of Rights. He realized that the plot in the mountain pass had already ended. She kept pestering him with questions, and the guy remained silent, but one thing was clear. He was very scared of something. Then he stood face to face with the deity, and Delesi nervously asked from his pocket if this could also be the forgotten boss. But he shouldn't have been here at all, the cosmic demon, the master of the Gaunus Gorge. The demon knight waved his hand and a terrible abyss opened up under the boy's feet, at the bottom of which was something terrible and disgusting. From there, demon plants from the swamps crawled out, and the guy had to fight them off. The entire area he was in was transformed by Gaunus's ability. The next moment, a hole in space opened in front of the hero, which seemed to lead into the mouth of a volcano, and magma poured out of it. So he had to jump very quickly to avoid falling into the cleverly set trap. Finally, the hero found a way out, but he still had to get there somehow. The strength is running out. There is no time to think. The giant himself attacks with raking hands. One slap is comparable to the action of an asphalt paver. It's like being run over by its roller. Jinsen crashed through a couple of walls and almost disappeared into thin air as he slid across the floor. And then he fell again into the rift that led straight into the bowels of the earth. Only at the very last moment before it burned up in liquid stone did another rift form beneath it. Everything happened exactly as in the dimension of the timekeepers. Someone helped him escape. Someone capable of influencing the timekeepers, possessing incredible power. But Namir would not hide her identity. So someone was watching him from behind the scenes without showing their face at all. But it's hard to call it a rescue. Rather, they were just playing with him, Jinsen understood. His life and death depended on what these unknown individuals would decide. He was simply used, and he didn't even know who or why. It made him feel pathetic, an ordinary toy in the hands of fate. Even though he became stronger, it didn't mean anything at all. Sharon didn't put any more pressure on him, realizing that the guy was already broken. She only gently touched her shoulder, wanting to console her, and the hero raised his astonished gaze to her face. "It's enough that he just came back," the elf said, so touchingly that it took his breath away. "You hardly expect such feelings from an ordinary game." The guy was so touched that he couldn't find anything to say in response, and a lump came to his throat. But before he could say anything, she brought him down to earth and reminded him of the Cyclopean debt, the payment deadline for which was tomorrow. So it was time to dig deep into the abandoned dwarven mines. The hero wasn't too worried about inflation in the world of Arad, and raked in the gold with both hands. It was going well, and the guy hoped not only to pay off his debts but also to keep a little for himself. He decided that he still wouldn't be able to find out who was manipulating his fate. But one day this someone would definitely reveal themselves. One thing was certain: the guy had to become stronger and not allow himself to be played with. Then the demon from his pocket spoke up and asked if the hero was thinking of meeting Hilda now. But Jensen replied that there was no need to rush. He certainly didn't want to say goodbye to life, especially since he was in debt. "Their path lies in the sky," the boy said a few days later, looking up. Delisi thought he was talking about Keith, but the hero was already there. Now he must go even further. And the demon still did not understand how this was possible. But there was no need to worry about that, the guy said, because he knew more about this world than its inhabitants. He also knew that soon they would receive a ticket to the next world, literally to heaven. Directly above the city there were two huge magic circles. The first was created by the archmage Mayar and protected these lands. The second belonged to Bakal. It was created in a castle in the sky and did not allow one to rise above a certain level. "That's how the legend was born," said Sharon's character when it came time to move the plot forward. "The earth existing above the sky, the kingdom of heaven," which sounded like a fairy tale. This place actually existed and was currently in danger. The guy looked at the sky and made a mysterious prediction. Soon the western coast harbor was destroyed by a galley that fell from the sky. There will be a celestial on board who needs help, just like in the Air Whale story arc. The guy saw such a future at night, and he also knew that the celestial being would be called Marlin, he added for greater persuasiveness. "Marlene Katiska, the lady-in-waiting who serves the princess of the heavenly kingdom, the brave lady who came down to them in search of help," Sharon said. And Jensen was quite surprised that the elf already knew everything. She knew this because all these events happened 2 weeks ago, followed by a shocking explanation. The situation became extremely awkward, and the guy didn't know what to say. Sharon began to wonder if he had hit his head. A month had already passed since the guy returned, and he needed the elf's help again, so he didn't even know where to start. But then she herself began to discuss with him the issues of this matter. Miraculously, Marlin was able to overcome Bakal's magic circle, but now they were thinking about how to get the girl back safe. Sharon didn't know how to safely overcome the circle created by the apostle, and the guy smiled, feeling useful. "It was reasonable to use Bakal's power to destroy the circle," he said. Even though Bakal himself had long since died, his power still lived in this world, the hero added meaningfully. And seeing that the elf was thinking, he was finally able to move on to his request. Not far from this place, intense work was in full swing in the forge, around a high-tech furnace. Those who dealt with it were tearing their hair out, not knowing whether they would succeed this time or not. And then the oven rang like a microwave, and the player opened the door. Thick smoke began to pour out from there, and the player himself froze with a face full of anticipation. But then the system reported that the result was negative, and he was holding some debris in his hands. The player immediately collapsed to the ground in complete despair, although he had just been full of inspiration. Apparently, he had been too passionate. The others consoled him. They said it would work out next time. Lady Kiri was in charge of this technology for enhancing weapons and items, and she invited other players to try their luck at this roulette. Then a young man with blonde hair approached her and introduced himself as the head of the special department of the Magic Guild. Sharon reported him, so Kiri had no questions, although the guy looked strange. She already knew that he wanted to use her skill for free. Since Sharon taught Kiri magic, the girl felt indebted and fulfilled any of her requests. "But it's too free," the grateful but not stupid student objected. The best she could offer was to cut the price in half. But the guy put a thick wallet on her hand and said that she didn't need a discount. Instead of a discount, the guy demanded ingredients for enchantment, crystals of harmony, and protective passes for successful enchantment. This request greatly discouraged the young craftswoman. She had a very hard time creating passes, and the cheeky guy wanted to get them for free, so it's no wonder she reacted that way. Knowing the prices on the market, the guy couldn't back down, and while there was still an opportunity, he wanted to get these passes. But Kiri said that he was putting her in an awkward position because she was a member of the Magicians Guild, which was an official organization, and that meant she was a member of the government. Then Jinsen turned this argument against her, since he was also a member of the government in this case. The girl tried to justify herself by saying that his demands were unreasonable, but now the hero was pressuring her by saying that she was not refusing to cooperate. Kiri was extremely outraged that they were trying to blackmail her. In addition, many questions may arise about when the furnace was last checked and whether taxes were paid. "Are there fire extinguishers in the building?" the guy asked and went inside. There was something to report to the entire principality, he declared, which drove the girl into a white heat. She gave out 70% weekly. That was the limit of her ability to offer a discount, and the hero grinned maliciously. After working for a couple of nights, he completed sharpening the sword to +10. The hero was very proud of himself for having managed to spend his time usefully, and now he was ready to take revenge on Hilda. At that very moment, someone called out to him and slowly stepped forward, so that their cloak fluttered epically in the wind. "Long time no see," Captain Vaughn said, an icy grin appearing on his face. The guy didn't expect that they would meet this problematic character again. This was their first meeting since the events on Behemoth. Vaughn was even upset that the guy left without saying goodbye. It was all because of recent events and the arrival of Marlene, who needed military support for this, that the captain came to the guild. After the incidents with the plague demon and the Bantu tribe, the kingdom was facing a serious shortage of people, the captain said. Therefore, the Empire de Los decided to offer its help and sent the Order of Iron Wolves. So the hero realized that the knights were now in Hendenmire and would also set off for the Heavenly Kingdom as soon as they equipped the ship. Vaughn said he was worried they wouldn't pass the barrier, but that night Sharon called him and said the problem was solved. Then Jinsen realized that he had missed the most important thing. In this arc, he would have to work with the Order again. In other words, he needed the captain's permission to take part in the mission. When Vaughn turned around to leave, the hero wanted to address him, but he told him to leave. The queen had already asked the captain if the Seeker could join them, as if she wanted to assign an observer to the Order. But they had no more need for nobodies, so the boy would have to stay too, Vaughn declared smugly. Meanwhile, Sharon was solving the riddle of Bakal's 3 dragons. This great trio had been under his control since birth, and each of them was a fragment of power. So their plan was to use fragments of this power to break through the magical barrier. The Seeker could tell about Skos because he was the last one to see him. It was the same with Sparasi. He was defeated during the Great Plague and sealed again. Vaughn had hoped to deal with the Seeker without his participation, but now he realized that he had no choice but to cooperate. The next day, he and Hart set out for the west coast and entered port. Since the third dragon, Kismar, died on the territory of the Empire, it was necessary to return and see what was left after him. They still wanted to talk about a lot, but the Seeker was about to return. This time the Seeker was a girl paladin, a cute beauty with a shield and sword. Thanks to her, they obtained Skos's fang, which had to be delivered in a cart. Then they collected the remains of the other 2 dragons, horns, and hooves. Meanwhile, the galley's repairs and equipment were nearing completion. When all preparations were ready, the team gathered at the pier. Marlene thanked everyone for their help with a smile on her face. They exchanged formal pleasantries with Captain Vaughn, after which Fiona and her faithful companion, the knight Dan, came on board. The Order had already boarded, but something was bothering Captain Vaughn. He was waiting for another guy and frowned with displeasure, thinking that he had given up too easily. The 3 horns were gathered together and tied with a magic circle so that they would not get lost. The ship smoothly lifted off from the water's surface and began to gain altitude. Marlin stood at the helm because she was the only one who essentially knew where to fly. They picked up speed very quickly and, cutting through the air with a whistle, soared into the sky. "How nostalgic," Captain Vaughn exclaimed, recalling his last trip. At the very edge of the barrier, he ordered everyone to take their places. The roof of the world was quickly approaching. But thanks to their 3 horns, they were not afraid of crashing into the barrier and broke through it with a deafening crash. The flash was so bright that it was seen even in neighboring lands. The 3 horns concentrated the terrifying power on themselves and prevented it from destroying the ship. The kingdom's inhabitants watched in amazement as the magic circle was destroyed. And then everyone saw a huge crack, as if someone had broken a window in the sky. The first thing they were met by were schools of fish and underwater inhabitants of the most varied shapes and colors. Surrounded by a protective dome, the ship quickly moved towards the ocean surface. It was amazing to discover that the Heavenly Kingdom began with the ocean, and from somewhere above a bright sun was shining. This place was called the Middle Ocean. It was here that the demon Lotus wanted to break through. They passed the barrier, but the dragon's horns and hooves were dealt a hard blow and were destroyed. The ship quickly reached the surface and emerged like a whale, raising a raging geyser. Sailing over the waves, the galley reached the heavenly kingdom. This city towered like mountains above the ocean, surrounded by a high fortress wall. The Knights of the Order, tired of the endless rocking and shaking, were glad that their voyage did not end in a shipwreck. And even more delighted was the stowaway, whose cabin was a small barrel, where he settled next to his spineless neighbor. Early in the morning, the sun was shining through her window, sending a warm beam of light. I didn't want to get up. The soft silk of the blanket, the fresh morning air. It was too sweet to sleep at such a time. But despite this, the girl was tormented by nightmares, and she trembled nervously from visions of fires and destruction. That day, the capital was attacked and many people died at the hands of robbers. They spared no one, and the streets turned red. A long trail extended from the throne room, where screams and sounds of struggle could still be heard. They were looking for the princess, and the girl woke up in horror, covered in cold sweat. She had that nightmare again that had been tormenting her for a long time, and at that very moment a messenger burst into the room with a message. He reported an incident. The walls of the capital were attacked again. Not for the first time they had been subjected to such an attack. The princess said that she would take care of it, but at that very moment her henchmen decided to think about it. Next to the jubilant killer, another dwarf appeared, who grumbled that he should have shot the girl first. He should have pulled the trigger at that very moment, but he was too carried away by looking at the girl who had just gotten out of bed and had not yet had time to dress properly. The killers came here specifically for her, the commander of the capital's defense forces. There was an explosion that must have completely destroyed her private quarters. Both daring criminals fell asleep dead on their feet. The girl looked disdainfully at the attackers. They had somehow managed to get through the walls. Zeldane Schneider was lucky she always had a gun handy, a larger caliber than the killers. She fired again to finish off the survivor. That was the price she paid for breaking into the girl's bedroom while she was still dressed. A minute later, the belated guards arrived at the noise, and the princess ordered the number of patrols to be doubled, because they were again attacked by the cartel scoundrels. But the soldier objected that they simply didn't have enough people to reinforce the patrols after the last battle, and there was little ammunition left. Besides, the northern wall was asking for reinforcements, and the princess grumbled that she had barely woken up and already had a ton of problems dumped on her. As if that wasn't enough, another soldier came running looking for the commander. He reported that an unknown ship with strangers on board had docked at the eastern port. The Iron Wolves had already lined up on the pier, and the sailors had unloaded supplies onto the shore. The group from the underworld was waiting for the welcoming committee. They didn't want to enter the city without an invitation. The place looked interesting. Captain Vaughn hoped that Emily would see this too, looking at the high walls of the capital of the Heavenly Kingdom. But then they were taken into custody by local guards. Despite the fact that the guards were armed with hand cannons, the captain eloquently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Commander Zendane personally came out to meet the strangers. Her weapon in her right prosthesis, she supplemented with a heavy arquebus on her shoulder. Then Marlene appeared from behind Captain Vaughn and waved to the princess. Zeldane was amazed to see her friend alive, and she said that she was lucky to have landed safely. She told about the people who came with her. Then Captain Vaughn introduced himself and said that he was a knight of the Delos Empire. But at that moment the capital was attacked again. It seems that the princess's enemies did not calm down after the unsuccessful assassination attempt. To avoid standing in the open, Zeldin called them into the field camp and brought them to headquarters. Her situation was desperate. She showed them the map, hoping for allied help. But at the moment they were under attack by the forces of an entire criminal cartel. The Theban Empire where they were located was located on its own separate island. He pointed his finger at the only large city, and it was easy to guess that it was the capital. The city was surrounded by 2 rows of walls, and it had 4 main gates on all sides of the world. The cartel was a huge organization that grew greatly and occupied an entire island, eventually becoming such a force that they had to be reckoned with. They took advantage of the distraction of the Empire's forces and launched a surprise attack. It turned out that the real princess had been kidnapped, and her duties had been taken over by the commander of the defense forces, Zeldane. What's worse is that the troops that left could not return from their mission now. After all, they are facing an even more terrible enemy right now. In other words, the commander had to defend a huge capital city with a handful of brave men. The knight agreed to help, and having found out what to do, he approached the seeker who was standing next to the tent. He wished her luck in her part of the plan and that she would return alive, although it sounded more like a mockery. Commander Zeldane thanked him for his help, and Vaughn modestly stated that he was just doing his job. Having learned about the problems of this country from the very beginning, he was prepared to face a dangerous enemy. But in the end, they were confronted by a bunch of hooligans, Vaughn said with a grin. His condescending tone deeply hurt the warrior's pride. The main forces of the Empire will return soon, the captain said. But he himself did not believe that there was a need to wait for them. As captain of the Order of Iron Wolves, he promised to destroy the cartel within a month. He would have continued to boast of his strength. But disturbing news arrived. The cartel's seaborne supplies were plundered, leaving the Order's forces without supplies here, at which point Vaughn's phone stopped recognizing his face. Horror reigned on the pier. One poor fellow was shot in the head. The flames were so strong that they destroyed all tissue, leaving only bones. So now he has become a terrifying artifact. Beside him, prisoners were held bound. Fiona and her faithful companion Dan were kneeling with their hands tied. The robbers themselves made fun of the captives, speaking flatteringly about Fiona's sweet face. For the proud Iron Wolf, such humiliation was worse than death, and she clenched her teeth and silently endured all the mockery. It was all about their terrible weapons, thanks to which even such scum posed a danger. At this point, the cartel raiders chuckled. They had been given the green light to do whatever they wanted with the captives. It was time to inspect the contents of the galley and the supplies that the sailors had laid out on the pier. But instead, the contents of the barrel tested the robber's face, and not in his favor. From there, like a demon from the underworld, the hero jumped out. He knew that the whole trip could not go smoothly. True, while he was showing off in front of the cameras, he himself got a slap in the face. The robbers cursed vilely, asking who the scoundrel was who dared to attack them. And in that moment when they were distracted, Fiona took advantage of this and kicked one of the raiders. She managed to grab the knife with her teeth and wanted to strike again, but a heavy boot interrupted her movement and forced the fragile girl to sprawl on the ground. True, in that moment, Jinsen managed to get even with his robber and put him on his shoulder blades. He rushed to help Fiona, realizing that as long as he could use fast travel, he didn't have to worry about bullets. Everything is exactly the same as then. He just needs to move and chop, the guy thought. Then they heard a shout demanding that they duck, and immediately several of the robbers who had surrounded Fiona and the other captives ceased to exist. Captain Vaughn still couldn't log into his phone properly, so he was extremely angry. His toughness literally blew the bandits' minds off. The first thing he told Fiona was that she had made a huge mistake, and the knight immediately apologized. The captain ordered everyone to get to the city on their own, and the knights, freed from their bonds, began to do so. The captain didn't even look at the guy. He realized that he had somehow gotten into this place with them, but he warned him to be careful. After all, they are on a battlefield, and here they can die at any time, Vaughn stated, without a hint of friendliness, which sounded more like a threat. Meanwhile, the Seeker Paladin fought elsewhere against the raiders. She recaptured the eastern gate, pushing back the enemies who fled in terror. But in the meantime, bombers were already flying towards the eastern gate. This was discovered thanks to radio interception. Commander Zeldane ordered that the gunner be found before it was too late. For the first time since the beginning of his fateful mission, the hero thought about the nature of things. Previously, in every dungeon, he fought monsters and killed monsters, or the possessed. He was well aware of this, and had seen many places where death had found its home, covering everything around with bodies like autumn with leaves. Delesi appeared from the pocket and irritably asked why the guy was frozen, but the hero told him to shut up. But the demon did not calm down. What was the point of pretending to be a saint and a righteous person? All this time he was doing nothing but that. There was no point in seeing these creatures as people, the demon grumbled. Since arriving in Arid, he has traversed countless dungeons and destroyed countless monsters, but he has always done so alone. All the defeated enemies were far from being called human. There was nothing left in them to empathize with, and it was all just a game. One could recall the Bantu tribe, but their hero tried to avoid them like others like them, unwittingly following the simple rule of not killing people. In this vein, he has not yet killed a single person here in Arid. Unlike the Dark Knight, Jinsen was a man of the 21st century, not accustomed to killing. So thoughts like this made him think, the criminals were still people. They were inhabitants of the game universe, but their thoughts were real. Their feelings were real. They were people no matter how you looked at them, even if they were at their own level of development. But Deleuze did not understand this debate at all, and considered it all just a childish game of nobility. The guy didn't even try to explain anything, he just still felt like a human being. Meanwhile, Paladin had found the gunner's group and was quickly approaching them. The hero watched her from afar so as not to interfere with the gameplay. After all, it was the Seeker who should be moving the story forward, not him. He didn't need to deal with the cartel, And he didn't need to level up, the guy thought. But trouble came looking for him. A couple of cartel raiders threatened him with a gun. The guy told them that he didn't want to fight, they better drop their weapons and run. But if such a request could resolve any conflict, there would be no wars in the world. A shot rang out, but the guy managed to quickly move right behind the robber. He mercifully knocked him out with the hilt of his sword, simply hitting him in the jaw. But one blow wasn't enough to deal with the scoundrels who couldn't sit at home. After all, the guy had never tried to disable anyone in this way before. Suddenly, the robber started polishing the walls and changing the architecture with his body. It was the work of a seeker who was moving towards his goal, which meant that the eastern gate was now safe, the hero thought. There is no cartel here, he sighed with relief. Suddenly, a strange sound reached him. One of the raiders stood up and transmitted the coordinates for the attack. He held a radio station with a handset in his hands and took bearings on their location using Morse code. It was another contact who shouldn't be here, the hero belatedly realized. I confirm fire, the liaison officer reported, without the slightest fear. This man was a bug, Jensen realized with horror. This game was simply mocking him. The curse on the man's face, what will he do with it? Captain Vaughn's voice mockingly asked in his head. Without thinking twice, Jensen struck the signalman in the neck before he could transmit the exact coordinates. All he had to do was just knock out this man, but he turned out to be very nimble. He twisted and kicked the hero in the stomach, desperately fighting for his life. Jumping back, the robber took out his gun and cursed. The guy played Samaritan again and asked the bad guy to disarm and back off. But he didn't listen, so the hero quickly moved behind him to avoid getting shot. But before he could hit the communications officer again, Captain Vaughn's voice came back into his head, mockingly telling him that he was acting too arrogant for a rookie. His attack was too predictable, and the signalman gunner managed to react. What the hell is wrong with him? Captain Vaughn asked. And the hero ordered the voice to be silent. The shot rang out so close that it was impossible to dodge. That's the price of doubt on the battlefield, Captain Vaughn said mockingly. After this, the guy had to quickly dodge subsequent shots. Jensen used the skill, and the dark veil that blocked the shooter's vision saved his life. After which, the hero used fast movement again. The wound looked nasty, but luckily he had some potion bottles to heal himself. For the first time, he felt real danger. The wound hurt a lot, and he could also get hit in the head. He needed invisibility skills to dodge that. The plan remained the same. Take the weapon and neutralize the enemy, then it would be possible to do without killing. Otherwise, the guy simply wouldn't be able to return home, that's how he felt. How can he laugh carefree after returning if he becomes a murderer? He was supposed to go back, but then the enemy threw a grenade. There was an explosion that almost destroyed the entire building. The enemy rejoiced and giggled nastily after his prank. The guy experienced pain such as he had never experienced before, while the gunner was making jokes. The world was covered in a murky haze. He will remember this lesson, the raider told the hero. Jensen couldn't move. His senses failed him, and he realized that death was near. But he wasn't ready to leave this life so easily, so the guy pulled out his sword and pierced the robber, whose face showed complete bewilderment. This world is cruel, and it was necessary to behave accordingly, not forgiving anyone's mistakes. Just like that, the line was crossed, and Jensen no longer felt any remorse. Captain Vaughn's shadow hung over the boy as he tried to come to his senses. For some reason, it seemed to him that the captain approved of everything. Congratulations, said the pocket demon. He has finally gotten rid of his childhood complex. It was a remarkable achievement for a hero's growth, the demon said, but the boy wasn't so sure about it. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice how another robber came up from behind and put a gun to the back of his head. It was his brother, he said, tears rolling down his cheeks. The guy wanted to object that he didn't intend to kill anyone, but he was told to shut up. Blood for blood, said the robber, and looked again at his cooled brother. At that very moment, a shot rang out and a stream of smoke came out of the barrel of the pistol. But the murdered man turned out to be a robber. The girl who was holding the weapon in her hands did not understand what the Dark Knight was doing there, why another seeker was in her dungeon. She extended her hand to him and asked if he was really like her. Is it true that he is also obsessed like her? Her blue eyes looked at him with curiosity. And the guy didn't know what to answer her. He just stared at the stranger in stunned silence. The girl shooter was not a character in the game. She looked more like a player. The huge warrior sent him, she said, and the guy immediately jumped up from his seat, remembering Namir. This girl was a person like him, who lives in the world of the game. Then, a voice from the crackling microphone of the radio reached them. The girl pressed the button and told Commander Zeldin that the bombing had been prevented, which was good news for her. Only the guy heard how the character addressed this girl as the Seeker. It was very strange because the only Seeker, as the guy thought, was a girl paladin. He looked back several times to see where she had gone, when suddenly they were attacked again by annoying raiders. Then the stranger suggested talking in a safer place. She asked for cover and activated her weapon. A huge cannon immediately appeared in front of her, and the girl said that she would take over the front. The very first volleys hit the target and killed several attackers. Under a hail of bullets, she skillfully controlled her weapon, which could change shape and caliber. But then one of the robbers quickly approached her with the help of a bike. But a flash of light took away the hand he wanted to strike with, so quickly that the raider didn't even understand what was happening. The Seeker's cannon moved itself using a jet engine, giving her protection even in close combat. Then the raiders brought heavy weapons and took cover behind shields. They fired a homing missile, and the Seeker changed the weapon type again. Her weapon transformed again and simply surrounded the missile. Each part had its own engine, and so they easily escaped the explosion. After which they simply made a circle and counterattacked the robbers with a powerful volley. The Seeker herself also did not waste time and fired vigorously at the enemies. This girl was the same time traveler as he was, and at the same time she clearly had no problem participating in the war. Jinsen was just standing covering the rear when he saw several more enemies. They hoped to avoid the feisty Seeker, but then a stranger stood in their way with a sword in his hands. He had to stop them, the boy told himself. After all, the girl trusted him with her cover. It was necessary to knock them out before they started shooting. But the hero was still haunted by the obsessive shadow of cruel decisions. But unlike him, the robbers had no such doubts and acted immediately. Another moment and he would have definitely died. But he was saved again by the girl player, although he was supposed to cover for her. There was a war going on all around. People were dying, and he simply fell into a stupor and fell to his knees. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and began to shake him desperately, because the guy was acting strangely and was risking both of them. She thought he was crazy. But the hero rudely pushed the girl's hand away and declared that she was the only crazy person here. While she might be used to killing, he wasn't, and he couldn't do it without regret. These words made her shut up and move away. The girl clenched her fists and recalled her weapon. She waited a whole year to get into the best college. She was going to live a normal, happy life like all first-year students. But she found herself at war, in a game world that became a terrifying reality. 3 years ago, she was transported to the lair of disgusting monsters, being an ordinary girl. The creatures knew no pity and saw her only as food. Then she was saved by another player who destroyed all the monsters. The girl was delighted with her unexpected rescue. "Sorry for being late, Uni," said the warrior with the halberd and smiled. This character, although she was a fragile girl and even younger than Uni, inspired confidence in her. Her name was Lee, and she was stronger and smarter. So they worked together to make sure they returned home. Uni followed her friend everywhere and went through hundreds of dungeons. But in the end, she began to fight herself, tired of sitting in the rear. And so she moved on. Through all the pain and horror, fixing bugs, Uni also faced the fact that her body did not obey, even when she wanted to shoot at the monsters. But Lee wasn't worried about that and smiled encouragingly at her friend, since she had the skill to heal. This girl was so strong that Uni began to rely on her more and more. Until they reached Storm Pass, Lee was so strong that it was easy to forget an important fact. Uni was still hiding in the ice while her friend fought. But she didn't notice how the enemy snuck up on her and attacked her from behind. Lee saw that her friend was in danger and shouted to her. She waved her combat cross and began to break through to her friend. But as soon as Lee opened up, she herself was wounded. Uni caught her friend, but it was too late to do anything. Lee wished her to return home and said goodbye. These were her last words. Only at that moment did the girl finally realize how cruel this world was and how irresponsibly she had behaved. Then Uni swore to herself never to run away again. Rage gave her strength, and with this determination she continues her journey home. She knew what the hero was thinking, she had been through it herself, but she believed that it was better to do everything possible to return home, even if it meant killing the game characters. The guy listened silently and watched the brave girl who had once again contacted the commander. Zeldane reported that they had lost contact with the allied unit near them. These were not regular troops, but a detachment of mercenaries, and Uni replied that she would check. The next quest had just begun, the girl realized, and prepared to run in that direction. Then she turned to the guy and asked him if he wanted to work together. He was in bad shape now and she could take care of him. After all, they were comrades in misfortune, and this was the least she could do for him, provided that he would not interfere, and she also ordered him not to let himself be caught. The pocket demon immediately began to be indignant that this girl was taking too much liberty with herself. But the guy, on the contrary, was grateful to her and wished them both good luck. One survivor did not understand what was happening and why the mercenaries betrayed them. The Storm Riders changed into cartel uniforms to avoid being confused with their own. Their leader believed that since there had been no news from the kidnapped princess for a long time, the Empire had fallen, and there was no one left to serve. Maywin told him to shut up. The reason for betrayal was too ridiculous, but the mercenaries said it was just using common sense, so she also had a chance to make the right choice. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the intervention of the Iron Man. Uni brought some robot with her and came to deal with the traitors. Without thinking twice, they opened fire with heavy rocket launchers. But the big robot managed to protect the girl from these shots. Then she gave the order to cover them all with a missile strike. The rocket launcher instantly plowed up the entire street along with a squad of clueless mercenaries, causing real chaos. Their commanders tried to rouse the men to fight again and ordered them to return fire. At this time, the hero hid behind the wall and observed everything. Fortunately for him, so far the story was going as it should, without any mistakes. In the end, he also wanted to return. That was his main goal. Although he hadn't spoken about it before, his family, friends, and subscribers with whom he shared this life were waiting for him there. The guy really wanted to bring back those times of carefree life. That's why he couldn't kill people. To which the pocket demon exploded with rage and called him a madman. And he reminded that the line had already been crossed, his hands were already dirty. And then the guy saw his reflection in the demon's red eyes. In desperation, he rushed away, driving away these thoughts, as if he was still struggling with reality. But then he saw a robot flying above him, in a pretty battered state. At that very moment, the robot turned into a pile of rubble, crashing into the wall. Uni was still bravely fighting off a whole squad of mercenaries. But there were too many enemies. They surrounded her and fired at her from all sides. The girl wanted to change weapons, but the intense fire prevented this, and she had to take up her personal pistol. The situation was dire. The robot was disabled, the weapon no longer transformed. And Jinsen, who could have helped her, needed help himself. He was crushed by debris. The battered mercenaries resorted to even more vile methods and took one girl hostage, ordering Uni to stop. The hostage asked the squad leader to surrender before it was too late, but he had his own reasons for continuing. Once he donned the cartel uniform, he eliminated many of his former comrades, and there was no turning back. Jinsen cleared away the debris and stood up. His old world collapsed. He felt himself slowly sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Then Uni objected, "It is impossible to return what was lost, just as blood cannot be washed off your hands. But even these dirty hands could do good for those who are dear to them," the girl said. She extended her hand to him and pulled him out of the darkness of despair with her words. So the guy realized again that he could still make the right choice. But just like her friend once did, Uni, in order to save the guy, opened herself up and was hit in the stomach. The cartel robber replied to her, calling it all nonsense. What kind of fool would choose the losing side, and smiled with sharp, crooked teeth. After that, he shot the former mercenary captain. Shooting began, and cartel soldiers killed mercenaries who did not expect that they too could be betrayed. "The cartel is not a place for play and entertainment, so serve it at will," the raider said. Uni tried to get up. She still had some strength left. The wound was not fatal. But before the attacker could finish her off, his pistol suddenly fell apart. The guy stood behind the killer and said that he would say this only once: surrender and drop the weapon, because he did not want to fight. Of course, no one listened to him. Bad people only respect strength. Show that you are stronger and they would give up. There was nothing holding him back anymore. They refused to lay down their arms, and the hero instantly carried out a just execution. He couldn't go back to the past, but that didn't mean he had to stay put, the guy thought. He had held on to his ideals for too long. Deep down, Captain Vaughn supported him. Keep it up, they were just enemies, monsters. There was no point in feeling guilty about them. I really wanted to believe that these bad people were just monsters. But it was not that simple. He was guilty of not stopping the evil people earlier and allowing them to commit bad deeds. But in reality, he had long since crossed the line when, with his carelessness, he let the shooter die. The guy felt regret because it was his fault that another unfortunate prisoner of the game, just like him, died. The world will definitely never be the same again. There was nothing to cling to. The dark side of his personality tried to take control again, but in the end, there was not much difference between them. But the hero fiercely rejected these claims. He was not going to become a monster just because the whole world was wrong. Once she started acting on the circumstances, the cartel robbers no longer had a chance. The hero took responsibility. He didn't want anyone else to go through the same thing as him. The girls looked in amazement at the hero who had single-handedly destroyed all the enemies. Now he was ready to become a true harbinger. After the battle, the hero used a couple of healing potions and saved Uni, and the rescued girl from the mercenary squad ran to report to the commander. Uni bravely declared that she would be fine if she drank a couple more potions, but the hero told her not to strain herself. Even though she could heal herself, the pain would not go away. Then they realized that they didn't even know each other's names. The guy introduced himself and looked above Uni's head, where her nickname should be. So the girl realized that this was the first time he saw an awakened player, and she explained that they couldn't see the names of their characters. That's how she realized that he was also an awakened player. Her real name was Bibi. The player introduced herself and smiled sweetly. Despite the intense battle, there was a slight blush on her face, and her eyes shone with purity. The players shook hands, both glad to meet a man with a similar fate. It's true that everyone here felt something familiar in the names they heard. Then Bibi realized that he was that very streamer, and the guy realized that she was a master of theory. Meanwhile, the mood at the Empire's headquarters was gloomy. They were losing the battle. There was some good news, though, as the Netherworld Seeker Bibi helped repel the attack on the Eastern Gate, and the Knights of the Iron Wolf held the pier and the western gates of the city. Several major enemy commanders were destroyed, including traitorous mercenaries. After years of retreating, for once they were able to fight back, the commander thought. But all this was only the first step in their long journey to achieving stability in the state. Bibi always thought that the guy would be famous, but she couldn't even imagine that he would turn out to be a streamer. All the awakened players she had met so far were arena champions, and so the boy realized that she had only seen those who had proven their skills in one way or another. In this vein, it is understandable why Bibi was chosen. She was known for her obsession with various game theories. Theoretically, the best way to activate abilities was to deal damage and use equipment. Bibi wrote 300 articles on this topic. As soon as the balance patch was released, the girl spent an hour giving out the best levels and weapon sets. Meanwhile, Jinsen understood why she changed her grades but muttered that it didn't matter anymore. Now they could exchange impressions of how surprised they were to be transported to a game they knew so well. That's why Bibi created combat machines to fight at long range, because she realized that the future lies in mechanisms, or so she thought. But then it turned out that each vehicle had to be controlled separately, which greatly reduced its combat capabilities. So she became a mechanic, but asked the guy not to rush to conclusions about her. But what excited him most was that she personally chose her profession, or class. The girl was completely stunned by his question. Memories of his first meeting with Namir flashed through his head. While the boy was thinking about this, Commander Zeldane disturbed them. Only when she saw the Seeker and Jinsen did, she suddenly realized that she had come at the wrong time and asked for forgiveness for it. The guy immediately received a resounding slap in the face, and Bibi declared that there was nothing between them. The girl quickly began to justify herself by saying that they had only worked together as allies. Then the commander turned her gaze to the hero, whom she saw for the first time, and he introduced himself, and Zeldane promised to inform the defenders of the Empire about him. First of all, the commander was grateful for everything they did. Then Jinsen asked her if it was true that Bibi was the only Seeker, and received an affirmative answer. But what about the pink-haired paladin girl who came with them? He asked. The guy realized that most likely when the knights disappeared, he moved to another world. This was the universe of Arad supported for Bibi. Perhaps that was why he felt so weak, and that was why there was another cartel informant here. So far, he didn't understand how he had moved at all and why. It might have been a special form of bug, but it's hard to believe it was just a coincidence. Here, Bibi tore him away from his thoughts. They had an urgent message from the scouts. Before the boy could join her, Delesi reached out of his pocket and warned that if the hero showed weakness on the battlefield again, he would break his face. The boy chuckled and waved the words off. The shard wouldn't fight him, surely. But the pocket demon wasn't joking, and showed the seriousness of his intentions by jumping out of the inventory. The demon didn't want to fight, but if the guy continued to waste his time supporting meaningless ideas, it would be easier for him to deal with him. They made a contract, Delisi reminded. The moment the guy becomes useless, his head will disappear somewhere. While they were having a nice conversation, Bibi noticed this and asked what that creepy, toothy black thing was sticking out of the inventory. From the outside, it didn't look very attractive. So Delisi hurried to put it in his pocket, but the girl still asked again what it was. The demon immediately told the guy to come up with something and lie, so that his existence could not be revealed until they reached Hilda. But it was too late. The Master of Theory knew for sure that it was Deleuze, although the guy claimed that he was simply keeping a black dog in his inventory. The puppy just messed up. He tried to justify himself again, and with all his appearance begged to be believed. The demon didn't like this resistance, and he angrily protested from his pocket. But the hero quickly changed the subject and said that they needed to hurry.